kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ nkọ́kọ́ bọ́kọ́ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́ bọ́kọ́ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
ṣì mí lọ́nà o mo tẹríba fàdàgbà o àgbà ẹ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yọ lání ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹ̀ràn nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀ ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́. wọ́n gbọ́ pé ọjà tán nílùú Sókótó wọ́n múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọ́kọ̀ o àyàn ọmọ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Sókótó ohun rẹ̀ lápò Sókótó mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlábàrò orí làlábàrò olórí làlábàrò mo lórí làlábàrò olórí làlábàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlábàrò làlábàrò olórí làlábàrò oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o àní nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún ejò olóró àkékè ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sádì ọba bá lókè mo sádì ọba bá lókè o mo sádì ọba bá lókè mo máa sádì ọba bá lókè o mo sádì ọba bá lókè o olúwa gbé wa níjà o mo sádì ọba bá lókè o kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mo sádì ọba bá lókè o olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mo sádì ọba bá lókè o àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé bí wọ́n ti ro ti wá sí nínú ilé bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kó jẹ́ tiwọn lọ ijọ́ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am, right here. There you are, wherever it is you are. And here we are. So here we go again. A short little crisp session yesterday for reasons that the panelists decided to go do other things instead. So hopefully today goes a lot more extended, but always in the lap of the gods. So always in the lap of the gods. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? What's not in the lap of the gods though is you clicking on the like button. So do that. Click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. Please subscribe. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is at your. You're not really obliged. We can have short sessions. We can have long sessions. I'd rather I would rather it happened organically than it is forced, because when it's forced, then it becomes somewhat stilted, and it's not nice when it's all. So entirely at your discretion. If you want to come and join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Also, at your discretion, super chat towards the stream if you feel that way inclined. All the usual things are like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream. So those things don't change. Those calls to action, they don't change. I call them every single session. So there's that. We're starting at a somewhat reasonable time today, actually. Usually, I push it back till I push it beyond everybody's sleeping time. But we're starting at a reasonable time today. The Ejele Speaks campaign still ongoing. That hashtag still very much in play. Any and everywhere you go on social media, please hashtag Free Ejele Speaks. So any and everywhere you go on social media, hashtag Free Ejele Speaks. So we will not stop until until that guy until he walks free. So there it is. Here I am, there you are, and all that. So shall we just launch into it? There's not an abundance in the news, but there's a particular outing that BC Akonde made. Maybe was it yesterday or the day before? So there's a particular clip out there around about BC Akonde, an interview that he granted that I'd like us to react to at some point, because it's caused quite a lot of kerfuffle within the Nigerian political space. There's also public outings by Atiku Abubakar, El Rufai, and a cameo appearance by Rotimi Amechi. So there's a lot of movements going on within the Nigerian political cycle, which is, of course, gearing towards 2027. So to that movement, now to this image. So now, when I first saw this image, it startled me somewhat. But this is the calibration for 2027 taking shape right here, right on your screen, right there. So this is the calibration for 2027 taking shape. There are alignments and realignments taking shape, and the color of 2027 politics is already fleshing out on the canvas that is being painted on. So the colors of our 2027 politics is what you're seeing playing out now. This picture, they say a picture tells 1,000 tales. This one tells 1,000,000. So it's the players that are in play that especially makes this picture a story. So I only recognize 3 people there, but those 3 people, they should be giving Tinubu sleepless nights. So like I said, I only recognize 3 people in this picture, but those 3 people should be giving Tinubu sleepless nights. I don't think there's a Nigerian alive that doesn't recognize the pot-bellied torso of Atiku Abubakar right there. So that's Atiku's center stage to the picture. And then to the left of him the former Ekiti State Governor, now a political orphan, almost now finding a home in this motherless babies home that Atiku is running as a political trajectory. So there is Atiku Abubakar right there, and to his left is Kayode Fayemi. So now that shadowy figure in the background, where my cursor is circling right there, that is the real potency of it all. That right there is the erstwhile Minister of Justice, Attorney General of the Federation. That's Abubakar Malami right there. So this is the calibration for 2027 taking shape right there. And this should give Tinubu sleepless nights. So till he draws his final breath, Atiku Abubakar will always aspire to be the president of Nigeria, because all his Babalawos, they've told him that in all of their okweles, he was president of Nigeria. And if there's one thing that Atiku believes in, he believes in that fetishism, that Babalawo thing. So he will be running, but how does he run? Atiku doesn't have the money for a president. He's still a supremely wealthy man, but he doesn't, the cost of actually running an election in Nigeria, a presidential election that is, it was a while ago by the Financial Times of London, it was bracketed to the tune of around $2 to $3 billion. So I don't think Atiku has that spend left in him. But certainly the person that has that spend left in him is where my cursor is right there. That's Abubakar Malami. So anybody and everybody wondering who's going to fund the opposition to really take on the Tinubu space, that is the money right there. Abubakar Malami, he stole everything going for 8 years under Buhari. That guy is richer than Dangote as it stands right there. So that's the money end. And that is the star turn, Atiku Abubakar, who forever, as you know, will continue to campaign to be Nigeria's president. But the real curiosity is right here. This is Kayode Fayemi right there, an erstwhile acolyte of Tinubu, one of the I give up my candidature for Tinubu. Remember that infamous primaries when everybody was stepping up to the mic and aligning themselves and pledging their freedom to Tinubu. So he was one of those that aligned himself with the Tinubu storyline. So now, having now aligned himself with the Tinubu storyline, he has now been politically caught adrift. A lot of people caught adrift politically. He's certainly one of them because there's only so much that the government can carry, and he certainly wasn't carried along. So there he is right there. You know, if you look at his face, actually, if you look into the eyes, that is treachery right there. That's a man knowing that is being caught in a treacherous moment, and he wants to power through. So this is the realignment taking place right here. And if you take this realignment, actually, let me bring this in. Actually, I was going to bring this in later. So hold that image as a thought, and then bring this in. Let me kick it off with the video reviews. So hold that image. Let me just come to that image again. Hold this image as a thought. Let me expand it so you can see it. The full. Oh, is it gone? Yeah, no. Can I get rid of this? Is this get readable? Maybe I should just download it and put it on the screen. Is that what it is? Let me actually put it on because it's so important an image. I think it should be on the screen. So let me put it on the screen. Hold on, I'll just grab it from my yes. So let me put it on the screen. So hold this image as a thought because all the players in this it's not guaranteed though that Tinubu will be returned. The way politics is realigning now, there are no guarantees that Tinubu will be returned. So that's the image right there. So that's the image right there. So as I said, that's Atiku Abubakar in the middle. That's Abubakar Malami just dropping to the background left of right of Atiku Abubakar. Actually, if you're looking at it head on, so right of Atiku Abubakar and at the next at the background, sort of at the second row. So there is Abubakar Malami right there, and to his left is Kayode Fayemi. I'm not quite sure who this guy is that is holding on to his hand, the man in blue, but that is politics realigning right there. So now hold those two elements, especially Kayode Fayemi and Abubakar Malami. They are aligning now with Atiku Abubakar's politics. So let's go on from that to this. So let's go on from that to this. And let's watch now what El Rufai has to say in this page.
If you look at the program, you'll see that I'm not supposed to be on this panel. I was...
Apologies, it seems to be lagging somewhat. Let me refresh it, see if it's...
Forming or managing political parties is even more limited. I've been actively involved in only 2 political parties, all in the 21st century, unlike the former vice president who has been in this since the 20th century. I was very active in the CPC. I was one of the leaders of the CPC before we merged into the APC. And
I may abandon this if it's lagging too often.
who has been in this since the 20th century. I was very active in the CPC. I was one of the leaders of the CPC before we merged into the APC. And all I know about partisan politics comes from that experience. But I want to say that, you know, political parties are very, very important. I did not realize this until I became politically active. Because in our constitution, the only way we can contest for
all right. I'm not sure if you can still hear me, but I'm not sure this is working quite let's see. And there it is, it's gone. So hopefully you can still hear me. Let me know if you can still hear me. Let's see. Should I refresh it one more time? Let me give it one more stab, and then we'll abandon it if it's not behaving itself.
Yeah. That way he real ideologically driven progressive political party. But today it is something else. If you look at the life cycle of the PDP, it was similar. They all end up becoming a one-man show. No collegiate leadership, no democratic leadership, no internal democracy. And the parties always get pocketed by those elected on the platform of the party. So if you look at what Professor Olukoshi outlined as the key issues to look out for in a party, ideology. What is the ideology of the APC? I don't know. We said we are progressive, but we are not progressive anymore. Okay? What about a societal project? What is our big societal project? I've mentioned the three. But now, if you ask people that were elected on the platform of the APC, they will say, I wanted to be governor. I wanted to be president. I wanted to. No, nobody talks about a national project, societal project anymore. It's about me, myself, and I. What about manifesto? When was the last time you saw the manifesto of a political party in Nigeria? The last one I remember was the one we drafted in 2007 for the PDP. Okay? Since then, the PDP has never produced any manifesto. We did one at the formation of the APC, a very detailed one in 2015. But since then, nothing. The other parties, I don't even know. I haven't seen anything resembling a manifesto. What about membership? Members want to take from the party rather than contribute to the party. So we are in a serious crisis because these political parties are the vehicles through which leadership will emerge. Yet, they exist only on paper or in our imagination. And we must work. And this is a challenge for those in opposition. I'm not yet in opposition, by the way. I'm still in the APC. But this is a challenge to those.
So note those words. I'm not yet in opposition. I'm still in the APC. But I want you to also note the persons he's sitting with on that panel. We'll get to them in a moment.
In opposition, you must come together and form a party that, in my view, should closely resemble the NPN of the Second Republic. That's one political party that was a an effective machine.
So he's not in opposition, but he's sitting with the opposition think tank and advising them on how they can unseat a party that he claims to be a senior member of. So he's not in opposition, but he's sitting with Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi, and the rest of them in a strategy to unseat the sitting government.
The leadership was collegiate. The party imposed its will on those elected. It is unfortunate that it was terminated in 1983. Maybe by now we would have had a real political culture around collegiate, ideologically driven, and broad-based political parties. So this is the challenge for the opposition. I think I will stop here with my limited knowledge and experience in party formation and management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think you did well. And since you're not yet in opposition, we will wait until when you are there, because you have to be one of the crafters of the next step.
Thank you very much. You know, loyalty to a party comes after loyalty to God and to your country, I think. So, in my view, you know, there is absolutely nothing wrong with a party member wanting his party to win every seat. But I think the problem that we have is that people want to win by hook or by crook. When I was governor of Kaduna State and we had to conduct local government elections.
All right, I'll stop it there just so to manage the time and everything. But that is El Rufai right there, strategizing with the opposition party in terms of discussing how they can unseat the sitting government. So hold that. I'll go on from that to this clip just to complete that space. So here is now. Okay. So you can see right here now. So this gives us a real glimpse of the panel assembled. So that's El Rufai right there. That is Atiku Abubakar right there. I'm not sure who the rest are, but so that right there, El Rufai, is a senior functionary of the APC, the sitting government. It was one of the propellers that propelled Tinubu into government. So there he is right there. And the arch enemy of Tinubu in terms of politics is this guy right here. Atiku Abubakar probably doesn't even want to be president, but it pains to his bone marrows that Tinubu, because he sees Tinubu as his arch rival, and Tinubu having won over him is what really cuts through him more than anything else. So the person that one of the chief cheerleaders, let me use that phrase, that propelled Tinubu into government, there he is right there, El Rufai, and Tinubu's arch enemy right there, that's Atiku Abubakar right there. So that tells you then how 2027 is calibrating. Let's hear what Atiku has to say.
Start off, because we have juggernauts that should take their time to tell us how we got where we are. Yeah, so I'll start with the former Vice President, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. Thank you very much. We should just start off, because we have juggernauts that should take their time to tell us how we got where we are. Yeah, so I'll start with the former Vice President, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to start with an apology for missing the opening ceremonies, because I had just arrived early this morning from Europe, and therefore needed a little bit of time to to rest. And now I would like to take us back to the history of political parties to be able
Oh, I was speaking all the way through, not knowing I was muted. I was saying, I don't want us to especially label too much what Atiku has to say, because you all know the thrust of his politics anyway. But Rotimi Amechi was also there, and he had a moment, but I'm not quite sure if it's in this clip. But really, is to highlight then how politics is recalibrating and how all the heavyweight, it's somewhat reminiscent. It puts me in mind of what actually. Can you not hear me? Thomas, can you hear me?
We
Thomas.
can, loud and clear.
Oh, all right. They're saying no sound, no sound. All right, brilliant. Okay. So it actually puts me in mind of what it's very, very similar to the build-up that forced Goodluck Jonathan out of office. So Goodluck Jonathan was sitting in Aso Rock with all of the powers of incumbency, but the political space moved into this juggernaut greed, and it couldn't resist it. Because there's so much that you can't force the power of incumbency against the will of politics. And all of the people are lining against Tinubu now. It doesn't really bode well for him for 2027. Because who really is on Tinubu's side, apart from the people on payroll? Peter Obi is part of this coalition. We're seeing Kayode Fayemi there now. We are seeing Atiku Abubakar, of course, El Rufai, part of that coalition. We're seeing now as well. And we're seeing the money coming in from Abubakar Malami. So it is quite pertinent to note. You see this guy right here, Abubakar Malami. This is probably probably the biggest potency that opposition space has. This guy is as rich as Dangote. That's one. And this guy is also married to one of Buhari's daughters. That's two. That's Abubakar Malami. So he's also married to one of Buhari's daughters, which is to tell you then that Buhari endorses then this move to shift Tinubu out of office. So everything aligning against him. But how is it going to play out? It's going to be interesting in 2027, how he's going to return himself. He can't rig himself in against the will of the mass of the political space, not even against the will of the people, because the people don't really matter in Nigerian politics, but he cannot rig himself back into office against the will of the political space. So we'll see how that plays out. Plays out. Let's go on from that to just a different story. Appeal Court affirms IPOB's prescription as a terrorist group. So there it is right there. So this ends all this storyline then that the law says that IPOB is not a terrorist group. Of course, it's a terrorist group. Breaking. And this is the 30th of January 2025. So as early as today, Appeal Court affirms IPOB's proscription as a terrorist group. The Court of Appeal in Abuja on Thursday affirmed the proscription of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, and its designation as a terrorist organization. IPOB is a group leading agitation for an independent state of Biafra, which it once carved out of the southeast and some parts of the south of Nigeria. The Nigerian government, under the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari in 2017, proscribed the separatist group. A federal high court in Abuja formalized the proscription and tagged the group a terrorist organization. So, pardon me. IPOB and its leader, Nnamdi Kanu, have been challenging the proscription of the group in several Nigerian courts. In October 2023, a state high court in Enugu nullified the proscription and the designation as a terrorist group. But the Court of Appeal, in a unanimous decision by a three-member panel headed by Justice Hamma Bakar, affirmed the judgment of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which outlawed IPOB correspondents can report. The court held that it found no reason to set aside the order the federal government secured against the separatist group. Justice Bakar ruled that the federal government acted lawfully by proscribing IPOB, whose activities threatened the nation's security and continued existence. It resolved all the issues against IPOB and dismissed its appeal for want of merit. So there it is. IPOB remains, always has been, still remains a terrorist group. So if it's designated now a terrorist group, then there is even more reasons why Nnamdi Kanu should not be released. So that's just it. If the designation now holds that IPOB is a terrorist group, then it gives even more reasons then why Nnamdi Kanu should not be released. In September 2017, the then president, Mr. Buhari, signed a presidential proclamation proscribing IPOB. Also in September 2017, a federal high court in Abuja formalized IPOB's proscription and tagged the group a terrorist organization. The then acting chief judge of the federal high court, Abdul Kafarati, granted the order proscribing the group. The order followed an application filed and moved by the then Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, a senior advocate of Nigeria. The Southeast Governors Forum later announced that they had proscribed the group in the region. IPOB, through its legal team, challenged the proscription in courts for several years without success. But on October the 23rd, 2023, a state high court in Enugu nullified the proscription of IPOB, consequently destroying the basis upon which the separatist group was declared a terrorist organization by the Nigerian government. The IPOB leader, Mr. Kanu, filed the suit in January 2023 against the Nigerian government and the Southeast Governors Forum. The judge, A.O. Onovo, in his judgment, declared that the reliance on the country's Terrorism Prevention Act and the administrative action of the Southeast Governors Forum and the federal government to proscribe IPOB contravened Section 42 of the Nigerian Constitution, which prohibits discrimination on the basis of ethnicity. Justice Onovo held that the proscription of IPOB was also a violation of Mr. Kanu's fundamental rights as enshrined under Articles XYZ and whatever. Thursday's appeal court ruling means IPOB remains proscribed. However, the group and its leader may appeal to the Supreme Court. So, is it Kekere Ekon? Is it Kudirat Kekere Ekon that will reverse that? I wonder. So there it is right there. Forever until eternity comes to an end, IPOB remains a terrorist group. IPOB remains a terrorist group. Evans, the kidnap kingpin, declares repentance in court, seeks forgiveness. So if he seeks forgiveness, then what happens to all the people that he paid? It's just so ridiculous, isn't it? They should have done away with this guy a long time ago. Chukwudememe Onwa Madike, widely known as Evans, a convicted kidnap kingpin, appeared before the Lagos State High Court in Ikeja on Thursday, expressing his remorse for past criminal activities and requesting clemency from the Lagos State government. He conveyed this message to the court through his attorney, Emefo Etodo, following his plea on revised charges that include murder, attempted murder, and conspiracy to commit kidnapping. Upon the court session, the prosecutor, Sule Yusuf, announced that the trial will commence anew, requesting the court to rearrange the defendants, both Etudo and his co-defendants, etc., etc. Let's pick it up from here. The prosecution alleges that on August 27, 2013, at approximately 10 p.m. in Festac Town, Lagos, Evans and his accomplice, Joseph Emeka, were involved in the murder of one Peter Nweke. They are also charged with the killing of another individual, Chijioke Ngozi, on the same date. Both Evans and Emeka pleaded not guilty to the allegations. In light of their not guilty plea, the prosecution requested that the court continue to detain the defendants. However, it was noted that Evans had submitted an application for a plea bargain with his attorney Otudo, which his attorney Etudo confirmed. He stated that his client has reached out to the Lagos State government through the Attorney General's office in relation to the plea. Otudo said, "Our primary concern is the plea bargain we have put forward to the state. My client has transformed and is genuinely repentant." So how can he be repentant and be not guilty at the same time? So he can't be repentant. He should be indignant if he feels that he's being held for a crime that he did not commit. So it's not repentance, it's indignation. So what is he repenting from if he claims that he's not a murderer and a kidnapper? He was previously involved in crime as a young man, but that is no longer the case. He is currently a 200-level student at the National Open University. In fact, he excelled in all his NECO exams whilst incarcerated, thanks to a scholarship provided by the federal government. Otudo added that Evans has expressed a desire to visit schools in Lagos to educate young people about the perils associated with So if they let this guy get away with it, then I just have to give. He's killed just so many people. This is the thing they do in Nigeria. They commit all these crimes, and then it's the devil that made them do it. Once they are caught, the devil made me do it. The devil made me do it. Makinde mandates civil public servants to wear Asho Oke every Thursday to boost culture. So we are seeing some sort of ethnic jingoism in Yoruba land now. This is off the back of Lagos State conducting their assembly affairs in Yoruba language. So this, I'm not even sure who is contending the Yoruba-ness of Oyo State with Makinde for him to want to double down in this manner. Makinde mandates civil public servants to wear Ashoke every Thursday to boost culture. Let me send the link again, by the way. If anybody wants to come in, come in. If you want the conversation, you come in. But if you do come in, you have to come in with topics to discuss, though. But that's the link right there. Is this even worth reading? I think the headline tells us everything. Let's take two paragraphs. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has approved a new dress code policy requiring all civil and public servants to wear native attire with a touch of traditional Ashoke fabric every Thursday, in addition to the existing Friday native attire tradition. But I am not really offended by it anyway. I'm not quite sure. Why would you want to wear a shirt and trouser to work? You're not an Englishman, so that's European clothing. So wear a smart buba and shokoto. That's all you're required to do. A clean and smart buba and shokoto. That's pretty sufficient enough to go to work in. So that's Seyi Makinde right there going native. Seyi Makinde goes native. Oh, all right. Let's go on from there to where do we? Hold on. All right. Let's go on from there to this one, and then from this one we go on to the Bisi Akonde clip. So we go on to this one. Do you remember that guy Usman Yusuf? He was arrested by the EFCC, and it looks as though they're still holding on to him. The Federal Capital Territory High Court Kuje has deferred the arraignment of former Executive Secretary of the National Health Insurance Scheme, Professor Yusuf, Usman Yusuf, to Thursday. So do you remember when this guy went to the Igboho village and told us that he was claiming it on behalf of the Fulanis? That was when when Buhari was in government. So how had the mighty fallen? So now he's eating insect infested beings in Kuje prison now. So let's go on from there to this one. This one here is a 25-minute long clip, so we will not get the fullness of it, but this is Bisi Akonde coming out to speak about the Tinubu journey so far. Watch this.
You're happy, right?
That I have.
You're happy.
Oh, very happy. I instigated him. I encouraged him. I worked for it.
You instigated him?
Oh, yes.
You told him go for it?
Oh, yes. They called me. Somebody called me, come, there is trouble. And I was in Lagos. What is the trouble? They say anybody that talks to him about presidency he was quarreling with them. When this one talked that anybody that mentioned, he was quarreling with them.
Tinubu is now the president.
Oh, yes, he is.
You're happy, right?
That I have.
You're happy.
Oh, very happy. I instigated him. I encouraged him. I worked for it.
You instigated him?
Oh, yes.
You told him go for it?
Oh, yes. They called.
Tinubu is now the president.
Oh, yes, he is.
You're happy, right?
That I have.
You're happy.
Oh, very happy. I instigated him. I encouraged him. I worked for it.
You instigated him?
Oh, yes.
You told him go for it?
Oh, yes. They called me. Somebody called me, come, there is trouble. And I was in Lagos. What is the trouble? They say anybody that talks to him about presidency, he was quarreling with them. When this one talked that anybody that mentioned, he was quarreling with them. And then I met him. And he said, Baba, do you have money? If I had the kind of money that people have to be president, I will rank with Dangote.
Tinubu was saying that?
Yes, to me.
When was this?
Well, sometimes shortly before COVID. Shortly before ENSA.
The same Tinubu everybody is saying is the owner of Lagos in terms of money?
Yeah, that's what he said to me.
That he didn't have money?
Yes, that's what he said to me. And I said, look, we don't want you to be president because of you. You are unimportant in this matter. But that in Yoruba tradition, when you want to worship the deity, you take the fattest animal or the biggest yam to worship the deity. Yoruba wants to be president. And you are the one we have now. It is to sacrifice you so that we can have president, not for you to be anything.
What did he say?
He didn't know what to say. He was looking at me as if I was sick or something. He didn't say anything. He was just sober.
But he told us that becoming the president was his lifetime ambition.
Yes, I don't know. But at that time, people called me, many people, they called me, come, there's trouble. And I went.
And he listened to you?
He listened. And where he asked questions, he said, okay, Baba, you now say I should run.
Because you, Baba?
Yes. He said, now you say I should run. What about this, my leg? He's having a bad leg. Arthritis. I said, go and do it. There's sick time. Go and do it. You heal in 6 months. And then you start walking again. And you can run.
And he went to fix it.
And he went to fix it.
And COVID came.
Everything, many things came. NSA came, many things.
Some people thought NSAS was the end of Tinubu.
NSA was aimed to be the end of Tinubu.
Did you say that?
Yes.
NSAS
was designed to be the end of Tinubu.
Can you expatiate?
Those behind the NSA knew that's what they were doing.
Who were those behind it?
The what do you call them? The obedience.
The obedience.
The obedience were behind the NSAs.
We're behind the NSA.
Yes, it was manufactured from America. And so brought.
And by the way, that is a universally held belief that even we saw the role that people like Nnamdi Kanu, etc., played in the NSAS scene, go and burn Lagos down and all of that. So what is essentially saying? Anyway, you all know what he's saying. I don't want to put too heavy. Yes, I don't want to put too heavy a label on it, but you all know where it's headed to. It's telling us then that the NSAS was essentially around the obedience space. So you know what he's hinting at, and a lot of people felt that, but yeah.
Just to stop him.
But who are the obedience?
I said the obedience.
So who are the obedience? So who are the obedience?
The obedience came from America to do the NSA, and later became a movement to form a party, and they couldn't form a party and join whichever party.
I thought obedience was tied to Peter Obi.
Well, maybe Obi's party, I don't know. Maybe Obi's movement, I don't know. But the obedience were behind the NSAs.
So it was well
planned, organized with a lot of money.
From America?
From America, yes.
How come Tinubu did not see this coming?
Not every ambush is detected.
Not every ambush is dictated. You see, I want to read from your book. You called Tinubu, one of the chapters here is Tinubu, the strategic thinker. That is page 479. Page 479. Let's read. You said Tinubu is always thinking ahead. He is a comprehensive political strategist who does not take anything for granted. How come he was caught unawares by NSAS?
Well, he's no God. He may not know everything. And he's a financial expert. He's not a political expert.
But he has become a political expert.
And I said it there.
But he's now a political expert.
I'm not saying so. He's now a politician. He must have known a lot now since he became president. But before he became president, he knew very little about Nigeria. He may know a lot about politics of America. He may know a lot about politics of Lagos. But I know he was very ignorant about the politics of Nigeria. But now that he's been president, I don't know how much he may have known.
At some point, I saw you trying to call meeting of Yoruba political leaders when Osinbajo was becoming a subject matter. Was that a headache for you at that time?
No. I wanted anybody that wishes to be free to contest election. But I don't want bitterness among the Yoruba contestants. I want them to talk on issues and not want to destroy the other, because I want one of them to emerge in the end. I want a Yoruba president.
You didn't try to convince Osinbajo to step down for Tinubu?
No, I didn't. No, I tried to later. After those meetings, I tried to later. I asked them, look, you are now 11. We want only one. Voluntarily, I want any of you, to step down.
They didn't step down?
They did, but at the evening of the primary, some came to meet me. I'm going to step down today, sir.
They came to meet you?
Yes. Said they want to step down. I can't.
Was it not too late at that time?
Well, they stepped down. It wasn't too late.
Oshibajo did not step down.
No, he didn't step down.
How did Tinubu feel about that?
I didn't discuss it thereafter.
And you've not discussed it?
I didn't discuss it with Tinubu thereafter.
How do you feel about that?
Well, Oshibajo has every right to contest, and he did. I don't blame anybody for contesting elections. You want to contest, you contest.
Was Buhari against Tinubu?
He didn't tell me so because I put many questions to him.
You asked Buhari?
Oh, yeah, many questions.
What were those questions?
One, he wanted me to see that he was not the one who instigated Oshibajo to contest against Tinubu. And he made it clear. He said, in his own culture, when his mentor is interested in one position, you don't contest with him. But when Oshibajo came, he was surprised, and he only wished him well.
Tinubu was Oshibajo's mentor.
Oh, that's the way Buhari puts it to me.
Tinubu nominated Oshibajo as vice president.
Well, I won't say so. I nominated him.
You nominated Oshibajo?
But after consulting with Tinubu.
Did Tinubu pick him? And then you nominated him?
No, I nominated him after consulting with Tinubu.
And Chief Akonde, I want to be clear.
I say it the way it is in my book. I say, Tinubu, come.
And by the way, I want you guys to really pay attention to what's being said, because if there's anybody, if you want to boil the Tinubu presidency down to one singular responsibility, the person that is most responsible for Tinubu becoming president is actually that guy on the screen right there, not the guy in the blue, Chief Bisi Akande. He forced Tinubu into, he encouraged him. Tinubu has always had the ambition, but he encouraged him into that race. He cleared the deck for him. He's strong-armed because this guy right here, Bisi Akande, is one of the few people that can look somebody like Buhari in the eye and confront him frontally. So he confronted Buhari and said, look, what's going on? We put you there. We held you there. We want a turn. You hand it over. He frontally confronted Buhari and stepped his loyalty towards the Tinubu trajectory. So anybody, if there's one person responsible for Tinubu becoming, if you want to claim that one person is responsible for Tinubu becoming president, it is this guy right here, Chief Bisi Akande, and his own agenda is an ethnic agenda. It's not a national agenda. It's an ethnic agenda. He said so himself that all he was interested in and still is interested in is a Yoruba president. You know, this guy actually used to be a restructuring Yoruba nation guy until the window opened for him to have a Yoruba president.
2011, you were discussing with Buhari, trying to replace Bakari with somebody. Who was the person? He said Oshibajo. And I said, I'm going to recommend Oshibajo. And I recommended Oshibajo.
He accepted.
Who?
Tinubu accepted.
I didn't ask whether he accepted. I just asked.
You were the interim chairman of the party at the time.
Yes, I was.
And you recommended Oshibajo.
Yes.
So when Buhari told you that in his own tradition, when your mentor is interested, you step down.
Yeah.
Was he referring?
You don't show interest.
You don't show interest.
Yeah.
Was he referring to Oshibajo?
Yeah, because I thought Buhari instigated Oshibajo. Then I asked him.
So what was the second question you asked him?
The second question I asked him was, when I was national chairman, I composed the campaign council. I made Buhari the chairman. I made Tinubu the vice chairman. When Buhari wanted to contest the second term, I was no longer in the scene. Buhari was the chairman, Tinubu was co-chairman. I think you remember.
Yeah.
Then I asked him, you must have seen something good in him that made you were already a president. You wanted to do second term. You don't make him vice chairman like I made him when you were doing the first one. You made him a co-chairman. Now it's his turn.
Now,
it is Tinubu's turn.
Did you coin him Iloko?
No, I met Buhari alone.
All right.
And I said, look, when I was national chairman and you were to contest the first time, immediately after the primary, I composed the campaign council. I made you the chairman, having won the primary. And I made Tinubu vice chairman. And we went ahead. But when you were president, you wanted to contest the second term. You were the chairman of the campaign council. And you made Tinubu the co-chairman, not vice. Which means there's merit in Tinubu. Otherwise, you won't promote him over and above vice chairmanship. I made him co-chairman. What can be wrong now?
At that point, you noticed something was going wrong.
Huh?
At that point, you have already noticed something was going wrong.
Oh, no, I noticed some kind of, say, being uninterested. And I said, what's wrong now? Why are you not? And he asked me what I said, raise money for him. And he said he would.
And he said he would?
Yes. And he called meetings, and assigned responsibilities for people to raise money.
So at that point, Buhari backed Tinubu?
I don't know. He did that anyway.
When the president raised money?
Oh, I don't know whether he raised money, but he called a meeting to which he called me, and he assigned responsibility. You go after this, you go after that, raise money like this, and we all went out. Whether they raised money or not, I don't know.
No, you should know now. Did money come in from that
I
committee?
live in Ila.
I
live in yes. I live in Ila. I only went to Abuja each time I go, trying to solve problem. I go to Abuja and meet whoever I should meet and say what I want to say.
Chief Akonde, you are Tinubu's person.
Oh, yes, I am.
Did Buhari raise money for Tinubu?
I wouldn't know. Honestly, I didn't ask because things went in succession. After that, many things happened. We went to court. Some governors went to court. Things started happening. An election was coming, and they were spending money. I wasn't part of that election.
Did the leadership of the APC try to frustrate Tinubu's candidacy?
I would not say the leadership. The leadership supported him. That's why he won.
No, before he won, at some point.
No, before primary.
Before primary.
Oh, there are many obstacles.
Can you tell us some of the obstacles?
Well, maybe some will wait for now. I will tell a story later. I'm writing another book.
You're still writing?
I'm right. Yeah, something like that. I told you.
Just give me some hints.
Well. What I know is that there are many people who are invited by certain people close to the presidency, not by the president. Certain people close to the presidency.
People like?
Well, certain people close to the presidency, calling people, go and take form, come and be president, come and be.
If you want to guess at who he's talking about, it's probably Abdullahi Adamu or whoever, the last chairman, the former chairman of the party, who tried to spring Ahmed Lawan on us at the last minute. Do you remember? So that I suspect is who he's talking about.
They were doing that, but not the president himself. Nobody told me the president himself told him. But people are saying, people are using the name of the president. The president asked us to go and take form. The president asked us to go and do this. And it is one of those messages that reaches the northern governors when they say, no, the thing should come from the south.
Because the reason I asked this question?
Yes.
Immediately President Tinubu took office. The leadership of the APC under Buhari disappeared, including Omishori.
Oh, no. That was much later after the election.
But they left after the election.
After the election, yeah.
Why did they go?
Honestly, I don't know. That's the party problem.
Are you still playing politics?
No,
Chief Akonde?
no, honestly, I didn't. Honestly.
You don't care anymore?
Oh, I mean, what my goal was that Tinubu, no, my goal originally was that a Yoruba man should be president. And my choice was Tinubu. Once Tinubu became the president, I became happy. I retired to Ela. Later now, one day he called me. And I said, where are you talking from? He said, from France. And I said, where are you, Baba? I have not been seeing you. So I said, okay, when you come back. When are you coming back? He told me. And when I met him, he said, Baba, you started asking me to run. And I run. Now you are running away, Baba. It's true. After I became the president, I went back to my village.
Why are you running away, Baba?
Because I don't want to be a minister. I don't want to be anything.
But you can advise your experience.
Where will I do that? Where will I do it? Will I take the place of his wife in his bedroom? He's already in the presidency. I won't go there to live.
So that you don't look you there?
No, she don't look. I went back home. And when they called me, and I said, okay, I'm sorry. What do I do? He said, anytime you are around, I feel comfortable. And I said, okay, I'll be coming around. So occasionally I go to Abuja, spend few days. I may not even see him.
Why?
Because, you know, the president is a very busy thing.
But Chief Akonde should see the president. Anytime he wants.
If I see him, what will I tell him? Do I read file on education? Do I read file on health? Do I read file on security? What will I tell him?
So what will you write in your next book?
Oh, what I observe.
So what are you observing?
I won't call it my participation there. I call it my observations.
So what are you observing? Tinubu has done almost 2 years.
Oh, yes. I know he's going in the right direction. I told you the other time that Nigeria was almost gone. Well, when a country is borrowing money from abroad, it can't get to borrow again. Borrowing from inside, it can't get to borrow again. Started printing money.
So Buhari destroyed Nigeria?
Not Buhari.
Who?
Oh, Nigeria.
No, Chief Akonde.
I won't say Buhari destroyed Nigeria.
Who was borrowing money?
Nigerian government.
Buhari was Nigerian government.
Yes,
APC.
Agreed, yes.
So APC wrecked Nigeria.
Look, that case is in court now. Let the case be out of court. We'll talk about
what case is in court?
Oh, the central bank is in court.
But the APC caused economic havoc in Nigeria.
No, Nigeria was down. The only thing was that when the APC came, it was difficult to start. Now they have seen the way and they are starting well. Peace is coming back. You know,
peace
is coming back.
Did you say
it's
peace?
Much better now, yes.
There's a new terrorist group in Sokoto.
Oh,
the southeast is on fire.
Can you compare that with what you are having?
Bandits are attacking communities in Katsina.
No. If that is what you compare with what you have 3, 4, 5 years, 8 years, 9, 10 years ago, then you don't measure well. Under APC, peace is coming to Nigeria, and the economy is becoming more stable.
Have you heard people screaming Ibimpami?
Come to my compound here. I will give you plenty of tomato, plenty of things to, you know.
There's hunger in the land.
If you are lazy, if you are in Nigeria.
There's hunger in the land.
If you are lazy in Nigeria, a corn, just a seed of corn, put it on soil. In under 3 months, you have about 1,000 seeds. Nigeria, except lazy people.
Lazy people?
Yes. In Nigeria.
The dollar, the naira has been devalued.
Oh, the naira is not devalued. The naira remains the naira. Naira chasing other money without productivity will disappear.
So we need to produce.
You have to produce.
Have you told the president that?
Oh, yes. It's not the president to produce. It is those who thought the government should produce and took over production from BP, from Mobil, from Shell, and call it an NPC that destroyed this country. They took production from radio this, radio that, and call everything Radio Nigeria. They destroyed this country. Take school from this proprietor, from that proprietor, and so on. I think we are running a communism. Those are the people that destroyed this country. Take things away from everybody and concentrate it in the hands of the government. Those are the people that destroyed this country.
No, Baba, during your 85th birthday,
yes,
you delivered a speech that got me so interested that I had to do an analysis of your speech for about 1 hour on radio. You said these coming political vagabonds are going to fight with you.
Yes.
Bisi Akonde declares coming political vagabonds.
Yes.
Who are these coming political vagabonds?
Oh, all right. So if you want to know who the political vagabonds are, here they are right here. So here are the political vagabonds. You can the vow of the Gabon is Atiku Abubakar right there, and nobody more of a vagabond than what's it called? Abubakar Malami. So those are the vagabonds right there. Let's just say it off and then we kick the session off.
Vagabonds. Who are they?
Plenty in the streets. Those who see power as a means of livelihood. They are snatching power, left, right, and center.
So they are in power already?
No, they are coming.
They are still coming?
Some of them are in it, some are still coming. They become the example of most. I was talking to the governors.
The governor?
Yes.
Please talk to them. Let's hear.
That's what you are reading now. That they shouldn't allow the vagabonds to take over from them.
You said these coming political vagabonds are going to fight you?
Yes.
Today the vagabonds are hiding under your armpits, under your garments.
Yes.
The current political leaders in Nigeria should be careful of these new sets of vagabonds.
Yes.
These new sets of vagabonds.
Yes.
They are old sets of vagabonds. Who are the old sets?
Please. The vagabonds are in the streets and they are taking over power. In my days, people don't go to government for money at all. You come out, if not possible, poorer than you go in.
But that has changed.
Oh, you go there now to make money.
So the vagabonds have been around.
No, some of them are there. Some are coming.
And more are coming.
Oh, yes.
That is trouble for Nigeria.
Oh, it's trouble for everybody.
So what do we do?
Oh, I warned. I can only warn. I can't stop. I'm not a police. I'm not the security. I'm not anybody. I'm not the active politicians. You know.
You said the vagabonds are the most corrupt.
Yes.
And are becoming more popular in the minds of the people.
Yes.
They have more money and are possibly richer than you.
Oh, yes.
They will fight and possibly take over power if you are not careful. But they don't mean well for the nation.
They don't. Because they have no thinking other than going there to take the money.
But they're already taking the money.
They're already, oh yes. Me and you should fight hard to stop them. If we can't, we are gone.
We should fight.
Oh, we should.
Tinubu can do something, right?
Oh, he has started doing a lot.
But more money is still flying out of the system.
Oh, there's nothing he can do. You know, he's been concentrating on the revenue aspect of the economy. Last year, when the new tax bill is passed, let's see what he will do again at the expenditure end.
You are so in support of the new tax bill?
Oh, absolutely. Those who are opposed to it, they don't have anything to point to.
The North is opposed to it.
They don't. Some of them, when I ask, they don't even read it. They read the sharing formula.
So they should go read it.
Oh yes, they are reading it now. They are reading it. They are changing heart.
Before Tinubu came,
Yes.
you were an apostle of decentralization of power.
Centralization of power.
So that is this now next question. It shows the inherent hypocrisy of some of the Yoruba leadership space. So what this guy essentially is asking him is that before Tinubu came into power, he was a proponent of restructuring, balkanization of the country, Yoruba nation. That was his politics. But now that his boy is president, what is his politics now?
Decentralization.
Oh, decentralization. Thank you.
What some call restructuring,
Yes.
of the Nigerian state.
Yes.
It seems everybody in Yoruba land is now quiet about restructuring. Why?
Well, when trees fall upon trees, you take the one on top. If you start taking the one below, you won't be able to take any tree out of the fallen trees. Definitely, the economy is so bad that you can't restructure anything until you restructure the economy. You can't. You can't restructure anything until you restructure the economy. When the economy is fully restructured, the politics restructuring will be easier.
But some would say it's when you restructure the politics that you opened up the economy.
Circumstances are not the same all the time. The case of Nigeria is worse than that now.
You know, Buhari gave us the same excuse. Let's fix the economy. Jonathan came, let's fix the economy.
I don't know what they mean, but I know Tinubu is now fixing the economy.
And we are getting hungrier.
I don't know. If you are lazy, you will.
You are towing the Buhari line. Where Buhari called Nigerian youths lazy.
Honestly, what I mean is that he who does not work shall not eat.
They are working. There's no even job.
Oh.
There's unemployment. Inflation is more than 30%. Chief Akonde.
Look, come to my place in Ila. I will take you to my farm. I harvest.
Should I announce to the world that we should move to a loud or to come and eat from your farm?
I only feed myself. I try to feed myself. Go around my house, this one. Go around. You will see my vegetables. I eat from the compound here. I don't go out.
So you believe restructuring will come?
Oh, yes. Immediately after, when the economy is straightened, the political structure will start.
But that will not be in Tinubu's first term.
I don't know when it will be, but what I know is that.
So what is said right there is consistent with what we've always spoken about here, that Tinubu's second term will be all about restructuring. Because if he doesn't restructure the country, if he hands over back to the North in 2031, then it will just be a repetition of what we had with Buhari. So we can't have that. So somebody will build up the country, they will come in and loot everything. Then another southerner comes in to build up the country, they will come in and loot everything. So Tinubu has to leave it in such a way that they cannot come in and loot again. And that's all wrapped around restructuring. Only a couple more minutes of this.
Where you concentrate the economy in few hands, others won't be able to reach it. Now, let them liberate the economy. Then we will be able to think in a liberal way to say, okay, when do we liberate the politics?
So there it is right there. So that was Chief Bisi Akonde. So I'll send the link again. If you want the conversation, then come in. Otherwise, we say good night. But I'll play the Kegite music. We'll see what happens next. Should I play this? We've not played this in a while. Let's play this one.
Where are you? Ìfà lóní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóyè ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọn á fi jòyè ẹnùkú. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọn á fi jòyè aláre. àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And it is right there. So we've got Baba joining us. So also there's Baba and Thomas is here as well. For the after hours, which almost likely would not happen. But let's kick it off with Baba. So Baba, you're up first.
Yeah, woman. Good evening. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. Good of it. I know you're very busy, but so you don't have yeah.
It's all right. Let it get people, and I can drop out. But I'll still be following along.
Your voice sounds a bit low. Are you carrying a bit of something?
I just had a heavy meal.
Oh right, better.
Hello, my people in the comment section. How are you doing today, my co-panelists? I salute, and our esteemed viewers. We cherish you. We are happy you are joining with us today again. Don't forget, click the like button. That's most important to us. You register your presence in doing so, and subscribe, and also share the stream. Thank you. Yeah, one man, before I go to the IPOB issue, which is a non-issue, let me discuss the Chief BC Akonde.
It's the #1 trending clip. Everywhere, everybody's talking about it. It's even been, the print media is quoting from it. Yeah, go for it, Baba.
Yeah, at 86, I think he's 86 actually, and I can go along with what he's saying, even though it's like rearranging a kind of puzzle, and it did not actually situate them well in order. But the particular one is about the NSAS, for instance. The NSAS was planned in US. As of the time of planning, it was not an obedient issue or no name attached to it. It wasn't organic.
But when he said obedient, I understood that to mean Southeastern. I think it meant like it was a Southeastern agenda. That's what he was saying.
Okay. If you put it that way, but principally, the organizers from the America, well-funded, structured, and I don't need to repeat what happened. And it was going to envelope the country, but to the extent that even Shure showed up wanting to buy, eat where he did not sow or where he wanted to reap, they sent him away because they don't want such affiliation. They know what they're doing, very pointed. But they underestimated the people they are against. And of course, the rest is history. It is at the point, the grouping, according to intelligence, in the US that planned it. When politics started and Obi moved away from PDP, that movement actually adopted Obi. Obi does not know anything about it. They adopted Obi. The people are still there, those who organized it. Even Obi is just coming to know because he himself was like enveloped and surprised to have that kind of wind behind his sail. Fortunately or unfortunately, the moniker they chose, obedience, also tallied with his name, Obi. So it's kind of tongue-in-cheek thing. And of course, it gained roots. So that is why I said, but the way you put it also now, I think I can understand what Chief B.C. Akonde meant by that. But until that riot failed and Obi left PDP and they adopted him, that is why till tomorrow, Obi doesn't have a clue about that organization. That is why he has no control whatsoever about it. And
What
that is
about
the dilemma.
what about him saying that he wanted a Yoruba president? What is that too much ethnic jingoism from the chief?
No, what happened is this.
Because why should it matter a Yoruba president? Do you not want a Nigerian president?
No, what matter is this. Look, whether we like it or not, one-man panelists comment session, our country has always been run along tribal, ethnic nationality basis. I don't know. Some people think it is, how do I put it? It is politically correct to say, oh, I'm a Nigerian, I'm not for this, I'm not for that. I'm not shy. I will not duck away from it. I am a Yoruba man. True and true. An Igbo man is an Igbo man, true and true. Ditto for an Hausa man. We chose to come together as a country to form a big entity called Nigeria and thrive. That is the basic truth. Any other person that is saying, no, I've been Nigerian, I don't know anything. Sure, you lie to yourselves. You lie to yourselves. The rulership of the country has always been, despite the creation of Midwest region, always been on the tripod, Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. It's like I've always propagated here. It has always been 2 against 1. The Yorubas have never, they've always been in opposition right from the word get-go. 4 years to independence or 5 years to independence, have been pre-independence, post-independence. It has always been like that. The Yoruba has always been in opposition. Never have hold of power. So, and it is believed that they could really run the country because they showed good example in the Western region. They showed good example, the envy of the world, not just Africa. Amongst the 3 and later 4, that region was the best. Those who want to deny that can look at those they hold on to today as their icon. They all schooled in Western Nigeria. All of them, dead or alive. They schooled in Western Nigeria and they benefited from everything in that region: education, health, and administrative issues. They benefited. So what are we saying here? They've always wanted to restructure the country. They've always, that is the West, the Yorubas. So when Obasanjo was there, he's a Yoruba man, quite all right, but he was a military candidate and he never wanted to hear the word restructure. It's not in his lexicon. He put himself out there as a pan-Nigerian. Good. Nobody quarrels with that. After all, he is or was a military man. He speaks Hausa fluently, speaks Yoruba well. He moves around in all military formation before he became a head of state. So technically, in view of the hardcore Yoruba politicians that wants restructuring, he is not their man. He is not their man. So come Yaradua, come Jonathan, and of course Buhari. They were always in opposition. And then they saw their opportunity in Buhari and grabbed it, put him forward, did his 8 years, and that is where Jagaban said, Yoruba ló kàn, and tó bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ Yoruba ló kàn, èmi ló kàn. It is the turn of the Yorubas, and rightfully so, without apology to anybody. To rule. And of course, they grab power. And everything is unraveling. And he put it succinctly to restructure. You have to fix the economy first, because that is what is required in the fierce urgency of today's time. Because this treasury of the country had been bastardized. Not Buhari 8 years that drove it into a hole. It's been long coming. Post-independence, we've always lived on borrowed time, borrowed money. So this time around, I can see they're like going around the vagabonds. I like that word. The vagabonds are gathering. And when I look at them, I just shake my head. Shake my head in the sense that which Nigerian does not know who Atiku is? Fayemi.
Why did Fayemi bring himself into that play? I didn't know that there were issues there. How come
the thing is, I'm sorry.
with?
For the first time, I think I won't go that. Fayemi, I think. Yes.
But
BT.
Can I ask you a question, sir? It might be inside.
Yeah, please go ahead.
If you're a member of that coalition, would you trust Fayemi in your midst?
Say again.
If you were a member of that coalition, would you trust Fayemi joining that?
Fayemi, I spit. That's the best, the worst I can, the best I can say. I am not given to using a heavy word. I can see Fayemi face to
Baba,
face.
good evening. This is Adama. To buttress what the question BT asked, and you said you spit. Could you
Yes.
please, without giving out too much, I know you're very careful, well respected on this panel. I look for your word to your opinion. Why would you use the word I spit? What
This
is
is
it?
it. Yeah. This is a man. He was a lecturer during the MKO Wahala. He was when he left, all of them left. He got a teaching appointment in University of Ghana in West Legon, Accra, and he was running with Dili Momodu, Radio Kudirat. It was a pirate radio, well funded, well equipped. So when they all came back after the demise of Abacha, and he was up front there. He doesn't know anything about politics. The wife, Irelu Fayemi, doesn't even want the husband to near politics because he almost lost his life running Radio Kudirat. Abacha was really after him. And they formed their party, and he became governor later. He lost. He came back. He ruled Ekiti for 8 years, with I think a gap in between. What did he do in Ekiti? He used Ekiti's money first in the only thing noted for: Grandoy's bedroom, big furnitures, nothing to show for it. He was minister for 8 years under Muhammadu Buhari. He held the post of mines minister. He was in charge of mines ministry. What did he do there? Nothing. For that 8 years, they looted us blind. People, the mines, so-called mines in the north. Did we hear anything, any noise from him? Nothing. This time around, he showed his chest. These are people who effortlessly had always eaten at the table of hardcore politicians. What the modern young people call anywhere belle face. But they will gather and they will scatter.
Daddy, good evening, Ekalisa.
Hey, Tommy, báwo ilé ńkọ́?
Àlàáfíà ni sir, ẹ pẹ́ fún wa. What I think what BT is trying to say, then I want to ask you as well. Don't you think Fayemi can be a mole among them? Thank you, sir.
I want to believe that, and I'll be happy if that is the role he's playing. I'll be happy.
That's the reason why I asked you earlier that if you were part of that group, would you trust him? Because this guy has worked with Tinubu for how many decades now? They've been friends for how many years? So how will I wouldn't trust him. I wouldn't feel comfortable with him being around us and leaking secrets to him or our plans to him. And I want to believe that Tinubu has moles in that group. And
BT, let's face the truth. There is that possibility. But if you remember very well, he was part of Professor Shibaju's campaign for presidency.
So they want their pound of flesh. They want their pound of flesh on Tinubu. Is that what you're saying? they want to get him right.
Yeah, they really look like I've said it severally here. Most of them actually they don't know Tinubu as a person. When I say they don't know Tinubu, because these are academicians. Professor Shiba, you worked with him, and a host of others. But the nearest of them mostly are from your state, BT, Ogun State. They are not hardcore Yoruba Lagosians. It's only the Yoruba Lagosians, and I'm telling you the truth. This is where most of them are failing, that have the understanding of the person Tinubu is. Without disparaging myself, Thomas, BT,
Sir?
and yeah, and who else? I think the two of you are the Yorubas here. Even in the corner of your room when discussing, I know what you will say. I know how you will define the Yoruba Lagosians. And you may not be too far from the truth. But in that your description, you still have a lot of respect for the Yoruba Lagosian. That how did they manage it to be seen as a spendthrift, to be seen as extravagance, to be seen as flamboyant, and
Hey,
at the
hey,
same
Baba,
time
can I ask a question?
being
Just
successful. Let me just make that point, please, man of prestige, MOP. You understand? And yet they are successful and robust in their ways. That is who he is. And that has been his staying power. And if they think because of that kind of, how do I put it, that simple outlook, without seeing the steel behind that light, supposed lightness, that is where they are making mistakes and always falling, and it's always beating them. Man of prestige, please come in.
yeah, greeting everybody. I think Baba T as a person, how can Farisee be trusted? I mean, I'm looking at him when it comes to Nigerian space. Are most Nigerian politicians not vagabonds? I mean, tell me any Nigerian politician that's not a vagabond. They wander from one party to another party. I mean, who can you trust? I mean, look at Wike from PDP to AP. So in that, in that angle, I don't really see any Nigerian politician to trust. Fayemi shouldn't be the worst of all Nigerians that you can't trust. So all of them are the same thing. That's the way I look at it. I was just thinking about the question that Baba T, posed. I mean, is he the only one that can be trusted among them? That's what they do. They are all vagabonds. So I just want to, say what I was thinking
Yeah,
in
I
that
agree with
regard.
you. Without exception, they are all vagabonds. But in the hierarchy of vagabonds, there are the ones that are top of the shelf, if you understand what I mean. The way he is, Fayemi, I don't think he's a mole. Because if you listen to the people who actually pushed Osinbajo to contest, he is amongst them. And yet, he was one of the first people to stand down that day in the primary.
But Daddy, it can still be a mole backing Oshibajo. It can still be a mole in Oshibajo's camp. You can't trust him as well. You understand what I'm saying? Also, the Jordan no in the Oshibajo's camp, giving Tinubu
Well,
some
yes.
hints.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. You have a point there. You have a point there, but time will tell. But as I speak right now, I don't look at him as a mole. But other than that, he just doesn't know how to play the politics. There is something, He's an academician, no doubt about it. He's an academician. And academicians, they have a different approach to politics. They think they are just like activists, political activists. They think they know all, but give them power, they fumble. Because IBB used a lot of them. IBB used a lot of academicians. Chief Olufalaye, Dr. Okogu, Dr. Idika Kalu, or Idika Kalu, Idika Kalu, a lot, Professor Bolaji Ogunsanwo, and IBB used a lot of them. And we know how that panned out. They took us into SAP and a lot of economic journey, some labyrinths we don't even know about, and it all failed. So I've never respected academicians. They are very good theorists. They don't deliver. This is my belief. But this gathering, I can see now, they are wasting their time. I'm not given to wishes or being whimsical or a simple thing at mind and say Tinubu will be kicked out or do this thing, because I follow. I'm not a pedestrian when it comes to the matter of my country. As we speak, Tinubu is reformatting the military postings and bases. Obasanjo did well. He removed all the political military men, and since then, nothing. But this man has come quietly, is reformatting everything, removing the naval headquarters from the one in Kaduna. I don't know what a naval formation is doing in Kaduna, where they don't have water. The only thing I see when I see Navy is there are ships. And in this case, nothing in Kaduna. So what's that doing? A lot of that is going on. And the national security man, Nuhu Ribadu, is his man. So if they think they can egg the military to come out, which of them? Which of the military? All the Fulanis are gone. All the Fulanis are gone. How many generals? How many GOCs are Fulanis? You don't know. So you can just wish. And if wishes were horses, beggars will ride. So, one man, which other topic is available? Because it's people now.
All right. We were also talking about the appeal court reaffirming IPOB as a terror group. Evans, the kidnapper, asking for clemency. Sheyi Makinde going ethnic, and we're talking about that. I think you've already referenced it. That image of these people, the opposition taking shape against Tinubu for 2027.
Look, that opposition taking shape is is tragic, if not laughable, because this gathering, they are just helping Tinubu the same way they did in 2023. It can only end up favoring Tinubu.
But Daddy, are you opposing to opposition? Because we need opposition. Tinubu can't be the Lord and Savior of Nigeria.
Why? In a democracy, we must have opposition, but very robust, viral, current people have to be in opposition. But when I look at this opposition, You have to have a base. Look at Kemi Badenoch when she sits in the aisle. Look at his parliamentarian behind him. A lot of things wrong with that our constitution. We don't need to change the constitution. We need to tweak it. One of the things Tinubu will do now, or in the second term, they have to adhere to that portion of the constitution that forbids cross-carpeting. That cross-carpeting is at the heart of the dirty politics we play in our country. The constitution says you contest an election on the basis of a political party. That means the party owns the seat if you won. So a man who won an election under the banner of party A, you sat in parliament. One day, second day, you now cross and went to party B.
But Daddy, there's an addendum there that if there's a crisis in your party, you are allowed to leave the party, isn't it?
Yeah, but you have to prove it. The matter has to go to court. It is not the Senate president or the chairman of the House of Representatives that will judge that. But in this case, it is left to the president or the chairman to now say, this is the reason why he crossed carpet. No. First, you must leave that seat. Go to court and complain. When you lose, there will be another election. If the court believes you, you retain that seat under the new political banner. That's what the law says. That is even morally, that is even the right thing. If you don't want to talk law now, because that is at the heart of all of this political shenanigans that is going on, cross-carpeting. So it make politicians become susceptible to bribery, easy money. So it's one of the things we have to address. If you leave your seat, no cross-carpeting. So we can know how many we are in party A, party B, party C, and stuff like that. So this gathering, they are gathering and say they want to Hell Rufai, Hell Rufai is talking about the military and talking about their virtues and things like that, kind of what one man always call a dog whistle and things like that. And you say you are a Democrat. You want to rule. You want to gather forces and marshal it for the next election in the fashion of what APC did in 2013, not knowing that it's a different atmosphere now. They don't have a Buhari who came into it with fake 12 million votes consistently 3 times. You have an Atiku whose political strength is not even defined. I think he has contested 6 times already. This will be his 7th time. And we have El Rufai, who is never truthful. You need to read Obasanjo's book, the volume 2 of his trilogy, memoir. He's there. He talked about his character. He said, basically, he cannot be trusted. I underline it. That's what he said. I think in just 3 paragraphs, page 240 something of the 2nd volume. You won't buy him if you read what the description of, and Obasanjo knows him well, like he knows Atiku. You can't buy, if they put him, if you read it and they put at El Rufai on a shelf, you won't buy it for 1 cent. we are not being served, whether by whether by destiny of our country or otherwise, by these kind of politicians. We need men, heavyweight, men of timber and caliber, caterpillar, juggernaut. Those are the men we need in this time. But looking at the political terrain, I find none, because they have all soiled their hands. They wear a wretched garment. I yield one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent, Baba. So, Baba, stay with us just for as long as you can. I'm going to move it around fairly quickly, so just so that every voice gets to speak, and then we'll open it up so we have a broader conversation. So, 5-7 minutes monologue. We kick it off with our man of prestige. So, prestige, the floor is yours. We have talking points, but it's slim pickings in the news. We're just really opening the space for people to speak. So, either to the talking point or whatever piques your interest. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I pretty much know about the lineup, BC, what's going on, the group that is forming their whatever they're doing right now. And the one from I think Makinde, but I'm not going to speak about that one of Evie. That's frivolous to me. So, but then before I start, before Baba leave, I wanted Baba to answer this question if he wants to, but you don't have to. You and Ogweni are one of the proponents of, who has been, I guess, anti-Pharaoh to me. Now that everything has been resolved and he has been made, the Secretary General, of what you call it, that Yoruba and Afenifere. So, but I know that has been in the making. It wasn't they didn't just give him this because of what just transpired. So, what say you? Has Pharaoh been vindicated? You're all against him, maybe because he's against the APC government, or because he support obedience. So that's the way I look at it. So, what say you now? Before I proceed.
Okay, man of prestige. I'm not APC's supporter. I'm
You
Tinubu's
don't have you don't have to you
supporter.
don't, you don't have to give me that excuse. That's okay. It's not
No,
important. I
no,
know
no.
where you are.
I am Tinubu's man. I've repeated it hundreds of times on this platform.
It's
The
okay. Go
Pharaoh,
ahead.
the Pharaoh Timi case. I'm sure you didn't take a listening 4 days ago or thereabout. You overflogged it here on this issue, and
Probably didn't listen.
and everybody has come. I think I'm not a good mathematician, but I think we all came to a concession that Are Babalola capitulated. And some people even put it to the fact that maybe, just maybe, they've seen the evidence Farotime has, and it is overwhelming. That's why he capitulated. But for me, I think we are not being served, in the sense that I prayed here that the day, 4 days ago, that I prayed Deliver to me will reject that forgiveness and go ahead, so that we will have the pleasure of seeing the judiciary being brought down effectively. You understand? That is my point there. So does that satisfy you?
No, it's okay. I just want to know your opinion. Like I said, like you say you flogged it 4 days ago, wherever. I wasn't listening. every now and then I listen, so I didn't listen. But that's okay, I just want to hear your own narrative. I know when he's not here, so I know two of you was, against him during that time. But anyway, it is what it is, part of politics.
Yeah,
So,
he
like I said,
capitulated. Simple. Thank you.
okay, that's okay. I greet everybody. Let me start with BC Akande, what he was saying. I think this is the first time. No, I heard about him saying something about
Sorry, Prestige. You don't necessarily have to speak to the talking point. So if there's
yeah,
anything else but go for it.
I'm very much interested in in his narrative. What he was saying about about the NSAC. Of course, some other things that he said. I know he's a Tinubu sycophancy. I'm not really concerned about say him. He wants a Yoruba president. I mean, other tribe may do the same thing. We are very tribal, so I don't have an issue for him coming say, I'm a Tinubu man, I want a Yoruba president. There's nothing wrong that I want Igbo president. Whether it serve me good or don't serve me good, it's just part of Nigerian politics. So I don't have an issue about him, utilizing about Tinubu being a sycophancy, I mean, even people not from that tribe, they are all sycophancy when it comes to whatever suit their own interest. So that's the Nigerian politics for you. But the place that I have an issue with him was the comment that he made, the N-Star, the hashtag N-Star protest, was part of obedience. I mean, the correlation there doesn't even make sense. I think I like the way Baba put it. Yeah, if you look at the origin of the N-Star, this it started from Twitter place, from my own understanding, the way I read it, in 2017. That's when it started, from 2007 in a Twitter space, but it didn't start. It didn't take place until October 2020. And they draw their inspiration from the Black Lives Matter. That's where they draw their inspiration from. I don't know who sponsored it. I have not been able to get more detail where it started, whether it originated from US or wherever. But it has no correlation. That's the only part I have an issue with him. If he has put it the way Baba put it, then I said, this man, you know what you're talking about. So I call all what he was talking about nonsense conspiracy theory. I mean, with due respect to him, in that area, he was being very delusional, in my own opinion. This happened in 2020, and this thing, Tinubu came in. The campaign started in 2022. So, and there's no correlation with the answer, and obedience. When obedience start campaigning until 2020, that's when obedience came into. He was in PDP before he decided to join to Labour Party. That was, so there's no correlation, and saying that. I mean, some of you have made that narrative here that, the answer is an southeastern stuff. I don't really buy that. I mean, I know this guy used to be a musician. What's his name from USA that participated? I mean, a lot of it's from every tribe that participated, to my own understanding, that I watched. So nobody can come here and come up with that it's a southeastern thing, and it's not an obedience thing. It's the obedience, part of the obedience. They the one. Okay, you can say part of the obedience, they part of that N-Star group, most of them, I don't know how many, they ended up, being an obedience. So obedience, we never had the name obedience during that time. Obedience, is the group, the organization they are formed themselves, you may see part of that group eventually, migrated to become an obedience. I don't know how many percentage, 80%, 60%, or you can say 100%, but it doesn't really make any difference. So I question his narrative as, I just said, he just made a comment like they formed that N-Star protest, in order to go against Tinubu. There's no correlation there. I mean, they may have protested, went to Tinubu, he went to France or whatever, all those things that happened about that time. It has nothing to do with Tinubu. It's about the, special anti-robbery squad, that was terrorizing Nigeria for, I don't know, 9 years, ripping people off, they're not doing their due diligence. So that has no correlation. So I query with him heavily in that regard. I don't agree completely what he said, the way he put it. So having said that, that's his own point of view, but it should be making the right narrative, because there are some people who don't read or who don't pay attention to, or even younger people, who didn't even know what happened, probably were teenager or whatever, more younger, don't get the news, that's misinformation he just gave, even at all with his intellectual. I don't know what his intellectual, level in that regard. So that's the way I see that, it's a wrong narrative. So, coming to what's going on in Nigerian space right now about these people forming their own group in order to usurp Tinubu place. I don't see anything wrong with forming a group, or forming an opposition. Nigeria should be allowed to have an opposition, because there's no way we don't want a one-party system. There should be an opposition from, but the way some group are doing it, particularly the way what Erufai was saying, I find some of them very, very, very appalling. I mean, because if anybody, it doesn't matter where they're from, if anybody has used those kind of word that he used, about like a military coup or something like that, they will charge the person for cyber crime. Look at Showore, look at some other people, even I think there's a guy they say they have just arrested. He was mocking somebody somebody a general. I don't know if the wife died or whatever. I forgot in the whole story. I don't have the whole story, and he has been arrested. But the point I'm trying to make, they have a lot of people has been charged for cyber crime. So if everything, because that cyber crime is very frivolous to me, in my own opinion. But if anybody had used the line that Erufai used, to make that comment, they would have tried to charge the person for cyber crime. So every file, to be honestly, I don't trust that man. I mean, if you look at the atrocity that he committed when he was the governor, you know, in Kaduna, the southern Kaduna Christians, I mean, they were being massacred, every day. And you expect me to come and trust that kind of person? Yeah, they can form a group. There's nothing really wrong, but I have an issue. In as far as I'm not a Tinubu supporter, but I will be pissed off if we be join that group because a Southerner has to be there for 8 years. I don't care if it is Tinubu for have his 4 more years, but the Northerners just feel like you know they have authority over the presidency of Nigeria. That's where I have an issue. All these things they are planning right now for I mean, did they feel like the South can rule the country? After all, they ruled the country for about three-thirds of since we have an independence. The Northerners has always been in position. They just feel like they're entitled. I shouldn't be making it general because if I'm making it general, look, I'm
Man
talking
of
about it.
prestige. Man of prestige.
Yes.
Is Tinubu a Southern president?
Is Tinubu a Southern president?
Yes.
I don't care if it is Tinubu, but I want a Southerner to be there. If not, let it be Tinubu. I mean, I'm not
No,
a
but
Tinubu
is
supporter.
Tinubu a Southern president?
It's a Nigerian president.
Okay.
What's your point?
Don't worry. Go ahead. I will address
Okay.
it.
So the point I'm trying to make, I don't care if it is Tinubu. I said I'm not a supporter of Tinubu, but I'm on a Southern president, Tinubu or somebody else to be there. But let it not be somebody from the north. It doesn't matter. And I will be pissed off. I won't support Obi anymore if we decided, to join this nonsense group, that try to, take the presidency back to the north. What have they done for the country? This is the reason why these countries where they are right now. The full I mean the northern politicians. So let me not making it general because it's not all northerners. I have a very good not one of the northern in this thing. Doctor is my best friend, so I can't be making it general here. Let me not make. I'm talking about the rulers, the politicians. They're the one that put their people in this quagmire they are right now, and they can't be ruling the country forever. So, and like I said, El-Rufai cannot be trusted. And if we join that coalition, decided to take a vice president or any kind of seat or whatever, I'm not going to support him anymore. The presidency has to remain with the South, regardless whether it's for good or for bad, whether it went to hell or whatever, or it's going to be better. Let it remain with the South. So all this nonsense, this Northerners are doing, just like what somebody said here a while ago. That's why I was. That's why I wasn't happy at that time, because the person was saying the southwest and the northwest are the originator of Nigeria. I call that an insidious statement. I mean, look at what's happening right now. Is most of this problem not coming from the northwest? Because they feel like it's their bad right to be president. You have all of them there. Try to collide. About they didn't say anything when Buhari was in power. Nobody say anything. Buhari started this nonsense, this mess where we have right now. Jonathan wasn't all that bad like APC has been. So you can't separate any APC. APC has been in power for how many years? 10 years right now. Look at where they have gotten this country. It started from Buhari. You know, Buhari who does, if you want to talk about somebody who is ethnic junguism, is Buhari number one. He committed a genocide against the Igbo. I mean, he should even be tried for, he should even be tried for genocide. A lot of Nigerian people should be tried for genocide that participated in that Nigerian Biafra war. And Buhari, who is a president, as much as he hate one ethnic group, and here they supported him. They never said anything, by that time, it was nepotism at the highest level. Even I thought Tinubu is repeating it right now, which is terrible for Nigerian space, So, but Buhari started it, it was like about 90% or 90 something percent, you know, in nepotism to the highest level. That's where we are right now. Now they're planning because they feel like, the presidency is their bad right. This is where I'm very annoyed when it comes to that. So that's my opinion in reference to that. And let me make my one more point. I'm not gonna really say something about Mike in that much. I mean, there's nothing wrong with what he's doing. I mean, if you want to make it anything about Yoruba area, that's fine with me. I'm not gonna say anything about the other guy. I wanted to talk something about what's going on. Well, Trump that is not here, so I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna pivot to American politics. I'm more focused about.
It was here for a microsecond. I think he'll be back. I think he saw you and then he came into, to
Oh,
come
okay,
and
okay,
beat you,
okay,
come
okay.
and
Well,
attack you.
it's not about
Yeah.
him anyway. I was just going to make a general statement. Most people that,
Man
most
of
people.
President, what about him?
Oh well,
Anyway, go ahead.
Joel is here. So Joel is a MAGA, so or whatever, Trump supporter, or whatever. I mean, like I said, I've not spoken on this on your platform.
Sorry, Prestige. I've just started to experience buyer's remorse here at all these MAGA people.
I've seen it somewhere. I mean, it's just the beginning. It's just the beginning. How many Nigerians are going to be deported? I've been having different kind of figures. Some say 3,960. Some say about 5,200. So I don't really know what the figure. But a lot of Nigerians, are going to be deported. A lot. You all don't know there's a lot of illegal Nigerians here. I mean, people in America. You see the problem I have with some of the Nigerians, particularly the diaspora, you're an immigrant, and you're against. This is where immigrant hate another immigrant. This is the problem with Africa general. That's the problem they have. I'm not here supporting somebody coming here illegal or overstay, but um, everything. Look at what Trump has revoked. Everything. Yes, good. Let him do that. He has revoked the aid to to the world. Most of them go to Africa. Everything that he's doing, he doesn't care about you. Look at what's going on in Congo. He hasn't even mentioned it. He's not going to mention it because he doesn't give a damn about Africa. So it's about time the Africa wake up, and take the bull by hand, start, taking care of their own. Don't depend on America, because Trump don't care for you. Trump not even going to visit. Anybody wants to bet with me here that Trump not going to step anywhere foot in Africa.
Is that
He's
not
probably
better?
not going to talk anything about Africa.
Is that not better?
Huh?
When you guys went to
Yeah,
Africa,
it's better.
hold
You,
on
you need to
now.
take care. You need to take care of yourself. But I'm just saying.
Hold on. When you guys went to Africa, what did you do? What did you sell us? Did you
Forget.
sell us
Okay,
industry?
do
No. You only brought the
it.
LGBTQ to Africa. So what you
I'm
have
again.
you have no
Listen to
moral
me.
standing. You hold on, please, because you've been talking about these things, and I've seen a lot of you come on air speaking against Trump and what Trump is doing. I'm looking at Nigerians that support his policies as sellout and all that. That is far from the truth. If your kid was Lakey Riley, you wouldn't be saying this.
You know what?
Somebody, hold on, please. If your own state, if a state like California can spend over $53 million on immigrants while they have people on the street, then that is stupidity. We are talking about common sense. Common sense. You spend about 50. You were planning to send $50 million to Gaza for condoms, and you sell weapons to Israel. What is wrong with you guys?
Okay.
You spend about hold on.
Don't take
Because
don't take my time.
okay,
Calm down. Don't take my time.
I'm not going to. Let me just make this last point. If I could pull out the frivolities you guys were spending money on, including spending about $10 million or so to do a research project on pandas if they can be gay. Look, you guys have to be careful. And that is what I have to tell you, a man of prestige. This period, he is saying that you cannot come in millions yearly. 5,000 a month, 5,000 a day is too much. It is unreasonable in any country. It has nothing to do. You want to destroy this place. Why are you in the United States? So you come with this your boju sentiment. You destroy where you are staying. Then you run to where? Europe, China. I beg. This is the government of common sense. But I
Okay.
yield. I will
Okay,
come back to this.
let me continue on where I stopped, Joe. I'm not here to make a difference between the Republican and the Democrat. That's not my point. Like I said, Trump is voted and he's my president. I'm in support of some of the things that he's doing. I'm not even quarreling him, being American first. Whatever he want to send everybody that he feel is illegal or something like that, because or every crime is every crime is not criminal. I mean, in my own opinion, I mean, we can't just. I mean, look at. I mean, Ghana is Ghana about 500 and something with their small population. They probably, in terms of population, narrative wise, he probably have the highest. So he's sending everybody. Nobody's immune to it. I'm not against him. If you want to clean up everybody that doesn't belong to America, clean them up. American first. That's the way it's supposed to be. And I'm not against what Trump is doing. But I have an opinion and I can say about it. I mean, Trump is a very transactional president. He wants everything is all about optic. There's something I have to tell you. Until it actually happen, after he has actualized his deportation, we're gonna see. We're gonna compile the figures. Are gonna be there. Who has deported the most? If you look at during the Obama, nobody even know that he was deporting people until it actually happened. Trump is about optic. He wants to start a fight. It's a good politics for him. It may not be good politics for him. Everything has to be on camera. Look at Dr. Phil was in Chicago. He's supposed to be a talk show host. You in Chicago, become an unofficial police person, detaining immigrants. Did you see him in Chicago? But everything he just send them the blog. Everything has to be live. I mean, people are running crazy everywhere. Like they don't even know where they are. I was just coming back from Florida. One man. Did you know what? I came back from Florida yesterday. Did you know what DeSantis is proposing? Nah, this is the first time. You know how DeSantis, I don't know if you are familiar with America, I mean, Florida or something, because I lived that place sometime, He has proposed something against illegal immigrants, which the Congress, in Florida went against. This is the first time they have, they have it disallowed with him. They don't want to align with him. He don't want to go with what Trump is proposing. He has gone further because he thinks that Trump anti-immigrant policy is not good enough. It's kind of a watered down. So he has proposed a more higher punishment. If you come here, if you're an immigrant, legal immigrant, you have a green card or whatever, he don't want you to go to school. You can go to school, but you have to pay as out of public. Even I thought you've been there 20, 30 years, and you are legal immigrant because if you have a green card, I'm talking about green card. Hold on.
Hold on. Just hold on. Start to bring it home, and then we're going to answer. So
Okay.
bring it home, and then
So the point I'm trying to make, where how this thing has gotten, in Florida, DeSantis has proposed that if you're a legal immigrant with green card, you have lived in Florida, you have a legal status, you're supposed to be paying for in-state. As far as you've been there many, many years. So DeSantis has proposed a law to ban any legal immigrant with green card or permanent resident, whatever. They have to pay out of school. So he has gone further. So this is what's happening, in America right now. Like I said, I'm not against what Trump is doing. Or he can cut all aid to Africa, which he already did for 90 days and some other thing he has to do. Africa, you all need to wake up and take care of yourself. Don't just depend on America. Look at what China is doing. Look at what with their AI did 2 days ago. One man, you probably see the S&P lost billions ever, the first time in American history because of what China is rolling out right now, their own AI right now. So it's gonna be pushed against him. I mean, look at the break. Nigeria joined the break, the other day. I mean, they're not a full member. If you look at the statistics, 55 of the world population now is break, and they control 42% of the economy. So people gonna fight back. It's only people like Europe, they don't have any spine. They're not gonna be able to fight back because they have outsourced their factory to China. They have outsourced their defense to America. They have outsourced their energy to Russia. They don't have any spine. So Europe is nowhere. They are dying. But Africa need to wake up, and start, take the bull by the horn, maybe jump break. If that's gonna work, I don't know. But America is for America, and I'm in support of what he's doing, but some of them
Man
he's
of
going
Prestige,
overboard.
may I ask
Yeah.
you a question? And this
Yeah.
question is also for Joel. What do you think of locking people up at Guantanamo Bay
Yeah,
for
exactly. This is what
immigration
I was saying,
reasons?
Joel. I said some of them.
All right. Hold on.
Joel, answer.
I don't want it to go to American, but respond to that. Prestige. As a way
Well,
of,
I'm against it. I
yeah.
wanted to talk about what's going on in Congo. That is part of African problem, you know. So, but anyway, when it comes to my turn
Let
next time,
Joel
you know,
answer, beg. If
let Joel answer that.
I have to move it. Hold on. I have to move it around at some point. We've got Patoske, we've got Pansa, we've got you.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
One man, just give me. I won't be long with it. It's just a short one.
Right.
Yes. The issue there is this one. Man of Prestige, and I think that was Baba or Remy. Yes.
Yeah, Baba.
If you commit a crime, right? Heinous crime. Yes, you should be locked up. By coming into the country illegally, it's a crime in itself.
Is that a terrorist crime?
Hold on. We have them the other day in Nigeria. We did it in Nigeria. I did not see any hue and cry from any one of you. So that is what happened. The other time in Nigeria, I think that was 2 weeks ago. I don't know, one man, I didn't know if you put it up. We rounded up some immigrants. In fact, they were sitting on the floor. You know the way we did it in Nigeria.
Some Chinese.
823.
Exactly. And nobody cried. Nobody talked about it. The Chinese were not talking about it. Right? You guys here did not talk about it. The humane treatment that was better than those guys. Nobody talked about it.
I asked one man to talk about it.
Did they put them to Krikri? They just showed the Yahoo boys. What are you talking about?
No. Man of Prestige, you know that after, if they can make them sit on the floor, you can imagine where they will send them to. So let's leave it at that.
But they're not the only one. Nigeria is about 2/3 of the population.
Put it side by side with Guantanamo Bay.
46 Indians.
Joel, tell me another thing. Come on.
The Guantanamo Bay, because those people are criminals. If they are criminals, he wants to send those criminals into Guantanamo Bay. It is the right thing to do. Guantanamo Bay is just a jail. You call Guantanamo Bay like it's Pluto. It's just a jail, like every other jail that we have in all cities in the United States. And none of you have talked about it once in the cities, but you're so mad about Guantanamo Bay. If you are a criminal,
wait a minute, will you consider all crime as criminal? Would you adjudge all crime as criminal? Every crime criminal?
I can. No. You see, all crimes cannot be criminal. That would be unfair. But however, for those of them that killed people right on the street, that did the RAPE on kids or on anybody, they should stay. I don't think they should be sent to their country of origin. They should serve their time in Guantanamo Bay. Then they cannot send them back to their home. They must
how
be made to
about
pay
the people?
for
How
their
about the
actions.
people who overstayed their visa? Being rounded up. Would you send them to Guantanamo Bay?
Now, for those of them that overstayed their visa, right? I don't know what that's their own prerogative. If you are in good standing and they feel that they still want to deport you, that's on them.
No, they are deporting everybody.
Overstaying, let's call it what it is. It is still criminal. Let's call it what it is. Overstaying that you came in legally and you overstayed is also a crime on its own. So I just want us to make it good versus bad. Now you might want to bring up all this philosophy. You might want to look at it like if you're a Unitarian, or if you're what this other guys, or an atheist, whatever thing you want to look at it as. But for now, let's look at it from what is good and bad. Those things that we do in our own country, that or those things that we cry about in our own country, let's not come here and laugh about it. Thank you.
Thank you, one man. I'll stay.
All right, brilliant. So that was a little bit of American politics. I don't think we can avoid American politics really. With Trump in situation, it's almost an impossibility because every second is doing something mad. But talking about doing something mad, Pansat, you're up next. 5-7 minutes monologue from you, Pansat.
Thank you very much. Let me ask that my time be extended as much as I could consume in the course of this. Hello, everybody. It's great to be here with you as a distinguished
Pansat, one you're not a king now. You're going to take 7 minutes too.
All right. It's good to be here with all of you, a distinguished panel. One man, good to see you again here. And those who are in the comment section. I was impressed with the first 5 minutes of your remarks. Man of prestige. You talked about those who come on this panel and they prognosticate. They talk about, for example, Dele Farrow to me, what's going to happen to him, what's going to happen in the legal matter, and the shelf life of their foolishness is maybe 2 weeks, and then they disappear. Some disappear. Some who have shame they don't show up their face here anymore because they're going to say, hey, what did you say? But there are those who lack that shame, humiliation, mortification. They don't mind to just talk and lie here. They come back and they continue from, and one man gives them a chance to go to the next one. I want that stopped. I want, if somebody comes here and they prognosticate, talk about politics, especially when they do it with a pedantic fervor over scrupulousness, purist, dogmatic, formalist, and they're given time to just talk. Often they're forced to talk. Half an hour. They're somber sometimes. That low-key voice. In that they should actually be named deep throat on this platform. What we do here is serious. I know that a lot of you come here for the fun. If one man closes his show, you're crying because you don't have something else to do. But this is serious stuff, and you could then play a little bit with it, have fun. But it's not a place for you to just come lie with impunity. You could just say anything, then tomorrow you want to pile onto that. Dele Farrow, to me, I was the first here on this platform.
My friend, you shut up your dirty mouth, okay? Shut up your fucking dirty mouth, you nobody.
One man,
scrum of the society, low-level idiot. Will you stop talking about people and referring to them?
Words.
Animal like you.
Mute him or remove him. He's breaking the rules.
Like
I was saying, it's a serious platform whereby it's okay to be solemn. You have to be honest, earnest, sober. You want to be intellectual? Be intellectual. You want to be highbrow?
You have no grounding in intellectualism. You are just empty idiot that is boastful, empty without balls. You are an asshole of the highest order. I don't know why you are allowed on this panel. Idiot like you. You just refer to people and speak from both sides of your mouth.
Like I was saying,
you're a bloody asshole.
One man, are you gonna moderate here? Or this guy is just gonna be assaulting me, right? With impunity.
You've come for the first time after you've not been here for months, and the first thing you do is you wore your old garb. Are you not stupid?
Let me land.
You can't even no self-control.
Could I land?
Please? With your smelling mouth.
Please let me land. All right. So
shut up your mouth.
We have to have, if people have no honor, they have dishonor instead. They have no grace, they have disgrace.
If you don't talk about people, you are not satisfied. You don't speak to topic. You only come here to talk about people derogatorily, whereas you are nothing. You are empty. You just do cut and paste. I will always reply you. I will not allow you to get away with anything on this panel.
You might as well go to somebody
else. You're a very foolish old man. If you are old in the first place, you have a 35-year-old looking like a 65.
Gentlemen, please. Gentlemen, order.
Call him to order. Talk to the topic and leave people alone. If not, I will not leave him alone.
All right, order. Pansa, don't prod at people and Baba let him speak. So Pansa, don't prod.
Don't ever go at me. I will not accept it. I'm not your mate by all measure.
All right, let me say that my remarks actually go more to Obeni. I came here and I said that one of our heroes is delivered to me. It's better than Nelson Mandela. And I said what was happening was improper.
Sorry, Pansat. Ola, your device is not connecting properly. So click on mute and unmute 2-3 times. You are not connecting. I carry on, Pansat.
All right. And then I had over scrupulous people chiming in a sophistic way, casuistic way, insulting manner, just like we're witnessing now. We're here to get to the truth. For example, I have a lot of things to talk about on the topic here, but I'm not going to be fetching water with a woven basket. The way we're going to have to deal on this platform is that if you come here and you prognosticate, if you're wrong, you come in here and you apologize. And you should feel discomfort. You should feel guilt, dishonor, odium, opprobrium, condemnation even, like I'm going to do now. Reprobation.
One man.
Come in here.
One please before
let me land here. Now, who will let me talk to?
Hold on.
What do you have to say that's important? What do you have to say?
Just hold on.
What do you have to say that's more important than what I'm saying?
I just told you to hold on. Okay, you're an old man. Act like
you
an
cannot
old man.
tell me to hold on.
Man.
You are out of order. One man, please.
I need to.
I want to talk about the topics here.
I'll be leaving this
was it enigmatic? Stay muted. Mute your microphone. God damn it!
You cannot allow one person to talk.
I'm ordering you right now.
Somebody has the floor already now.
I don't use one of my. I'm ordering.
If he does not want to yield, then leave him alone.
It's an order.
It's an order. I want to talk to one man. Can you hear me?
One man, mute this guy.
Somebody is talking and you're saying you want to talk to one man. Does that really matter? That's the arrogance I don't understand. You don't own the show. Just keep your mouth shut. Hold on, my brother. No. This is becoming too much. Why would you interrupt him?
Can you guys?
No. That's the next thing is just Omo man. Shut the hell up. Panstat is talking. If Panstat is talking, leave him to finish.
It's not about Igbo or Yoruba. You need to stop that nonsense.
Leave him alone to speak. You're not. I don't know what to think.
No, I think we should just take it easy and let's speak. Let somebody speak, one person at a time, please. I think they are the background. Joel, who is there?
Obedience had a fantastic week whereby it started off with Dele Farautimi triumphant vanquishing of this Babalola guy. But I don't even think it's over yet. I believe now the rabbits got a gun, right? So it's time for Dele Farautimi to actually go for what he wants to do, which is to clean out the judiciary in our country. It's not a Alpha Babalola issue. It's issue of a human rights activist, a perfect gentleman, somebody every African should be proud of. And I made that statement when I was here. I've often cited Dele Farautimi as one of our best ever since I've been on this platform. And like I said, you had shameless old men come here talking nonsense, trying to denigrate people.
Like your father.
And I believe that
inside the forest village you came from. Like your father, your papa.
This is becoming an embarrassment. Please.
No go better for you. After how many months you left here and went, I wonder.
No, please, let's have
hold on, Patoski. One man, are you there? Is one man there?
I think it's in the
I think
background.
I think
My
the steps
brother,
away.
No,
Steps away.
please,
one man,
everybody, please. Everybody, please. Patoski and you too, please. One man, are you there? If you are there, if you are not there, let me just go out because it's coming beyond. I don't know what's going on anymore. One man, are you there? Because you
I think
can't be
one man is in the
there,
background.
and
He's
this
in the
is
background.
hold on,
No, he's
Patoski,
not there
please.
now. Obviously, if one man was there, he would have intervened.
Yes, yeah, no, but we can't let this continue.
No, but Thomas, let me say this now. I'm
But
listening.
Thomas, you cannot interrupt him to make your point.
Sorry.
If
Let me say
you
this.
cannot, then you can just you can excuse yourself without making a noise.
Joel, excuse me. Please.
Guys, you know I have the power to remove you, including Patoski. I'm the second co-host here. To Niger, you are part of the to Niger. Please unmute yourself. You are part of the moderator. If one man there and is listening and all this is going on, I don't know what to say. It's becoming no. People can't be insulting themselves here. What is going on here? Are we here to fight or to deliberate what is going on? I've taken everybody speaking out. We can't continue like this. If one man is there, I don't think he's here. One man.
What's going on, Thomas?
There's been a fighting, people insulting. I know you are not there. That Pantas has been keep on calling Baba fool. There have been so much fight. Please, let's one man. Can we one man hold on, please? You know where I am. I hate insults. I hate people calling names. You know me, one man. We can't continue like this. We have to set a standard, or we have to stand the rules in this platform, one man. We can't continue like this. We can't continue like this, one man. You know me. Please.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you, Thomas. Pansat, please, no name calling. Enough of that.
I have not
Hold on. Enough of the rascality. Let's just have a civil,
one man.
no name calling.
I was recognized, right? I'm laughing because why was I put in the back? In essence,
can you give me a second, please? Pansat,
yes,
this
1
is
second.
Patrick. Yeah, one man, please. This is a platform that people should be free to express themselves. As long as nobody's particular name is mentioned. If I say somebody came here and was talking, it doesn't matter. I'm not that somebody. Let Pansa speak, and if you want to address it, then you address it. You cannot muzzle Pansa or muzzle Baba or muzzle anybody. If Pansa come and say, oh, I was talking about General to me, one elder was here. He was not bold enough to mention that particular person's name. So you shouldn't ascribe that to yourself and defriend an imaginary elder. Baba, with due respect.
No, that's where you are wrong, Patoski. If it quacks like a dog, listen to me, listen. If it quacks like a dog, looks like a dog, it is by all means a dog. I will not allow him to disparage me here. Never. He's a disruptive influence, an agent provocateur who has come to destroy this man's platform. I will not stand for it. I will never stand for it. I'm older than him, richer than him, more educated than him, with more war outlook like you in all ramifications. Not all this rubbish. You come here and hide from people call you professor. Professor by foot.
All right.
If you want to come out, I'll come out for you.
Patoski, I'll declare my time
so
from
you. Keep quiet. You stick to the topic.
I want to go to the topic. Will you please mute Baba? I don't think that he and I.
Shut up your mouth.
This panel is not big enough for the two of us.
Let me say. All right. Hold on, Pansat. Let's do this. I'll reset your time 5-7 minutes. But please just don't prod at people. I know we all know what you're doing, but don't prod at. It's a little bit entertaining in small dosages, but not as an extended, not as a full meal. So go to the topic, Pansat.
Thank you very much. Remind me what the topics are, but before you do that, let me just
free flow. If you don't care for the topic, just free
flow. I was particularly interested in those topics, but let me just conclude the house cleaning part of what I'm doing, because what I'm doing is very important. Some might find it entertaining or whatever, like it's a shtick. It's not a shtick. It's been a theme of mine when I'm on this platform. I believe it's one of the things that's going to make it be a significant part of our daily lives here. We have to deal with the truth. If somebody feels indignity, abashment, discomfort, discomfiture even, guilt, remorse, contrition when I'm talking here, compunction, that's what they're supposed to feel. When you come and you make foolish prognostications that means nothing. The shelf life is like a week or 2 weeks, and then you ought to be ashamed of yourself. But let's go to the topic. It's okay. Let's go to the topics. Feed them to me by spoon feeding.
Before I go to the topic, we're sanitizing the language here. It's not, we've been having delightful conversations for weeks on end, and we want it to continue. People get more out of it without it's a little bit okay for that prodding a little bit, but if that is just the whole thing that you have to offer, then it doesn't offer much.
No, that's right. But you would never hear me use derogatory and say somebody you're an idiot or
you call people son of a bitch. You've called them bastards. So what have you not called people here?
No, but we're talking about lately. Let's Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately? But let's go. Yes, what is this? What is it then?
We were talking about Bisi Akonde. We were talking about the appeal court telling us that the IPOB is a terror organization. We were talking about Evans. We were scraping the barrels of the news. Really, not much there. But Bisi Akonde, the main hub, and IPOB a side dish.
Okay. Well, a lot's happened. A lot's happening right now. So those are actually small potatoes that I'm just going to knock off the park one at a time here. I guess the panelists that spoke before me covered some of those. Bisi Akonde, that was a laugh, right? You could see some people at the comment section laughing when I was speaking. I myself added something. I said that's like Thomas at the age of 70, right? Sounded just like him. He makes no sense. Right? It's talking nonsense. We know what's happening. Tinubu, like I said before, it's a character. I'm going to be disagreeing with man of prestige about his embrace of a southern, quote unquote, southern president, of which Jewel asked him a rhetorical question: is Tinubu a southern president? But let's put it this way. It behooves me how anybody from Nigeria would be debating whether Tinubu should continue in office. Forget about being reelected. This man has absolutely no virtue. I've never seen anybody like that. Going all the way back to caveman in history, there's nobody like this. It's nobody like this. It's not a southern president. It's not a Yoruba president. A lot of Yorubas are being thrown in jails, disrespected, they're starving, right? He doesn't care. He has no empathy for anybody. It's not a Yoruba president. It would be good if it was a Yoruba president. At least we'll solve the Yoruba problems. So when an Hausa person comes in, we'll solve the Hausa problems. If an Igbo person comes in, we'll solve the Igbo problems. This guy is not solving anybody's problems. He did not win the election. He rigged the election. But he couldn't have rigged the election without Buhari. My prediction is that Tinubu, as far as the way I see him now, is not going to make it to the end of this year. We also made predictions here with what I was saying in my first remarks. What's going to happen with El-Rufai? Well, it's playing out now. There were people who were just talking nonsense about El-Rufai. Well, here it is. The shelf life is a year, 2 years. We'll see what his activities are. He's a formidable character. He's no good. In and out. Now, a couple of days ago, somebody on your platform was saying he's better off inside pissing out, and that's true. Than outside pissing in. It's not going to be a TKO. It's going to be an MKO, if you know what I mean. These people are no joke, and they've geared up. Peter Obi has said he's not going to be in any kind of coalition that involves those kind of characters. Because what he's saying to you is that he's not going to be involved in MKO in Tinubu. He doesn't want any part of that. He wants to solve the people's problems, and that is true. But I don't. Those who are saying, "Oh, Tinubu is going to win 2027," he's not going to be there in 2027. According to Nigerian politics, I know how that works. You cannot see what I see kneeling down, right? What I see kneeling down, you cannot see what I'm seeing when you're standing up. I know these things. I know how that works. So Akandes of this world is all mute because it comes down to somebody doing at least some good. You have to have some kind of virtue. Everything, is it our inflation, our currency, production of our sole export commodity oil? There's nothing this man is doing but trying to perpetuate himself and his son in office. He couldn't have won that election without Tinubu's connivance. Now, these Northerners, even though, what is that? Is that a bell for me here or something? Is that your bell, one man?
No, that was my phone pinging.
Okay, so I don't want to disappoint any of our Southwest brothers. We are brothers. Let me just say that now. We are brothers. I don't want to disappoint you, but you're barking at the wrong tree. That dog don't hunt no more, right? It's been 2 years now. Yeah, maybe he was enigmatic before the election, but now you know better. We have Tinubu fatigue now. What do you think is going to happen next year, 2 years from now? If somebody wants to make Tinubu a president for another 4 years in 2027, would you really support something like that? Is it that important to you that somebody from Southwest is president? I mean, we have this fatigue now. Now, incidentally, some signs are showing. You could see it. Northerners are completely uncomfortable. They've lost ground. All their machinations and shenanigans, they lost ground. They were wasting their time. Right? So, but the one that I have to say surprised me is the one that they picked up this professor. He used to be in the medical field. I forgot his name now.
Osman Yusuf.
Yeah, they went and picked up Osman Yusuf. What do you think is going to happen? There are some untouchables.
What happened when they picked up the Etiala guy?
That's what I'm saying. It's cumulative. They don't forget. They're stunned. It's, you go through that grief, right? First of all, they're stunned. They can't believe it. He's got them by the balls. They cannot believe he's doing that. But he is doing it, right? This XNHIS executive secretary, a whole Osman Yusuf, is reminded. I mean,
when did he become whole? When did he become whole?
No. Listen to me. These things have consequences, right? Yeah, we're in the South.
You don't get it, do you? It's either you do it well or you don't do it at all. That's just what it is. We've seen examples. We saw Goodluck Jonathan as an example, who was just sat there as a figurehead, as a porcelain sort of piece, just like it served no purpose and ultimately paid the price. So if you are the president, then you preside, then you make decisions, and then you show that your authority. This guy picked up Metiala, he's picked up this Usman, whatever it is been El Rufai, etc. So these are the power structures of that space. So hold on, he's establishing that he's president. So if they can consequence him, let them consequence him. If they can't consequence him, then he consequences them. But he cannot just sit there and have his strings pulled, like somebody like Obi or the one from the South, whatever, Goodluck Jonathan, all these people that have no backbone, no fiber, So you can't accuse him of either lacking in backbone or fiber. But I bring it from there, we move around.
By the way, I agree in part and I disagree in part, right? Yeah, you say, okay, you want to get into a ring and you want to fight Mike Tyson and you get in there, you punch him. Then if you survive the counter punch is what we're looking at, right? A sucker punch can be done by any coward, like in front of me and you just sucker punch me. And we don't count your win just from that sucker punch, right? Now, I would have to give him credit, though. I agree with you in part that he's going over there. But as far as I'm concerned, myself, I don't appraise Tinubu that highly. Most people give him all kinds of high appraisal. I don't. I believe that Showore alone can bring him down. And he's picking a fight with Showore and this Yusuf guy at the same time, and so many others.
Why is he picking a fight with Showore?
You tell me.
No. I said where. I said
oh,
where.
Okay, yeah. He had him arrested with this taking police. See, the police, it's not when he does something with Yusuf, you give him credit. When he does something with Showore, then you take away the credit from him.
He's not doing anything with of what consequences Showore to. We're talking about we're talking about Atiku, we're talking about Obi, and you're bringing Showore.
No, one man, understand what I'm saying.
Showore it's just a little joke in the.
No. I disagree.
All right, just bring it.
I believe that Showore lacks judgment. That is true, but he's not. He's carrying a lot of mandate too from a lot of people.
Like who? Like the 10,000 that voted for him.
That's something. Those are Nigerians. We have to respect the minority and the majority. You have to do the right thing. But you know that Showore is an activist. There's no reason to go picking him up, taking his passport away. He has a young family. He's basically fighting for the police to be fed well, for them to stop accosting folks and taking money from them. I disagree with him a lot. He has no respect for Peter Obi, for example. And but he still has rights. Right? He should be free to speak and criticize the government, just like this Yusuf guy. So it's the same thing.
When has he ever been stopped from doing that?
Right now. He just barely got bailed. He just got bailed out. Today he got bailed out.
It's not free to flout the law.
No, but he's not free to flout the law. But then when you arrest him, then you give him bail, maybe on personal recognizance. You do things that you will not be shooting a fly with an AK-47, right? And
is it not out and about? He's out and about already.
No, it's not out and about, because if you take somebody's passport, you limit their mobility.
They did not take his passport. Yes, and if it's considered a flight risk, then they will take his passport. But I don't think his passport was taken.
He's never missed a court trial. This guy came back from New Jersey just to make a court appearance. He's a known phenomenon. Besides, it's a critic of government, so it's not like it's particular to Tinubu or whatever.
I think we give Showore more oxygen than it deserves. I'm not quite sure that.
I believe so, because I noticed the coincidence of his activism. For example, when Nnamdi Kanu was going to have his day in court, Showore would do something. Now,
it's cloud
the referral to me was going to have a day on Monday where he basically vanquished this Babalola guy, and then that's the day Showore is doing his thing, trying to steal his thunder a little bit. But still, he's sacrificed a lot. I like Showore. I'm not in the same camp as you. I like him. I believe he has some usefulness, but he lacks judgment. And I've made a statement here once. I was trying to differentiate.
I actually put that to him frontally. He came here, I think, a couple of weeks ago. And I was trying to explain to him that, look, listen, my guy, everybody's on board with you, but the way you are messaging it is just, and then he started to fight me, I was even, anyway, I don't get that guy, man. It's like a guy that sees an open goal and shoots it over the bar,
Yeah. Okay, let's do one more topic, and then I'll pass it on. It looks like a lot of people here to speak, and I like a lot of the people here. I want to hear from them. So one more topic, and then I would.
All right. You take your pick. It's not like we have an abundance. So just take your pick. Just speak to. Do you want to speak to Evans, the kidnapper? That's how far. You've spoken to Professor Usman Yusuf.
Yes.
You've spoken to the recalibration. I'm enjoying the way that the opposition are trying to because. It'd be quite boring, and it doesn't really serve the democracy if Tinubu just gets an easy shoe in 2027. Almost certainly will win still, but I'm liking the way the opposition is converging. So you're seeing Abubakar Malami, who controls a vast war chest. We know how much is stole under the Buhari administration. And by the way, Abubakar Malami is married to Buhari's daughter. So if you are seeing Abubakar Malami just coalescing with somebody like Atiku Abubakar, that is to tell you that there's a shift from Daura to say that he wants the power back with his people. So there's that in play. And then you see Kayode Fayemi in that mix as well. And we know that Segun Showunmi straddles both camps. And then, you know, we're just, and Peter Obi is in the wings as well, always constantly in talks. And then, of course, nobody more cunning than El Rufai, who is now very, very central in that space. So we're seeing essentially the convergence that chased Goodluck Jonathan out of office reforming in another inflection. That's how I read it.
I agree with you, and then that it goes a little further than that, and that is this. First of all, it's a no-brainer that Tinubu is not going to be there in 2027. That I could tell you is 100%. Right? We're we're Nigerians. We're not stupid people. Now, a lot of people want to give him room to do what he has to do between now and that, but he's not going to be there. That is just no doubt about that. So now, I could tell you maybe 99% that Peter Obi is going to be the next president. Not because I'm prejudiced or whatever, but the one thing that I'm not making 100% is if he has to do one thing or one thing only. He has an opportunity now to close gaps with the Donald Trump administration, because the problem we had started in 2015 with Obama coming into office and appointing John Kerry as the Secretary of State. That has been the genesis of our entire problem. It's not even the presidents themselves. It's John Kerry and the ambassadors he left there and the reason why he left them there, right? So they were able to, the northern, I don't know how many northern governors you have, I believe it's 19 or so. They came here in the United States, summoned by John Kerry. I believe they corrupted him at that point. And then ever since, that's why we're having a problem.
No, someone by Obama.
No, but it was John Kerry. Obama doesn't care about any of that. Obama is no good. That's true, right? It's an evil guy. But John Kerry himself, the Secretary of State, that is our problem. So he's been working with the Brits. Remember the former, what do they call their own British ambassadors over there? High Commissioner came from Zimbabwe, where he ruined that economy over there, where she ruined that economy over there, made it hyperinflation, and then brought it to, she then came to our country, right? From there on, the Brits have been telling the Americans what to do in the Nigerian foreign policy, congratulating people who rigged the election, removing a Democrat, a gentleman, a civilian, Jonathan, and putting a geriatric military coup plotter thug in the form of Buhari. So now all Peter Obi has to do, and he has to do this, if nothing else, he have to take advantage of the Trump administration, who did not invite Tinubu to his inauguration. Neither did Tinubu himself congratulate Trump. So there's a rift there. There's a chasm. So we have to have the United States try to clean out Nigeria. That's all he's going to have to take. He cannot do it by himself. We cannot do it ourselves. We're the place of Iraq in this case. Okay, so I'll end it with that, and thank you for the opportunity. I would sit back and listen to the rest of the panelists here.
All right, they've all dropped from waiting for so long, but let's move it on. Take it in the direction of I think Joel was here before Patoski. So Joel of Nashville, then Patoski. Joel, you're up next. Joel of Nashville.
Thank you very much, one man. When they cannot make a better argument, they resort to racism, or in our own case, tribalism. And when they cannot get through, they call their second in command, and he comes in and wields the fake stick. Ladies and gentlemen, the oppression that we experience more within our smaller circle. We get those from the politicians, but we see these things amongst us, which makes me wonder. The government we see today is part of the people. So the people form the government. And that is what makes me scared. I am scared because, you see, it's a lot of us that can speak. We can talk. We speak to issues. But the character within us, no one can explain. So I am hoping that within us, among citizens, we are able to recognize these people and see their hearts, not just what they present to us physically. One man, on that note, I want to move on to some of the topics I've seen today, and I'll be short with some of them because they make no sense. The first should be Mr. Baba Adebisi, Adekonde. What's his name again? Bisi Akonde, who said that the answers are obedience. The answers was obedience. I don't know which one. I don't know if you understood. If you understood which one comes first. It has been the grand plan. It has been the grand plan, you know, to always whittle down what people do or really channel it towards tribalism in order to whittle down everything they're doing. Answers came before obedience came to be. And that is the fact. Obedience only came up after Peter Obi left PDP. Answers have happened way back before then. So on that note, I am not going to give Baba Bisi Akonde any of my time. I think I've dealt with that. That's totally nonsense.
What about what he said though, that his primary interest was to have an ethnic president of his own stock, which I thought, which is a language that we frown against. You know, we want a Nigerian president, not necessarily a Yoruba president. You know, what if an Efik man was the best man for the job? I mean, what does that
That is the point I'm trying to make you understand, one man. Because I was coming to that. I listened to him and I saw the show because I like listening to Obilo's show. You know.
Where's it from, by the way? That guy
I think I know he's Igbo. But I don't know if he's Delta Igbo.
No, one man. He's from Ibadan. The
host of that show.
Yeah, he's from Ibadan.
For real?
Yeah, he's based in Ibadan. Yeah.
His name is
no, we're not talking where he's. No, we're not talking about where he's based. I'm talking about where he's from.
I thought he's a Yoruba man. That's what I think.
I thought it was a South man, but
I was thinking like Delta State. But anyways, I listened to him and where he made that statement. I said, yeah, that explains why we see so many Yorubas in power in almost all the juicy positions under Tinubu. And I want to wonder, any person that is supporting this man, I get it, we might have our own sentiments. But when you do not address these core issues, it only gets to show that you are part of the hypocrisy that has hit Nigeria, the hypocrisy that we live with. Man of Prestige, I asked you a question. I said, is he a Southern president? I asked that question because I heard where Mr. or Chief Akonde made a statement about presidency from a tribal stock, from his tribal stock. And I wonder, what is it we are sharing in the Southwest? 1999, we all came down for the Yorubas to be president. It was designed that that presidency goes to the Southwest. It was deliberate. After that, we came into Buhari and we had a Yoruba.
Joel, I don't want to stop you. I don't want to stop your flow. Happy New Year, by the way. You haven't spoken to this year. I have a question for you when you land on your summation, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No problem. And we now, after that, Tinubu now came out. And if case not taken, he will do 8 years. So what is the Southern ideology? Because it's a question we must ask ourselves.
You know what is looking like, Joel, is that the South essentially means Southwest.
That is what I'm telling you. That is what I'm telling you. Within the South, within the last 24 years, we've had the Southwest about 60 to 20 years. I'm case not taking. I mean, I'm talking about.
Sorry, Joel. Sorry, Joel. If you really want to look at it, the Southwest has had the abundance of. They had two terms of Obasanjo. They had a diet coke with Oshibanjo 8 years there, and now this guy comes in to take another.
That's what I'm telling you.
Yes, it's I don't think
it's a combination of 20 years. 20 years juggling between the first and the second. Now we had Goodluck Jonathan 4 years. But Roma, let me take it even deeper. Apart from the nepotism, which is disgraceful, and which is the core reason why this government will not make any headway, because we are talking about the coalition. Any person that is strong, that has a good plan, will beat Tinubu blue black, with or without whatever thing he has. And if that person is coming from the north, it makes it easier. And I'll tell you why. 53% of all Tinubu's votes in the last election came from the north. That is your block. You are not even well accepted in the south. So you must protect those places. But now, if you want to ask me, okay, I am a southerner, what is there for me? Now, let me look at it. There was a gas pressure line that was built from rivers, I think it was from Bonny, down to Abeokuta. Yes, between the south-south and the southwest, it's a big ocean, a huge ocean that nobody leaves. They went from Abeokuta down to Kaduna, who of course have no gas, have no oil, then down to, I think, Katsina or Kano. That ocean between the southwest and the south-south was left dry. But in the original plan, there was meant to be a pressure point, a gas pressure point in the southeast, but that did not happen. Am I from the south? Is he really a southern president? If he is the southern president, can he stay? Because I am from the south, that the south is, in terms of equity, ought to have another state. Has he said anything about it? No. And he's a southern president. Tinubu is not a southern president. Tinubu is nepotistic. Tinubu is selfish. And nobody should come out to tell me that I should support someone who does not represent my interest. In the name of what? Coming from the south? That is disgraceful. That is hypocritical. And I dare any person, if Tinubu does not want to run in 2027, he should relax. If they not present anybody, whoever Tinubu said in his first, before he won the president, that being the president of Nigeria has been his long-term ambition.
Let me ask you a question, Joel. Which will be the worst option? Tinubu retaining power in 2027, or it going to the north?
I don't care no more, one man. That's the point I'm trying to make you understand. That if anybody comes from the north today and gets it in 2027, I don't care.
And you think Nigeria will be better off for it?
The issue there is that, is it better off under Tinubu? If I am holding on to Tinubu, has Tinubu showed me from the start that that he is a Southern president? To me, when it was Buhari's time, Buhari was sharing this power, middle belt, northeast, northwest. He reached Tinubu turn, Tinubu carry everything, give southwest. And he's unapologetic about it. And there's no problem with it. But every action must have its own consequences. And for that reason, if it means that Tinubu will not win the presidency in 2027, I will not bat an eyelid, because he has done shown that he is the president of the South, talk less of president of Nigeria. This arrest that he's making, trying to subdue or oppress people, to shut them up, one man is a time bomb waiting to happen. And in our local parlance, we say, if you chop alone, be ready to die alone. Because in this issue, it is the people that will speak out for you. Your southern brothers will speak out for you. Oh, you think it's only Wike? Nah, he cannot do the job. Wike is only one man. Thank you.
All right, Billy, and of
Yeah,
course,
well, Omar, can I make a correction? Something you guys said earlier, saying that Southwest.
all right, make that correction. But can people please like and subscribe if you're not already? Whether you agree or disagree, you're hearing both sides of the aisle. So like and subscribe if you haven't. Mike, have that interjection.
Okay.
Then
Saying Southwest as rule Nigeria, this and that and that. A Southwest candidate will be a candidate of the Southwest
under the fourth republic. Or that's yeah.
No, even from the history of Nigeria, a Southwestern candidate has always been rejected by other Nigerians, particularly Southeast. They've always rejected it. They've never accepted a Southwestern candidate. Even by all means, even when the Southwestern candidate win, they will find a way to make sure it doesn't hold that office. Because when Abiola won, they authorized all those people. They all went there and say, when you talk about marginalization, they blocked him. Awolowo, they blocked him. If you are telling me Obasanjo is Southwest candidate, that's a lie, because we brought Obasanjo is somebody the Southeast and North imposed on Nigeria saying Southwest candidate. No, that's not a Southwestern candidate, because Yoruba is represented Olufalaye. They reject him. So the reason why they are so bitter right now is because the first time a Southwest candidate has won an election, and they are bitter, saying and trying to accuse us of being in power for so long. No, this is the first time a Southwest person has ever become president of Nigeria. A Southwest candidate has ever become president of Nigeria. Don't give me that Obasanjo crap. Obasanjo was never a Southwest candidate. And when
what are you talking? My brother, please.
He was not a Southwest candidate.
He's from the Southwest.
He was brought forward by the Southeast and the North.
Hold on. He's from the Southwest, for crying out loud.
No, that's not the point we're making. We're saying Southwestern candidate. We're like someone is Southwest.
But you see, it's the optics. It's the optics, right? What we were trying to do then was trying to assuage the nerves of the Southwesterners. And they made it possible. Whether you support Olufalaye or OBJ, the point is made that it was a Yoruba man that ended up being the president.
That's not, we are talking about
Yorubas. That's not how it was. That's the same criticism people are having against Peter Obi, that we don't object to a Southeastern president, but not somebody as ethnic as Obi. No.
Who cares? No, the point I'm making is if somebody want to go after Southwest for presidency or whatever, you have to go after us for who we support, who we bring.
That's not how it works. That's what I'm saying. I understood.
How it works for who? For you or for me? Or for who?
That's how it works in general.
No, that's not how it works in general. That's today, how it works. Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this: if today Yoruba people decide going to bring one person Igbo people don't like at all, and bring him forth to be the president of Nigeria, and the Igbos make it clear that no, that's not our man, we don't want him, and even we run the election, the Igbos don't vote for him, the Yorubas vote and put him there, and then later we come back and say, oh, your man has ruled Nigeria, would they accept it?
No.
Hell no. They will tell you we made it clear. No, that's not what man. We didn't. We know that's not what we present.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
The North and the South is made him. They are Obasanjo president. They brought him. Alex Kwame and the North and the military. They brought Obasanjo and the Yorubas. They know that we don't. That's not our man. We don't. No.
But
so you made Obasanjo president. Don't tell him our president. He's
but that's the point I'm making to you, Mike. If only you listen to it. I'm saying to you that somebody like Peter Obi, that's the biggest hurdle that he has to surmount. That Peter Obi is too ethnic. That's why he can never be president. Just like Olufalaye, you say,
but that's the whole different argument. One man, don't shift my main point I'm making here.
All right. Let's just move on.
Whether ethnic or no ethnic, if his people support him, and then we can say it's his people's candidate.
Yeah, but
or if his people brought him forth.
Is the country's president now, not a
yeah, well, I get it. But when people come here to make that statement, like the Southwest have been ruling Nigeria for that long, it's a lie. It's a lie. They've always won the case.
It is true. What are you saying? We're saying under the fourth, the data is there now. Under the Fourth Republic, the Southwest has had the fat of the land with the narrow.
No, don't tell me Obasanjo was Southwest president or anything.
No, it's a Southwesterner now. So forget whether it's a Southwesterner or
was he?
Is a Yoruba? Is he a Yoruba man? Yes or no?
Was he? No. That's not. No. Don't give me Southwest was ruling. Answer my question. If we go and bring one guy that's anti-Igbo that doesn't even give a shit about people, that's a self-complete. Let me give you maybe probably a name of somebody from Southeast where he doesn't even give a shit about people. No, he's anti his people. And then the Yorubas now imposing, bringing forth, grooming, and making president of Nigeria. And then we'll now be telling Southeasterners that, oh, your man has ruled Nigeria. What kind of, no, I'm not buying that.
It doesn't change the fact that he's from the Southeast.
But you're not going to accept that but that's not Southeast ruling Nigeria. That's a puppet brought by another region. And if the fact that Obasanjo ruled and the people he was really putting in his cabinet, people who really were working for were the Southeast and the North. So don't come here. We are not buying that idea that the Southwest has ruled Nigeria. No, Obasanjo ruled Nigeria, not Southwest.
Yeah, that's your interpretation, but that's not based in fact.
Yeah, but that's where I see it. So I'm not buying their own idea of Southwest ruled Nigeria.
Yes, and you're entitled to your opinion, but Obasanjo is a Yoruba man from Ogun State, so he was president. So that
I know all the people we put there were Southeasterners and Northerners.
Look, we're talking about he's a Yoruba man from the South.
If we say like that, but people should not come here and be making me feel like, oh yes, I'm not admitting that bullshit. The Southwest has ruled Nigeria. Making you feel
anything. Obasanjo was a Yoruba man. He ruled Nigeria, so it's a Southwesterner. Tinubu is a Southwesterner. He's ruling Yoruba land now. He's ruling Nigeria now. Ochibanjo is still a Yoruba man. He was second in charge. And what people are highlighting, which the data backs up, is that.
But can you at least accept the fact?
At least.
I hear you.
Let me land my point, please. I said, under the Fourth Republic, the Yorubas have had the fat of the land. And that is what the data tells us. Yes.
Okay.
That's what the data tells us.
Okay, can you at least accept the fact that a candidate of the Yoruba people, meaning a Yoruba candidate Yoruba supported, the Southeastern will be against that person?
Well, I don't know about that,
Abiola, anyone that Yoruba person bring forth, they've been against it. So if the only
Jonathan did not build
this is the first time where our candidate have become president, and that's why they are so bitter.
Jonathan did not build the East-West Road. Throughout the years, he was in power.
You should have been bitter when Obasanjo was there. Not bitter
hold on. He wasn't. He didn't build that road, and many people in that region was not happy with him, or are still not happy with him to date. However, it does not change the fact that he is from Bayelsa, which is in the South region. So leave this thing. Whether you support Obasanjo, you do not support Obasanjo. Whether he put all Hausas or Igbos as you claim, it does not change the fact that he's from Ogun State.
He's an deny the fact. You supported him because the Southwest didn't like him and we didn't present him.
And it was done for the optics. And you can see.
He's your puppet. You put him there, so hey, it was your president. Right. But the fact of the matter, you can't deny the fact that every Southwest candidate that the Southwest has bring forth, the Southwest have been against them, against that individual. Is Awolowo, whether it's good, competent or not, you always been against it. You guys hated Awolowo, despite proving that he was the best in Nigerian history. You can't even give us reason why he hated him. Abiola came to the whole country support except you guys. Oh, yeah,
Awolowo was a betrayer.
he won the election. It was up to all of them. They went and
me.
meet Babangida like, don't let that Yoruba man become president. He a dead body. Now Tinubu now, we brought Olufala. You guys rejected him too. Now you want to tell me you reward us with the presidency for Basanjo? You reward who? If you want to reward us, you should have voted supported Olufala now. Now Tinubu has finally won. You're bitter about it. Come on, man. You guys should go and relax, man. If you want to become president, play your game too. Don't come out you blaming us.
Mike, thank you. Yeah, Joel, can I ask my question? One man, please. Let me ask my question. If
Go
Joel
ahead.
Joel, you make a statement earlier on about the Adebisi Akonde, which I could said you two you share in that hypocrite. And why do I say that? The last time I checked, the one you are supporting at the last election is Peter Obi. And the last time I checked, Peter Obi is not from Ghana or from Kutuwenji. He's a Igbo man. So what is your beef for Olufalaye saying he's supporting a Yoruba man? I will include myself to Baba Olufalaye. I've said it many times. I don't care how you feel. You can hit your head. You can hold transformer. I would prefer a Yoruba president. So what do you say about that? Because you two as a Igbo, yeah, you two as a Igbo man, you were supporting Peter Obi, and last time I checked, Peter Obi is from Anambra. So that means you are hypocrite as well. Can you please answer that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. Unfortunately, you have a narrow view of what our support for Peter Obi was and still is. The support for Peter Obi was not because he's from the Southeast. The support for Peter Obi. Hold on. Can I just finish? He asked a question now. He asked a question. Let me answer now. Peter Obi remains the best candidate we have out there till date. I am telling you this because I've been telling people, don't tell me, show me. Show me. So and before Peter Obi, we've had plethora of candidates of Igbo extraction that came out in the past. And I've said it on this show that we have one of the
No. Let me ask some addendum before you will land. You have the floor.
Go ahead.
You see this romancing Peter Obi saying you are not supporting because you're an Igbo man. My brother, can you just leave it in my question? No, it doesn't work anymore. We've passed that. Continue, my brother.
Okay. I was making my point, and I hope you understand when I'm done explaining, and I'm going to make it short. The issue here is this: that most people that are supporting Peter Obi are supporting him because of his integrity. Peter Obi's support cuts across all regions. All regions. And if there is what do they call it again? Like award, like lifetime award that should be given for someone that came out of nowhere, 8 months to the election in a Nigeria presidential election and was able to achieve that feat. It shows that what I saw, 6 million other people saw that across Nigeria, not based on political affiliations, not based on tribe. And that is where I stand. And now we have seen, when you want to compare that to what Chief BC Akonde said about Tinubu, that he wanted someone from his own stock. Okay, if Tinubu had come in and Tinubu had, was doing so well, I mean, it doesn't matter if we are going through suffering, but at least we are seeing where we are headed, right? He carries everyone along.
He's building his
everybody would have but it still shows that what you can connect what Chief Akonde said with what Tinubu is doing in office. The Emiloko mantra. where you have most positions, juicy positions given to the Southwest. You cannot run away from that. And that is the difference between my support for Peter Obi versus Akonde or your support for Tinubu.
So
And I
Peter
think I
Obi as the
explained that very
IPOB
well.
member.
So
So
it's
that
not
one.
because it's from Southeast.
All right.
And but anyways, even if it's from the Southeast, even if it's from the Southeast, the Southeasterners are very, very, very qualified to be to rule or to lead that nation. So it does not
all
matter.
right.
It's not because it's the South. And if we had a Southeastern president, I also believe that some of this violence that we see today, or people trying to, right? It would have come down. We wouldn't have maybe even seen it in the first place.
You mean IPOB
He
candidate
is
like
the
Obi?
best. He is the best candidate. He's the best candidate in the 2023 election. He remains the best candidate today, and I know he will still be the best president in 2027. Thank you very much.
All right, Milan. All right,
Yeah,
Milan.
one man. Can I throw some light into all of this?
All right.
Just for
We have to
2
move it
minutes.
around. We have to move it
Yeah,
around
I'm
quickly.
sorry
But
about
Baba,
that. Look,
okay, go on.
the Constitution says one minister
Per
from
state.
each state.
Eshio.
Which state does not have a minister in Tinubu's government?
None.
And Baba, we are not talking about ministers. We are talking about appointments into parastatals.
No, it
So
does not.
we are talking about. Hold on. We are talking
I will
about
answer.
the
I'm
police
going
chiefs.
there.
We are talking
Be
about.
patient.
Hold on now, Baba. We are talking about all appointments people have made, like even in the defense. Oh, come on now. We know what we're talking about.
But it does.
We know
It
what
does
we're
not.
talking about. It's
It
not
does
about
not
the
really.
ministers.
It does not really owe. It does not really owe Southeast more than the necessary.
It's okay. I know if it does not owe more than Southeast, so don't call it a Southern president. Call it a
So
Southwestern president.
no, we are not.
So
We are
don't call
not
for
calling.
anybody's votes.
We are
It's
not
from the
calling.
south. It's from the south.
It's
That's
from
why
the
the
south,
southern
but it
president.
does not owe Southeast anything, and it does not have any reason
Can I just finish
to
with
bond,
my
to even bond with them,
facts
because
backed by numbers?
take it 100
See,
times, you always work against you. So what is the incentive?
No, you
if
want to tell me that Obasanjo is not is a Yoruba president because Yoruba man. He won't accept the fact that Yoruba is support him. But now a Southern president, he's saying it's not from the south. He's not a Southern president.
So and you want that Southern president
hypocrisy.
to give you something that you do.
Can I finish my analysis? And I don't take out of my 2 minutes. See, and after that 36, a president, if he so desires to expand his MDAs, that is the ministry, the M of the MDAs, the ministries, he can appoint also from the geopolitical zone, and we have 6. That brings the ministerial position to at least 42. Every state well represented. And this government, I think, have 49 ministries. So the president has a leeway for 7. Fine. When we talk about the departments and agency of the MDAs, it is the president's prerogative to do as he pleases, because he's going to run the government. So he cannot appoint those he cannot work with. That is 1. 2 of my point. In the East, in the last election, I'm just going to be factual here. Obi got 6 million plus votes. 2.3 of that vote was from the 5 eastern states. In fact, he got 92% of the votes there. If you add 500,000 from Lagos, he got already 2.8, almost half of the vote he got. From just 6 states, 1 from the Southwest. Now look at other candidates where they come from. In the Southwest, Tinubu only got, I think, 70-something plus from his own region. I can't remember how many Atiku got from the North.
Atiku got
That
maybe
is
60-something.
that
60-something.
a fact we have to face. And then coming to this favoritism or this thing, when Jonathan was there,
It was in OBJ's memoir, 3 volumes. He complained also that one of the things that he saw in that government was how they easternized all the key positions. And at a point, they interrogated, for instance, in the finance ministry, where Madam Uweala reigned supreme with Oruma Ute and all the rest. Aruma Ute. That why are you populating these places with Easterners? And the answer was they asked applications from all over Nigeria, and that it's the most qualified that they employed, but they happen to be Igbos. Believe that, believe anything. You understand? That government, like Jewel was talking about the East-West Road, why it was not constructed. I'm sorry to use the word. It's the greed of the Southeasterners they use in populating that government. I don't have time to expatiate on that.
No, because you have nothing to say about that. You just. But how can you say that Southeastern?
Okay, can I
go ahead.
No,
say it. Yeah.
If you look at the economic team, for instance, those who populated the economic team, chiefly among is that the one that goes to Arise every morning. What they were angling for was individual pockets. They were competing, and that was even why the Niger Bridge was left alone, not touched during that period. They had all the opportunity, but they naturally, when it comes to money issue, our brothers in the East are individual.
Oh, come on, you're just you see, Baba, you see.
No, let me finish.
You
you can come in and get your own flow.
Okay, but I mean, what you're just saying is just, I mean, it makes no sense. Come on, you've not said how the Southeast prevented the president.
Saying clearly.
So if Jonathan said, "I want that road built," then people around him will not say, "No, you don't. You cannot build that road." Is that what you want to tell me? Come on now, let's be realistic. Jonathan messed up. Jonathan messed up. Forget it. There wasn't people around him. And not make it about the Igbos, because I've seen everything about you is the Igbos did this. The Igbos did not do this one. Now, guy, come on now.
Don't walk yourself up. We are talking civilized people.
But we cannot stand you lying like this. It's not fair.
No. Don't raise your voice or anything. Don't get worked up. You said all your piece about the Southwest. Did I shout you down? No. I'm a factual person. Because a period I lived and I know about, I'm not a pedestrian. If we look at the oil block Jonathan issued of that period, go check it and see how they traded most of the things that's supposed to be done to the East. I am being factual. I know what I'm talking about. So when we are talking here, Buhari came, he did his Fulanization. All the people making boom, 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 the El Rufai, the Usman, the that, the Bala, this, did they make PIM for 8 years? We had nothing. And let me remind you, in the time of Jonathan, there was no Yoruba in that number 1 to 8 in order of power succession. There was no Yorubas. We complained for that 6 years. The Obas went, the women went, the politicians went, the religious group went. Jonathan made his promises, and we promised him that he will go because we voted him into power. After the election, he won. And did we succeed? Yes, the Southwest succeeded. It was kicked out. And they gave the power to Fulani. So if the Igbos are aggrieved, because here we are now, we have to look at ourselves in the mirror, because I've heard everything you guys are saying. I don't lie. Go organize coalition
and kick Tinubu out come 2027. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Patoski, you're up next. Patoski. We've lost him somewhat. So who is up next? I think that should be Mike. Then
Enigmatic is on mute. Maybe he wants to go next.
All right, Enigmatic, you're up next.
All right, thank you, one man. Okay, first of all, I'll keep saying it each time I come here because this is a social.
Sorry, Enigmatic. Can people please like and subscribe? We're not seeing numbers going up. Please like and subscribe. Carry on, Enigmatic.
Yeah.
Enigmatic, before you carry on, one man, don't forget this news about the court about the IPOB. I think we haven't dealt with that. Maybe we should add it to the. Go on, Enigmatic.
Right. Oh, okay. So what I'm gonna start like this. Like when you see people talking about character and then face shifting almost every time, you understand that integrity really means a lot when you are talking about character. Because if somebody is bad today, right, because he's speaking against your interest, but tomorrow is speaking in favor of somebody maybe you like, and that suddenly that person becomes a good person, and then you change your course, right, to say that person is good, then you should check your character and your integrity. It's actually baseline hypocrisy. That's what it means. El-Rufai, I won't speak much about him. We're all on this platform and we all know a lot of subliminal tirades, derogatory languages that people resorted to define the very astute and very intelligent genius, El-Rufai, how he met Kaduna State and how he left Kaduna State, regardless of what is happening now, while some of us were advocating for him. But because of the politics of then, and because of the narrative of then, and because of the fact that he actually, even during the election, he came to the national TV, particularly Arise, and seriously lampooned, the Agulu man, Peter Obi. From that moment, there wasn't anything they didn't say about him. But suddenly, because the same El-Rufai, because of his situation now, is singing a different tune that is sweet to their ears because of their vicious hatred for Tinubu that does not even owe them a penny, right? He does not owe them a penny. He does not control anything in their region. He has not influenced even anything, but they just hate him. Then the hatred actually amplified because he beat silly that that fake concocted, coordinated, guy that data did not support him. So now, and they are shifting the base. Even his own boss, Obasanjo, right? I will refer anyone to go and check the book, Obasanjo's book, Under My Watch. I think page 412 to page 413, how he described El-Rufai, right? You can't take it away from El-Rufai that he has the competence to govern. But in his book, if I have to quote, he said, "My vivid recollection of him is penchant for lying." He's referring to El-Rufai, for unfair embellishment of stories and his inability to sustain loyalty for long. Full stop. And then he further says, "I have heard of how he ruthlessly savaged the reputation of his uncle, a man who was like, in the African settings, if you have to describe it, his foster father. I shuddered when I heard the story of what he did to his half-brother in the Air Force, who is a senior in age." This was the words of President Olusegun Obasanjo, and we knew what his assessment of Atiku, right? So people can actually lie and probably shift their ground because I will not say because I do not like somebody now and then deny what good attitude or probably what character he has. So this is what we are talking about. While some of us were supporting this guy, but because of one singular thing that he did that time, they took him on. While some of us are supporting Soludo now, and all of them were championing the cause of Soludo at a time in Nigeria as the best thing that will have ever happened to the Southeast, just because of the memo that he published against Peter Obi. They hate him now. They want him to hang him to the gulag. So things does not happen like that all of a sudden. And now let's look at the situation. We're in America now. There's chaos everywhere, and there are uncertainties everywhere because of the consequences of an election, right? The Latinos, the Hispanics, who actually went in droves, 54%, that voted for Donald Trump, is the same one that is orchestrating their deportation and causing chaos in their families. That is part of the consequences of election. When you went into an election, a national election that was evenly distributed throughout the regions, and you went to put everything in one bucket, and not just putting it in one bucket, ensuring that this guy did not even had less than 5% in the entire region, less than 100,000 votes in a national election. And he did what he was supposed to do as dictates and then definition of the Constitution by ensuring that no state is denied their constitutional right of having a cabinet member. What else do you want him to do? Give you what you do not deserve? If you want more, you do more. And you cannot hate him because he beat your man. You cannot hate him because he's playing his politics, because he has not done anything to deserve the hatred from the region that he never had any interest in from day one ab initio. If you ask what is the reason for the hatred, you can say it. He has never influenced anything in that place. So when we are talking, appointment, for almost 6 years, the Southwest, at a point they got tired. They got tired and they just went to their cocoon and just looking and waited, started coordinating, started strategizing for the next election for Jonathan. Do not forget that Jonathan had an agreement with Tinubu, and Southwest was delivered for Jonathan. And they had a very good agreement. But when he got to power, what did he do? Have you forgotten at a time that in this same Nigeria, if we are talking about marginalization, in this same Nigeria, the number 2 of the House of Rep is from where? Or was from where? The number 2 for almost 8 years in the National Assembly, Ekerimadụ. Number 2 House of Rep, Ihedioha. From where? The Minister of Finance and coordinating chairman of the economic team was from where? So go and look at the list and go and look at the portfolios. So you could have it good for you today politically. Tomorrow it may not be your turn. Under Buhari did his own thing for almost 8 years. He put his men all over the place. So if there's a coordination because of this to say, okay, in 2027, we are kicking Tinubu out. And so what? Nobody can take it away from him that he's a president already. And that is even not possible because I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. Right? So Tinubu is going to win the 2027 election. And stars are aligning for him. But I'm not naive. And people who know politics very well, they are not naive. Put Tinubu on the ballot and put a northern person on the ballot, even without Peter Obi getting close to any ballot in 2027. They would rather go for that Hausa man, for that northern man. We know that already. And that's why history does not forget itself. And APC does not need even Southeast politically. We know that already, one man. By empirical fact and evidence. Buhari lost twice. Tinubu lost woefully. Buhari was 2-time president.
Enigmatic. Let me even say this real quick. You know the Abiola election, the Abiola run against the northern man. Even though the people that were employed, Babangida from the north, people, the military guy were from the north. Finally, for power to go to civilian hand, the South still vote for the northern guy against Abiola. Can you imagine?
So nobody who has his brain intact from the Southwest will be thinking they will ever align. Tinubu or no Tinubu, go and bring go and bring Oshibanjo from Southwest. You will see they will never align. So what do you want to? Well, how do you? Tinubu is working with South to see what he can get from them, and those people are aligning for their 2031 VP. The North Central, they are aligning because there's a possibility that Gagdi is going to be the next Speaker of the House in 2027 when Tinubu is sworn in again. Gagdi is from the North Central, and Tinubu knows there's going to be problem in Northwest and Northeast. That doesn't mean he's not going to pick some states. And when we even talk about the figures, how many states did Tinubu pick in the core north? Tinubu won only one state in the entire Northwest. In the entire Northwest, Tinubu won only one state, Zamfara State. In the entire Northeast, he won only one state, Borno State, where he has his VP from. The remaining 4 states that he won from the north came from the North Central. So if the people from the Northwest and Northeast are grumbling now and shoveling their hand on the wall, tell me what they brought to the table. Only one state. The KKK, we lost. The entire core north of Northeast and Northwest that Buhari swept clean. How many governors played against him? Gombe State, Lawal, the former Senate president, Yobe State, that have never been lost to any opposition. Tinubu lost it. He lost Gombe State. He lost Kebbi State. He lost most of the northern states from the Northwest. And imagine one man, imagine the entire Northwest. This same El-Rufai that we are talking about, he lost out of the 16 House of Rep in Kaduna State. He lost 14 out of them. The 2 that he won, one went to his son, one went to the speaker now, the current speaker, and the speaker came from a very prominent family in Kaduna State. Is the direct younger brother of the Emir of Zauzau, the direct descendant to the throne. So those are the 2 people who won 16 out of the House of Rep. El-Rufai lost everything. The entire 3 senators from the north, from Kaduna State, El-Rufai lost everything to opposition. APC lost the entire Senate. They lost almost 98% of the National Assembly. And then the governor even won by whisker. He won by less than 10,000 votes. His successor won by 10,000 votes. The senator representing this Kaduna South now, he has defected to APC. So when we are talking 2027 election and you are seeing Rotimi Amaechi crying all over the place, Rotimi Amaechi in his entire adult life, he has never done anything in his adult life than politics. He had his first political appointment at age 22 as SA to Peter Odili when he was deputy governor to Governor Ada George then. From there, he was speaker for 8 years. From there, he was governor for 8 years. From there, he was minister for 8 years. And he's crying today. He's crying today. The same Amaechi is crying today. El-Rufai, since 99, he has never left political space. Just because he missed out on the ministerial appointment, he has not stopped crying. Atiku has been contesting for my entire adult life, and he's still contesting now. So if a certain region from the south says they are saying they are not going to work with Southwest or Southwest agenda, and so what? Is it the first time? Are we just seeing an epiphany? It's not new.
Would you take a question? What's your name now?
So the thing is one man.
Enigmatic, would you take a question?
Baba, calm down. So going to 2027.
Yes or no? Would you take a question?
I just told you, calm down. Just calm down.
You take a question then, right? Here's a question.
But calm down. I say calm down first. So going to 2027.
I'm calming down, but I'll give you a question, right?
Tinubu is doing what he needs to do on the governance side, and then on the political side, right? He has seen before. He has seen ahead of time. He has worked ahead of time. All these people beating themselves up, they are late already. Because if they are really ready as opposition parties or opposition group, right? When APC wanted to take power from PDP as oppositions, did you see them because election is 2027, right? 2025 by quarter 3, you will see a heavy political activities already. And if you are trying to, if by Q2 this year, if this fake, pretentious opposition, coalition, whatever, if they've not been able to have a substantive, presumptive candidate for them, for that their group, forget about it. When APC was getting ready to kick PDP out of power after 16 good years in power, after 16 solid years, they were not divided like this. They were not pretending like this. These are just group of opportunists, a group of self-interested political, options. When APC was ready, they came with a proper agenda to take power. Tinubu came with his group of ACN, and Buhari came with his group of CPC, including this Rufai now. That is when he dumped PDP. Atiku came with his own group of PDP, the likes of Saraki and all of them. This man from, what's his name, from Imo State, the former Imo State governor, I forgot his name now, Okorosha, came with Abga, and then the man from Abia State, the man that passed now, the former minister, he was part of. So you come to that table with you are not coming to the negotiation table from a position of weakness. If you are saying coalition, what are you bringing to that coalition? Is it Peter Obi that is partyless and homeless, that has not been able to lead and consolidate on what he gained in 2023? And then he's coming to a coalition. And I always say this: any coalition of the opposition that you see Atiku in the mix is dead on arrival already. Because first of all, Atiku is constitutionally bad to be VP. And you know that any coalition that has an Atiku in the mix, if Atiku does not get the ticket, that is the end of it. So is Atiku going to deputize anybody? Where you have Kwakwanso pulling on one side, where you have Obi at the end of the day pull on one side, right? And then where you have Rufai that is trying to test his luck to see what he can garner come 2020, so preparing for 2031. And people are talking about Tinubu, not except if they feel that probably something will happen to him, which is not possible. So, one man, people can speak as much as they want to speak. And the next thing is that they rig. Which election did they rig? Did you win Atiku? Even talking about Tinubu, you have to win Atiku first before you say you have to. So Atiku said they rigged him. Obi said they rigged him. So which one of them won the second? So these are the things that.
All right. I think that as a key to come in.
I'm not talking to you, Pansat.
Okay,
calm down.
but you said people could talk, right? Let me ask you a question.
No, I'm not talking to you, Pansat. Calm down. Calm your nerves. Just calm down. Relax.
Are you gonna talk forever? Let somebody else chime in here.
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
When I leave, you can have the whole night. Don't worry. I'll be gone soon. So
you cannot just keep talking. I want to ask you a question. Why don't you want to take a question?
Okay, because you're Pansat. I don't want to take your question. You don't know politics. You don't
All
know
right.
politics.
No problem. Here's what I have a simple question for you. No, seriously.
You don't know politics, guy. Make me forget that.
That's fine. That's fine. But here's what
enigmatic.
Okay,
You joined the Southwest. So the Southwest joined the North to push out Jonathan, who is the Southern president. And now you are fighting against the same thing.
The Southeast should work with the Northeast and Northwest and push out Tinubu if they are ready.
Oh, so you work with? Oh, you
so,
actually work. You said it by yourself. It's just by what I'm just going by what you said. You said that Tinubu worked with the North to push out Jonathan, who is the Southern president, and now you want the vote of the South to keep you in power.
No, listen to me. Nobody wants the vote of the South. South want their own vote. They know how to play their politics because South is getting ready to be VP to the next president from the
No. Forget what they want to be. Forget what they want to be. I'm only asking you a question. Did Tinubu join the North to push out Jonathan, who is a South president?
Tinubu did not join the North. Tinubu orchestrated Jonathan's ouster from office. Okay,
he orchestrated it. So he was in the planning. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Peter Obi now, being the face of the Southeast now, he should orchestrate Tinubu ouster from the office in collaboration with his people. Let's see if he can do it. Good. It's politics, man.
All right. So
you know what I'm saying?
Here's my question to you.
It's politics.
Would you admit?
So
I thought you said I could ask my question. Would you hold your horses?
I know what I say. You don't know politics. I was talking to Joel. Joel sabi politics more, but no be you. Come on,
don't worry. It's not just people who sabi politics who talk here. Everybody has their, freedom of speech.
I want to move. I actually want to move to another topic. I want to move to the IPOB.
Okay, let me talk about what you just what you just said. Would you admit? Look.
I don't want to hear you guys. Now my fault.
One man, are you here? If he doesn't want to take a question, then let me make a comment. Right? I've been listening.
Okay, Pastor, it's not my fault.
But if you don't want to answer your question, if you don't make your answer question, leave him now. That's when people go do the other time. Leave him.
Okay.
Tell you, make you answer the question. Because Joel sabi politics more, but tell Joel.
No. Enigmatic. The only thing I want to get from you to say, Enigmatic, you a Yoruba man. You a Yoruba man. You come out here. You were bold to say you do not need the Igbos for 2027, and you also posited that you and Tinubu connive with the North to push out a southern president in Jonathan. I want to know. Orchestrated it.
Once again, I did not say Tinubu. I said Tinubu orchestrated.
You follow? All English.
I gave Tinubu as the Jagaban. I gave him that power. Let Obi go and orchestrate his own.
Go ahead, brother.
Make Obi do it too. Obi na man now. Make you join the Northern Army. They push Tinubu come out. Make we see a level. So his politics, my brother. Kamala tried his best, but Donald Trump came back. Right? Anyhow, Donald Trump is president now. Anyhow, make Obi orchestrate Tinubu come out for Aso Rock. I go cut cap for that guy. Say, guy, you be Okute, you do am. You know, which I talk. So now politics, my brother. So now going to IPOB or no IPOBs. Look, I wish at the end of the day that people will understand the fact that you can no, let me leave IPOB. Let me talk about Shore. That one will be too Shore. I don't blame Shore for what is going on now, particularly with Egbetokun. I blame Egbetokun himself and his gang of silly unwise men, if I have to use that. Shore is the guy that thrives, lives, and eats on things like this. He wants to be on the TV, on the newspapers pages, on TV screens, on everywhere for the little opportunity that he got. And that guy just walked. It's like Shore set some booby traps and landmines, and bam, the police force and Egbetokun walking. So look at the way he's dragging Egbetokun now.
You're so right on that one. I was like, leave him alone. They said they're going to put him in prison. I said, leave him alone. He's not going to come out. He's not coming out. I think that's the drama. That's Shore, right?
So Shore that has a beautiful wife in the US. He's not staying with his wife in this cold season. He's always in Nigeria fighting all the useless fights. I even wonder how the wife they survive, self. Because Egbetokun, you know your situation already. You had the privilege of an extension from the president to remain in office until 2027. Why there are some grievances about that already. Then Shore pull your leg. You just enter that quarrel like that with Shore. The guy going to drag you now. So it's like it's opening that Pandora box, creating this awareness about your appointment. It's calling you illegal IG, and you are going back and forth, making official statement through the MPF, making arrests, setting some frivolous bail conditions and making rescissions of the same bail conditions because Shore made a mess out of that. So next time, and I hope he's listening, next time when you see Shore, leave Shore alone. It's like leave Charisma, make Charisma they go in one way, make you they go your own way. Because Shore has been so starved of this public opprobrium for a while. He needed that nerve, he needed that oxygen, and they gave it to him. And I like the way he's giving them water now. Next time they go use their brain, know the kind Charisma where they go to follow. So whoever is the next should come on. But when you have your own time at the presidency, do your own. No, the northern people, they did their own solid for 8 years. So if Tinubu is doing his own now, solid for the next 8 years. If whoever come back again, show us pepper from Southwest, we go quick take out like that and wait until our own time. So not turn by turn. Pray to God, make your own time come. Thank God. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That was the excellent Enigmatic. So well done, Enigmatic. Of course, one of the delights of that this platform has to offer. Is Patoski ready for us now, or?
Hey Joe, sorry, please. Enigmatic. What's in the logo? She ain't logo. What was the logo? What's going on?
Logo wa jẹ bọ́tà ogún wà lára ibi nìkan ló ti lè lé sí mọ́ wa náà.
Is Ọ̀sálọ́kọ̀ lọ Ògùn.
Okay, Logun. Okay, I get it.
You be prince now. So
okay, no,
because
I'm more be a Logun ni kì í ṣe kò mí ìrà mi bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ọ̀sálọ́kọ̀ lọ Ògùn.
Logun.
Tó bá dárí sapá ẹ́. Àwọn fọmọ rẹ̀ bọ́ rẹ̀.
Kò tó yẹn.
Kàkà kọ́mọ olórí ń gbẹ́sẹ̀ sí èsì tí èmi á mì. Káfárá tó rí a máa kọjá afárá. Gbogbo ọwọ́ tí Agẹmọ bá gbé sókè báyìí, gbogbo ọwọ́ tí Ìrókò bá gbé sókè
báyìí. We go talk here now. Go back to the program now.
Let
me ask you, how does it work for those of us who have spoken already? Are we going to be here all day before it gets our turn again?
No, we have to do the rounds for the people who haven't spoken. We have Patoski, who doesn't seem to be fully with us. We have Ola, who I think may be at work. So we go on to.
Make I even take your question before I go. What will be your question?
All right, one man, if you oblige us, would you agree that the situation we have now is an aberration, where we have Tinubu as president, right? So everything you are saying is based on this one sample, right? You don't have, there's nothing else like this, where you had somebody like Tinubu come run for office. It's an aberration. Would you agree? You cannot liken him to any past president of Nigeria. The situation we have now.
I don't see it as an aberration, because as we are speaking right now, CBN just today has just cleared $7 billion of our backlog, and I think that should be the final touch of that. And
okay, so what would you liken this 2027 election to? What election in the past would you liken it? What comes close to that? Because I have a question for you at the end of this. After you answer this, and I have a question. What would you liken the 2027 election to in the past? Is it Jonathan? Is it Yaradua? Who?
Okay, we know. Let me start from Yaradua. Yaradua's election, even Yaradua himself came to confess that the process that brought him to power was flawed with, electionary fraud and stuff like that. And then we know Jonathan's situation. He was a guy that came to power by shared luck, and then
So could you identify which one before you then make comment? Because Yaradua was not a re-election. Yaradua he had an election that he died in office. Yes. And then Jonathan. So you cannot say it's the same thing. What I mean by aberration is this is something that we've never experienced before.
In what way?
If you say,
in what way? How?
Where all the variables are the same, right? Whereby it's a re-election, it's a Southern president, it's a Yoruba president, something like that. Maybe Obasanjo would probably be the one you would come close to. So what I'm saying is that here's a question. You come in, and you put up a lot of strawmen. Southeast a lot of distractions.
No, they are facts. They are facts. Yeah? They are actually facts. They are actually facts. We are speaking to facts.
Yeah.
Is it not a fact?
Wait now.
Hold on, Pastor.
Let's
is it
make
not
it interesting.
Hold on. Is it not a fact that the last election, the current president failed woefully? That Buhari twice failed woefully in Southeast? Is it not a fact that Southeast now means, at least within the APC caucus, they don't really reckon. Nobody should reckon with them. Talking vis-a-vis national politics, particularly presidential politics. If you say I don't even want to go to this region to campaign. If Tinubu say 2027, I'm not even touching this place to campaign. He will still win without a single vote from that place. That's
Okay,
the fact.
so let me conclude it this way. I'll wait for my turn, and then I'll give you some of my time to ask you questions if you're here. The remarks I will make is that we've never had it to where a president is in charge of Nigeria, and then our inflation is over 30%. And then the dollar exchange rate is 1 to like 1,500 or more, right? And it shows no empathy. He's in combat. The Northerners are against him. The Southeasterners are against him. The South, hold on. You should just take what I'm trying to say to you, because we're gonna have the discussion if we have time. So what I'm trying to say to you is that those are the metrics. Those are what you talk about. We're not a country of imbeciles, right?
Okay.
A lot of people might be ashamed because they stuck out their neck for Tinubu right now.
Is that your question?
So no. My question I'm going to ask you during my time. So let me yield back. But I want to soften the ground for you, give you a signpost of where we're going to go. We're going to talk seriously.
I'll actually be leaving soon, but I have a meeting real quick. But let me just say one thing real quick. Yeah, let me just say one thing real quick. You know, when we are talking politics, right? There are some semantics that doesn't really add up, particularly when you are talking politics in the African setting. But then when you reduce it to Nigerian setting, and this is why we say, if you really want to be a president in Nigeria, do not pretend about the possibility of you trying to be a president. You are talking about indices and everything, stuff like that. Except I know I know where you belong, and I know where I belong. Of course, right? I wouldn't expect you. I'll be surprised if you see anything good in Tinubu for a fact. I'll be very surprised, because I was surprised that for 8 years, right, that you never saw anything good in Buhari, even though he completed the 3rd Niger Bridge. But
okay, hold on that point. Let me ask you a question on that. Hold on. Hold on now.
I have to go. I have to go.
Because you have to go. That's why I want to ask you the question before you go.
I have to go. You are not asking.
If people in the Southeast said on the onset of Buhari's candidature, say, hey, look, this guy is no good. We don't want him. We're going to give him 3% of our votes. He's not good, right? And then you live through his administration. You live through the presidency. What you should be doing then is to go back to those people and say, you know what? You were right. It's not going to be talking the nonsense you're talking. You're supposed to be ashamed of yourself. You're supposed to give him kudos for knowing that he is no good. Do you understand? What you're doing actually, hold on now.
Hold on.
This should be simple stuff. You got the example. I'm trying to say to you that
you are going on a 3 different
it's not. If I don't see anything good about Buhari or Tinubu, okay, let's use Tinubu. Now, if I espouse my views and say, okay, I don't see any good about Tinubu, all you have to do then is to poke holes in what I'm saying.
I don't have to do that. I don't.
Hold on now. If I
don't have to poke holes in whatever you say about Tinubu, because I wouldn't expect you to say anything good any ways about
Tinubu. But any reasonable person can then poke holes in what I'm saying.
I'll be flattered if you do that. I'll be surprised if you do that.
What they're saying, Passat, is that you are already defined by your prejudice. So so if you know that you are already prejudiced, then you're not an honest broker. So
one man. Here's the point.
If you discover the cure to cancer, you probably still stay.
You see, I'm not immune. Anybody like in my position is not immune. If I say something based on prejudice, then I'm going to be wrong, because we're not dealing in abstracts. We're looking at his record, like he just said a minute ago. We're looking at record. So if I say something, if he invented cure for cancer, and I don't acknowledge it, it's up to him now to poke holes and say, you know what? He invented cure for cancer, and you wouldn't give him credit for it. If I'm prejudiced and then the events come true, it's no longer prejudice. It's something that is a knowable. It's something we know. Do you understand? In this re-election, his role is to poke holes in somebody who is operating from prejudice. It ain't prejudice if it's true. You understand? So when he comes here with a distraction upon distraction, trouble as if all Nigerians, we have maybe 12%, 15% of people who have jingoism in their activity in political punditry. But most Nigerians are smart. If you want to test it, go to Motor Park with your
most Nigerians are smart, but most Nigerians are also ethnic jingoists. I'm not sure that there's that many Nigerians that are. In fact, I doubt if there are any Nigerians that are not ethnic jingoists.
Let me tell you why I disagree with you. See, we're making progress. It wasn't long ago, if somebody is killed in the southeast as a northern extraction, then they will go killing people in the north who are Igbos, their neighbors, right? We don't have that anymore. 2 weeks ago, somebody was killed at a doctor's house who's a northerner. I don't know what agency he was from, maybe EFCC or something like that. It was pin drop in the north. They didn't go killing their neighbors. We've gone away from that primordial exercise. Hold on. It's a key point I'm making here. I'm saying that we've made progress to. We may have some primordial feelings, but it's not what's driving the day. Right now, you could get the hell out of here. We don't have to know when you're going.
No.
You have to keep quiet. No, he's doing it like a threat, like he wants to go.
No. Pastor, don't do that. You already did that with Baba.
Okay. I'll take that back. All I'm saying is that if somebody's going, right? When I leave here, all I do is I leave. I don't have to make it. I'm gonna talk and leave. What kind of program do we have if somebody's gonna talk and leave?
He has the floor, so let him land.
I'm repaying my time, one man, please. And this is why I was very cautious not to even give him time. So one thing, let me tell you, we will hear this from to the next 8 years of Tinubu's administration. Obi is doing a good job at that, right? He's already the official, Agbotikuyo of Nigeria. So whatever you are saying, somebody is dying somewhere. Somebody is dying, all those negative stuff. Good. And like I said, Tinubu is a politician who wants to be in office beyond his 4 years. He wants to run for an election for the next 4 years. And he knows where the votes are. He knows where to target. He knows his audience. 100 years from now.
It's not true. He doesn't know anything.
100 years from now, he knows that he can never get something
from the region. It's not true.
And he will never be there. So he will just do what he has to do for them constitutionally and move on to people who are serious with politics. So now you can speak as much as you want to speak about whatever he's doing. Because there's this fallacy. Do you know there's this fallacy that we heard in 2023 election? 100 million people registered. Tinubu won. What was the percentage? But have they forgotten that 24 million voted? 24 million voted. Tinubu had over 8 million. Obi had 6 million. Atiku had whatever million. Right?
It was a rigged election.
Okay. Whatever.
It was rigged.
Out of 24.
But here's what I'm saying. When you are using an aberration, right?
Just let him land, please. Yeah.
So now I'm trying to say something, because this is the narrative, all this lopsided, beguiling narrative that they come with. In Peter Obi's election in Anambra State, right? People should check me now. Everything I say, fact check me. In his election in Anambra State, right? In the federation, in the entire federation for re-election for governors, then Obi scored the lowest. He had 34% re-election number, percentile, 34% voted for him in Anambra because of his shoddy job. So go and look at the numbers. Go and look at his number as against Ngige and the number 3 person then, Soludo, when they contested together. So people can say all this silliness as if we don't live in the South. I lived in the South for 8 years. In Anambra there. So you can package him as the face of your region, but we know who he is. But if you are supporting him, and I'm supporting my Tinubu, and you are crying every day, cry for the next 8 years. Jonathan was there. He stabbed Southwest. We did not cry. We went back to strategize.
Yes, you did cry. You're a liar. You cried. Everybody knows that you cried.
And I say it again.
One man.
Strategize with those northerners and come and kick Tinubu out. Kick him out and let's rest.
All right. So thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. I am going to bail out now. Hand over to Thomas. Thomas, you still have Patoski. You have the star there. Prince Daddy joins us. Baba is there. Man of prestige. I'm not sure if it's asleep or not. So still plenty to go around. But I'll take my leave now and let the session carry on. The super chat of the day.
I'll call you. I need to reach out to Benny. I beg.
One man, before you take your leave.
1 second, please.
I don't know what I did with his number. You hear one man?
Yeah,
please, Daddy, give me 1 sec.
I'll send you his number. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One man,
yeah.
before you leave, thank you. Just take Pansal with you. I can't undo him. Thank you.
No.
If you want to say anything, let him say it.
Let me make
and you go together. I
Yeah.
can't undo him. You know.
That's fine. That's fine.
Me and Pansal, we are oil and water. Yeah.
Let me make my closing remarks.
I think Pansal will bear with me anyway.
Yeah, I will bear.
No,
it's okay.
yeah. Let him go with you.
What's
Yeah.
his name?
Thank you.
Thomas is my younger brother. It's no problem. But let me say this to
Thomas, I don't go. Thank you so much.
Our country is not going to be based on
thank you,
this person come and they rule for their tribe, and this person come and rule for their tribe. We've done that in the past. That's true. Not as much as people pretend. We've had some people who are beyond ethnic jingoism and tribal bullshit, right? So right now, we want a new Nigeria. And that Nigeria is going to come by truth. That's why people who don't like the truth, they don't like me around. Because I tell them the truth. Some of these stories, anecdotes about what somebody did here, somebody did here, that's not what we're going by. Let's join forces, try to correct the course. We made a mistake with Buhari. We made a mistake with Tinubu. These are not presidential materials. No matter, you have to be ashamed of yourself to be embracing somebody now that you should know better. Now that you know better, no matter, even if you're the same mother and father with Tinubu, do you want him to continue to be president? Think about it. So with that, I would say next time when I come here, maybe we should elevate the discussion. People who are here to perpetuate stigmas and negative energy here, we have to start easing them out. They know themselves. They can't stand it when I'm here. But
idiot like you, when we've not been here for how many days, nobody fought, not in 14.
I will yield that. See you soon. You're not gonna have me here every day, by the way. You're privileged to have me here today.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to you, Thomas. The super chat of the day, Ola. Only Ola super chat, and more people should join him. Thank you, everyone.
Who's got the floor? Who's talking? Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Prince.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, cool. I was going to ask Enigmatic a question before.
Let me say this before. Please, Daddy. Let me say this. Let me say this before you go on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello. You can hear me. Just say this. When I come back to this live, if they said somebody come back to live, I would rather be a Yoruba man. Because we respect our elders. We have from when we are in the public. Oh, thank you. Prince Daddy, you have the floor.
Yeah, maybe Baba, maybe you can take on this question real quickly. So Enigmatic was saying, I think from
Prince Daddy, can anyone hear me?
Yes, Thomas, we can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me? No?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Prestige?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I can hear you. Prince Trump Daddy, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So Enigmatic's submission earlier, I thought in his submission, it was kind of dismissive of the Northwest. Like, Tinubu won 4 states in the North Central, therefore the Northwest is like, maybe inconsequential. I think that's a wrong analysis. I don't think Tinubu himself will be that dismissive of Northwest. Although
he may have won 4 states in the North Central, but what is the total vote that he actually got from the Northwest? Because frankly, I thought he did very well in the Northwest. Atiku barely beat him in many of the states. In fact, he beat Atiku in Kanu. Isn't that right, Baba? He beat Atiku in Kanu. So
correct.
Yeah, so it
That's
can be
the
that.
Ganduje factor.
Exactly. So it cannot be said, oh, he only won Katsina State or whatever state he won, Taraba State in the Northwest. Therefore, Northwest is not is inconsequential. I don't think so. That's a wrong analysis. Even Tinubu himself, I don't think would be thinking along that line, unless you can get the numbers in the North Central, which I doubt. But anyway, I thought I mentioned that.
No, okay. I think every politician contesting election, particularly the presidency, must strive to win everywhere possible, because the more states you win, the higher your chances of winning the election. So no states or region should be discounted. Even the East we are talking today is going to be contentious in 2027, because whether we like it or not, APC, out of all the 5 states in the Southeast, APC has, I think, one state at least there. So if that can come in, that's something. So that's
Well, I mean,
much I can
don't
say.
they have Abia? No, don't they have Ebonyi?
Yeah, Ebonyi, that's Umahi
Yeah,
state, right?
and Imo now,
So
governor.
2027 could be a different ball game entirely. Could be a different ball game entirely. I don't even know why we worry ourselves now. I'm enjoying the game that is going on.
To win the election, Baba, to win the presidency, you don't have to really win a state. You don't have to. You just need what, a 2/3 of the. Is it 2/3? What is the requirements?
What?
25%.
25%.
Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
you just need to win 25%. You don't need to
And
win
the
a
most
state.
population. So you're right.
Yeah.
Anyways, greetings to Prestige. How are you doing, man? I've not seen you in a minute.
Hey, bro, I'm good, man. I'm good. Can't complain.
In California, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you also live in Florida as well. But
Yeah. Actually, I just came back from Florida yesterday. I was telling them about we were talking about immigration. Like I said earlier, I didn't mean to take this space. I just want to make the comment earlier that I don't have a problem with whatever Trump is doing. He's doing what is better for America. But what's going on in Florida is kind of baffled, because there's a problem right now going on, collusion between the legislature and DeSantis. The legislature said they're going to adopt Trump immigration policy. But DeSantis said no. He's going to veto it. That's a watered down immigration policy. So he want to go harder. He said, even after you have a green card or legal resident and you're going to school here, you shouldn't be regarded as in state. You should pay out of state, or you're not even qualified. So
no,
he's going to a different level.
That is federal. Like, it's only 1 year, right? If you move anywhere, it's 1 year to qualify for.
Yeah, but he said that's not going to happen anymore. He doesn't want that to happen.
No,
I'm just saying. He said.
Those kind of things are going to be struck down in court within 5 minutes. I've said there are things that when you do, or say as a politician, we're not even understand. In the court of law, will be struck down in a few minutes. So don't even bother yourself with that. That's not going to.
Oh no! I'm not there. I don't have any. My kids. I just go there for business. I'm just saying,
Right.
what's going on in terms of him. But anyway, team financial, I'm good. Nice to see you, Baba T, man.
Yeah,
I see you in a while.
I'm like, man, I hope your house is safe in California. Like, what happened?
We live a long way. Yeah, we live a long way, about 140 miles. Away from from there. So I live in San Diego. So
okay.
We didn't have anything.
All right, that's good. That's good. Now let's fight and argue like we always do. Now let's stop being too friendly. So how is I heard your girl Kamala wants to run for governor of California.
Yeah, and she's gonna win.
Are you gonna support her after what you saw?
What do you mean? What do you mean? You mean it's a disaster? Trump won. Well, it has nothing to do with. It has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. She ran a good campaign. It's not like she was a disaster.
Hey, I don't get it.
Happy New Year, Prestige. But I was gonna say,
Good. Happy New Year.
Yeah, from that, let's go straight to the point. If Prestige is shameless. He doesn't care. He will vote for Kamala.
Those
I mean,
guys
I like her.
California,
I mean, that's me. I like her, so I'm gonna vote for her. Yeah. I mean, why you saying it's shameless? What is shameless? Did she commit any crime? She ran for the president and lost to Trump. Trump got. Trump was better.
but it's forget about losing to Trump. I think. I mean, Biden would have lost too. But the point is that her performance was like terrible. You know that she didn't perform.
How the performance was terrible? Trump played better politics and won. No, I don't think so. I mean, it's not like you're making it like Trump won like a landslide. Kill everything.
She raised close to $2 billion or over $2 billion, and she could not win one swing state. Come on, Prestige. Come on. She was terrible. She was terrible.
Look, America went a different direction, okay, and they got what they want. So we see how it goes. So I'm not going to blame Kamala Harris for it. I'm still going to vote for her in California.
Can you hear me, Prestige?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can I ask a simple question? Do you want Kamala Harris to run California like she ran a campaign?
No, okay. She's not good. That's different. California, we still, we still prosper, under Kamala Harris. I'm telling you. She ran a good campaign.
She did not run a good campaign. Stop saying that, man.
Okay, you are talking from from a biased point of view. As a MAGA, I mean, I believe there's no Democrat that could have beaten Trump in that regard, because he ran a good campaign. I mean, people want to change because they didn't like Democrat policy to begin with. We
can agree with you.
But in my own opinion, that's different. So everybody has the opinion.
That's not the point. It's not about. I can agree with you that no Democrat would have beaten out Trump, but nonetheless, I'm talking about her performance, how she performed, what she did. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. And I can't
because she didn't win any of the 7 swing states or whatever.
Apart from that, I mean, she was just terrible. I mean, like, maybe you're not paying attention. Maybe you just lost in the Kamala's world. But the fact that you want her to run California.
If I'm lost in Kamala, you yourself, I call yourself Trump daddy. Are you not delusional when it comes to Trump? So don't go there.
I'm not. I mean,
okay.
I belong to the winning party, but the point here is that,
it's okay. It's okay. I mean, every you in power right now.
So don't forget our bet. You owe me, Prestige, because we had a bet.
What did we bet?
No, you and they said that you guys said that she was gonna win. Kamala.
Yeah. I thought she was gonna win. I mean, that's my opinion. I thought she was gonna win, but
she
didn't win.
You need to give my charity $100.
What's your charity? Give me your put your charity on the thing.
No. It's any food bank around you. So any food bank close to you, you need to give them $100.
Just food bank, and if you don't have to, you can't name anyone you're associated with. How are you gonna know that I give them?
No. Just add $100 more. That's what you have to pay.
What kind of food bank? Why not anything associated with Nigeria? Aren't you doing something in Nigeria?
No, that's not the point. This was about America's election. This is not in Nigeria. It wasn't in Nigeria.
All right, my brother. You're cool with me.
$100 for any charity. Meals on Wheel, just feeding program. Yeah.
All right, Baba T, you cool. Who has the floor? Anybody can go ahead and talk. Let's show me.
Who's the host of the show? Is it Prince Daddy that's hosting tonight?
Yeah, Prince Daddy has the floor.
Prince, our host.
But Patoski has not spoken at all.
Maybe Patoski can speak. I think a lot. And where's Thomas?
Everyone, I was so happy with the way you dealt with the fly earlier. You know me doing
no, me and him for this platform. Every day, because of him, I could come here. He will never succeed in talking rubbish. Now he go tire.
Because the negative aura I can't stand that kind of.
Fringe lunatic.
Hey, Baba.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Can
sir.
you speak up? Can we talk later? If we have time, what's going on in Kenya? I mean, I'm very fascinated with what's going on.
You mean the Congo debacle?
Yeah, with Rwanda. I had the president of Rwanda speaking. I mean, with South Africa, it seems like things are real bad over there. So, I mean, if you want to, I don't know what kind of information you have over there.
You see, man of prestige, that region. Do you know that region has never been at peace for almost 35 years continuously? The richest region, because it's so large. The Congo is so large that we can even call it a region. Never known peace. I've never seen that kind of thing before in my life. Never one day. So this new one, they are coming, and Kagame is arming, using South African mercenaries and arming them with Rwandan army equipment to fight Chichikeji, or what they call that tall fat man. And
But do we have tissues? What they call a tissue in Congo? Uh,
what's that?
Are they part of Congolese? What's going on there?
Which country?
I'm talking about tissue from Rwanda. We have Hutu and tissue
Okay, the
Rwanda.
Tutsi.
Yeah,
No,
they have them in Congolese.
no, I don't. It's the other country, Burundi, that has some Tutsi. I don't know if Tutsi are in Congo.
Then why is
But
Rwanda president supporting?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's like Rwanda is a beneficiary of what is going on in Congo. They are one of the countries destabilizing that country.
It's very faint. I can't hear.
Can you speak up, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly now.
Okay. What I'm saying is this. Rwanda is benefiting from the crisis in Congo, and they are using Congo resources to develop their country. It's been fueling rebels, helping to destabilize that country since he came in and when he became the president of that country. So all these things that you are seeing is actually
you talking about Kagame, Simba, right?
yes, Kagame, yes. So it's very
Simba,
obvious.
Simba, can you elaborate on that? What you just said before you proceed? How is he using their resources to develop Rwanda?
One of the richest region in Congo is actually the one that share border with Rwanda, and they are part of the Rwanda is actually supplying troops to that place. They are taking their resources through Rwanda out of that country. That's what it's doing. And that's why sometimes when people talk, Kagame is good, he's developing Rwanda. It's somebody that is a dictator in his country and also destabilizing another fellow African country. It's just a mess. It's an obvious thing. It's not something that is just starting now. They've been doing it for years.
Sinbad, it's not that obvious. It's not that obvious. I mean, I've heard what you said before. I've heard it before, but the thing is that so is using their resources to develop Rwanda. Okay, how come they not the Congolese?
It's a channel. You know what I'm saying, that they are using Rwanda as a channel to actually siphon the resources from Congo, and it's helping doing that because it's getting its own share.
Well, just like the rest of the Western world, also they're making profit from the illegal mining going on there. I mean, I can guarantee you, it was not Kagame that started our war. It was not Kagame. So let's not blame him. Maybe he's doing what he has.
What happened is the rebel forces in that region, in Goma, that is actually the resources. Rather, they use it to exchange for arms and ask for support. And Kagame is it's like receiving stolen goods and then taking your own cut and then selling it. That is what is happening here. Is transactional.
So Baba, Are you saying like the president of South Africa is accusing Kingami or whatever Rwanda president has been a puppet of the West? So is he in collaboration with the West, siphoning something from Congo for his own country? Is that what you're insinuating? I mean, that makes
It's
sense.
not
Yeah,
insinuation. That is
because
what is
there are South
happening, man of
African
achieve.
mercenaries fighting there. There are South African mercenaries fighting side by side with the rebels. But when it comes to money, I mean, money is stateless, even though every country has their own name for their denomination. But when it comes to the currency, it's stateless. So you can I mean, trust anybody. Even in Burkina Faso, what are they using to pay the Russians? They mine gold, and they take the gold, and then that's for their payment for keeping the head of state safe. So these things are done, but what I'm asking is that why that region? There was the other time, even Congo itself has done it to Uganda before. You remember this woman who was a rebel, the angels or something from Congo attacking Museveni, until Museveni eventually suppressed that insurrection. So that is like a cause. It's like what is happening in Middle East in Gaza. I don't know what is going on for something to be going on for 35 years
Museveni
plus.
in Uganda.
Yeah. There was a time the rebels. I think it was even a woman that was leading that rebel group, coming attacking.
I think the name is something Lord something rebel or something like that.
Lord Angel, something like that. I can't
Yeah.
remember. So that one too has ended one way or the other, and another one has started. So
How many countries do we have in sub-Saharan Africa? And I think Fela said something about it. I know if Fela talk about United Nations, but how many countries do we have in sub-Saharan Africa that I think perhaps even since I was younger, even born, the unrest in the Congo around that region has always been there. And you're telling me that with all these leaders that we have, with the AU that we have, and all these things, we can't help them solve their problem. We're still waiting for the white man to come home, to come help us.
It is shameful, but it is the West also that is orchestrating it. It is not in their interest.
It's divide and rule, Papa. It's divide and rule that they are using for us.
It's not in their interest for that place to be at peace. Do you know it has the highest deposit of copper? Copper with electricity,
cobalt,
the same thing,
and all this stuff.
Without
I think
the cobalt for mobile phone, the copper is even the most important, because everything we do today with electricity is based on copper, and that region is a bottomless pit of it they have. So they've been mining it and taking it away for almost free, right from the time of Lumumba's, Kasavubu, Mobutu. It's just like a
why, if we know, of course we know that. I've always, I guess, heard about the West exploiting the Congo and the rest of Africa, but if Kagame is doing exactly what the West is doing, I'm not sure why Simba is so upset that a black leader or a black man is doing the same thing. I mean, if he's not doing it, what's going to happen? He's going to go to the West. So him doing it, that is Kagame.
You know what is paining me? No. Trump Daddy, what is paining me is this. If he's doing it alone and is the sole beneficiary, but in collaboration with the Westerners, that's what I don't like. Why are you conspiring against your people for the sake of the white people? If he's taking the resources to develop his own country, that's fine.
No, see, Kagame actually has been a target of the West. Actually, Kagame, I think maybe the French government. But look, at the end of the day, all those resources in the Congo, the main market is the West, not Africa. So that's why he has to deal with the West, as we all do. That's the reason why. But other than that, he is a very firm guy. He's a very straightforward guy. is not an angel. I know that. You can accuse him of crimes and this and that, but guess what? I don't think there's nothing Kagame has done that other African leaders have not done, except that he actually has results.
Yeah, I agree with you because the
But
main thing there is
Prince Daddy, does that make it right? That's not his territory.
that's
You said
true. It doesn't make it right. Have we forgotten it was the Tanzania Nyerere and Jomo Kenyatta wanting to put Obote back in power in Uganda, that formed an army that outran Idi Amin Dada. They do all these things all the time, and it's a conspiracy of Jerry Rawlings and Ufe Boy that removed Sankara. So all African countries are complicit in this. The thing is, in Rwanda, those rebels need money, and the resources they mine from that place, they cannot send it out without the help of a neighboring country, because the shipping document for it has to be covered by Rwandan authorities, particularly shipping certificates and things like that. So it's business as usual. Business as usual. Because during the Liberia war, when they buy arms, then he has not gained power. When they buy their armaments or Libya supply armament, it comes through Ghana. Ghana gives a certificate, and then they push it to Liberia. So Africa has actually been outdoing itself for a very, very long time. For a very, very long time. It is sad, actually. We are being used, but I don't know what kind of fiber we are made of.
So we've
We are
been
not our
used,
brother's keeper.
well, that I agree with you. But when you hear people like Izon thinks that because the white men came and colonized us, then they should be responsible for upkeep, our well-being, and the development of our countries. That's what people like Izon thinks, which I think is ridiculous. We African people, black people, we're not the first race in the world that's been conquered by other races, by other people. At the end of the day, if with that mentality, we're not going to go anywhere or get anywhere. We, at the end of the day, have to be responsible for our own development, how to pull ourselves out of this quagmire.
so, Prince Daddy. In that order, you like what Trump is doing, right? American first, withdrawing the aid, which
Yeah,
Africa do benefit about 80% of the
that's
time.
what I wanted to ask you a
Cutting America from the climate change and some other things that benefit your continent. I know you pretty much sanctioned that. I'm not against it. So Africa need to wake up. That's the way I look at it. So
Well,
what do you say about that?
of course, it's great because the whole thing it's a globalist kind of a framework. It's what you call the fleecing of America. There's no doubt about it. And Trump sees all this stuff as shenanigans. I mean, we give aid to a bunch of countries for what reason? Why do you know most of these countries? So supposedly, especially the South American countries, we give them a lot of money. You would think they use that money for the welfare of their own people and do stuff. They don't. The government they steal the money just like African
No,
leaders
Prince
do.
Daddy, the line item, one I saw that shocked me. America giving $50 million every year to Gaza for purchase of condom. I can't believe it. Honestly,
Exactly.
$50 million every year for condom for Gaza.
Is that a true statement or just
No, I'm serious. I'm
just a
serious.
false statement the press secretary made? Is that true? Have you verified that?
It's when it comes to line item in America's budget, you can't lie.
Yeah, that is true. And Preston, this is my point here. It's a what you call it? It's all a playbook for the people connected, the deep state or the bureaucrats. That just like Ukraine. If you want to know, Ukraine is a good example. It's really a good example of how Americans' corruption expand around the world. And Biden was the key person to Ukraine, and we saw the flow of America's money into Ukraine and how that business works. Biden even said, right, the video's out there. I know you've seen the video where Biden said, look, it was going to withhold $1 billion of aid from Ukraine if he does not fire one persecutor called Shokin. It shows how they ties America's money for illegalities in all these countries. So Trump comes and like, why are we giving all these countries money? Sometimes they don't even ask us to give them money. I saw a clip earlier. I don't know if it's on One Man Show. Former Kenyan president, Uhuru Kenyatta, right?
Uhuru
Yeah.
Kenyatta.
Yeah, they asked him a question that how does it feel about Trump, pulling all the funds from African countries or from countries around the world? And he's like, okay, what's the big deal? It's his money. If he wants to put the money, why are you guys having a headache over it?
Yeah, I saw that interview.
Okay, yeah. I think it was giving a presentation, whatever. So
Prince Daddy, if you don't mind, I wanted to ask a question to BT. Are you still here? BT, are you there? BT. Is BT there? BT, are you there?
It's on the screen, but I don't think he's paying attention.
Simba, are you there? I think Simba can help as well.
Yeah, Simba is here. He's here.
Yeah, I can't hear any one of them saying anything. Simba, can you hear
I'm
me?
around. I'm around.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much. This question goes to you too as well, Prince Daddy. My question to you is this: in regards to the you heard about the funding that are being cut out, and I wanted to ask you, what is your opinion in regards to the fundings that are being cut out for Africa, to be precise, and Nigeria, to be precise? This question goes, I hope BT is listening so that we can all answer it. There is a program called Perfer, because Nigeria, I don't know if you guys know, is the number 2 for HIV in the world. So they get funding from the American government from HIV medications and other, I believe, malaria, one other this thing. Now that this thing has been cut, this funding has been cut, do you have a concern, or do you think it was the right thing to do to cut out this funding? Simba, did you hear what I said?
Yes, I heard you. So what I can say, because one, if you look at the two diseases that you even mentioned, malaria and HIV, what I can say is that the most of the funding were not in liquid cash. They supply the equipment. Like in HIV, I think what they actually support in HIV is the medications and the logistics. So they are the one that will provide the medications.
And that's not done with money, right?
Yes.
And that's not done with
And
money.
No, what I'm saying is this. Exactly, that's where I'm going.
You're not benefiting
So
directly from it. What can the white man give you in this century that you don't get anything back? Crap.
Look, I don't. This question Adam pose. I'm in support. I'm in support of what Trump is doing. It's about time the Africans, all this, all this our government, all this money they are stealing and everything, they can use it to actually take care of our people. They need to take care of their own responsibility. No, I don't have any issue with it.
I agree
It's
with
about
you.
time they wake
I
up. Okay,
agree with you
I didn't support Trump, but some of the things that he's doing, I'm aligned with it.
Manifestly, I also align with this. I also align with it. But the problem I have with the West is, can they live and get live? That's the $1 million question.
But kick them
Can
out.
they
Kick them out. Don't do business with them. Don't take their loan and everything. It's about time we, maybe this Trump presidency we are awakening the Africans.
But you know one thing.
Yeah, you are freezing in and out. I can't hear you.
I don't know. Did he drop? I can't hear him. Can you guys hear him? I can't hear him.
No, I can't hear him either. So But anyway, Adama, the question you asked, I look at it in two ways, you know. Is it the right thing to do? But if you really think about it, maybe that's the beginning for the Africans to take care of their own space. We have the money, we have the resources. It's about time we start taking care of ourselves, not depending on the Western imperialism. How long they're gonna, how long we're gonna keep on being under the Western,
Man of Steve, the
sponsorship.
way we have to look at it, why can't they live and let us live also?
Okay,
No, but
we can
Simba,
do that.
this is where I'm coming from. This is what my concern is. My concern is given where the healthcare system is in Nigeria right now, and given that we're the center, and like I said, we're number 2 when it comes to HIV. And with all the dated December stuff going on that just happened and everything, we need to be realistic. Our healthcare system is not where it needs to be. It's not. People do not like HIV medications are expensive. Okay, so now these things are, and I support what he. Listen, I agree with what the president do in terms of funding. Now, my question is, when are the governments or the citizens, like, when are they going to make their own citizens a priority, given where we are with our healthcare system? It's not something to write home about. We rely on all those
But
things for
what
foreigners.
the issue we are having,
Uh-huh.
we are just looking at the symptoms. We are not looking at the disease. Okay, you say, okay, Nigerian government is not taking care of the health of their citizen or whatever. You have to realize that all these things need, healthcare is very, very expensive. The whole budget of Nigeria is not even enough for health alone. Talk less of other things that we need to take care of. Now, our resources, that's what we have to be looking at. How are we using our resources? Is it really available for us? How much are we making? We can't just, because to me, we are talking of a budget of 30 billion, which is a chicken change for a whole country. So I think that's what we're supposed to be thinking. How can we utilize our resources for benefit of our people? Not say, okay, you have to provide this, because all these things, there's no money. We are just.
I don't know where you got that. There is no money for.
I'm confused, Simba. Are you saying thank you, Mrs. AI?
Okay.
And I just want to tell,
I
hold on,
don't know where you got
please,
there is no money
please
for.
hold on. I just want to,
Tell us where the
Simba.
money is.
No, Simba,
Tell us
just
where
wait.
the
I just
money
want to
is.
say, yeah, okay, I'd like to continue. I just want to remind our viewers, please like and share. Please click the thumbs up and share. We'll really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sorry, Simba, continue. Simba,
No,
please, I'm so
I just
sorry what you just said. Miss AI just said something that is just, are you trying to tell me that we do not have the funding of having a good healthcare system? Is that what you're
we don't
saying?
have. I can say boldly, we don't have the money. So, and it's AI that is saying that there is money. Let her now explain where the money is, and so let her expatiate on that.
Okay, first of all, I had a familiar voice. What's his name? You're welcome back. I heard you traveled. What's this?
Man of
Man
prestige.
of
Man of
prestige, man of
prestige.
prestige, and there was
Welcome, I
Hello,
heard you
my
traveled.
emo ladies.
Welcome. Okay, Simba. You see, I don't even know what to tell you, but let me say this. When we that are in diaspora come to a global platform like this and say Nigeria does not have money, I don't really know the message we are sending to people in Nigeria. I'll give you an assignment. There is one of the most beautiful architecture of modern time in Chicago called Rush Hospital. I want you to go and check how much they used to
Miss
build
AI,
it.
can you wait for a second, please? I need to tell Thomas. Thomas, can you bring in Dottie, please? Thank you. Sorry about that, ma'am.
You go and find out how much they use in building it. And then you take a virtual tour of the hospital. Now, I go back. There was a time in this platform, everybody wants to know how much Dangote was giving when they gave it to him and how much he spent. And Nigerians came together in this very platform and said, it's their collective money. So they need to know. Let me remind you people, there is one lady called Desani Alison Madeke. Rough estimate, she has our 20 billion US dollars. That Rush Hospital was not built with 1 billion. Take a virtual tour of the hospital. It's one of the most beautiful architecture in terms of hospital in the city of Chicago, that is one of the quintessential cities in the world. And that woman is holding our money. And that money, she did not make it from her hard work overseas. That is Nigerian money. And you stand in this platform today. I don't want to start calling others, so let's leave others, because I know what 20 billion US dollars can do in a country. And you sit down in this platform and tell everybody who cares to hear that Nigeria does not have money. I don't know where you got that one from. But if you say that Nigerian money is being embezzled, I think that will make a little more sense than saying Nigeria, a country called Nigeria, they don't have money. I rest my case.
Yeah, let me chime in. To Simba's point, I'd like to second Simba's position. Nigeria does not have money. I mean, we have natural resources. We have a lot. We have potential. Because we have potential doesn't mean we have money. And it's $20 or $30 billion budget is just a misery budget for a country of close to 200 million people. It's a joke. We don't have any money. Even we can't even capitalize on the natural or on the crude oil or the petroleum that we have in that country. I mean, we're producing below expectation, even given to us by OPEC. Where are we generating the money from? Well, in respect to Madwicke's $20 billion, I'm not sure if that's the correct amount, but even that, okay, that's like more than half of the budget that we had this past year. That doesn't answer the question. Where, if you say we have money, I should be hearing about where we are generating the money from in terms of our maybe exports. Where's the money coming from? We don't have any money, and I've always said it. The reason why Nigeria is surviving and continues to survive is because of the private sector. The Nigerians are not really dependent. It's not a welfare state. We don't depend on the government. If we were, the whole country would be crumbled. No doubt about it. And of course, we well traveled. We have a lot of people overseas, abroad, right? Therefore, roughly last time I checked, about a year or two ago, we sent close to over $25 billion annually to Nigeria. So the diasporans are really supporting that country to stay afloat in so many ways. But in terms of the government actually doing real work, we know the governors in the different states are just useless. They're not doing nothing for the people, nor their states, right? They're not doing nothing. But we know Nigeria is a country. I can't tell. I don't know where they're getting the money from. If we're not relying on the crude oil export for foreign reserve, I can't. Our agriculture is almost non-existent. I know that exports a few things, but how much is it? $2-3 billion a year in agriculture with vast land and the opportunity. That's the point. We have the land, we have the natural resources, but we lack the ability, to organize and get the best out of the country. Again, I don't think that, as to Simba's point, Nigeria, portray itself as a poor country, whereas we have a lot of wealth, a whole lot of wealth.
Simba, you still there? Hello?
Yes, I'm around.
Are you still there? Let me say this. Sometimes when I make some sentences and some statements and some facts, I have to buttress it so that people who did not understand me will probably do understand me. A country that did not borrow money funded one man, according to them, and according to most people in this platform, to build one of the biggest 120 refinery in the world. Is a poor country, right? They don't have money. Anyway, I don't want to say anything, but let me answer Shoma's question. Shoma, United
Is
States of
Adama, not Yoma. Is Adama that's
okay, Adama. United States of America is not owing anybody any money. You get me? It's not owing Africa any money. So whatever they're giving to Africa is of their free will. When somebody they dash you something, any day when like, and say you no go dash you again, no problem. So that's exactly what happened. If they say they're not going to fund you again for anything or support you for anything, it's their prerogative. They owe you no shit. So, and that's it. It's as simple as ABC. And that is what it is. Full stop. Any day they wake up again and they deem it fit that they can spread their dollars on you, fine, oh well and good. But if they wake up again and say, oh, well, we've spread more, we are no longer going to spread, that's fine. They owe you no shit. That's my answer to that question.
Yeah. So on the point about Dangote's refinery, number one, I'm not sure how much he actually, I know he brought a lot of money to build a refinery. And does Dangote's wealth translate to Nigeria's government's wealth or funds? I don't think so. So for all I care, it could have built a $100 billion refinery. I don't think he used the money from his own pocket to do that. As a smart business person, he wouldn't do that. So again, that does not translate to Nigeria having any money. I don't see the connection with one man having a refinery, meaning the country's rich.
So, but President, are you trying to say that Nigeria doesn't have the funds? Is that what is your point? Are you saying that we don't have the fund to build our own refinery? Is that what you're saying?
We're not even talking about a refinery, but do we have the funds? Of course we don't. I can even answer it without even doing too much digging. We don't have the funds to build no damn refinery. Do we? Maybe you can answer that question. Do we?
You know, please, Trump Daddy, the kind of answer I needed even from AIs, tell us, okay, from this so-called resources, this amount we are making, this is how we can do it, this is what you can make from
Okay,
this.
let
So
me
not say
answer your
some
question.
people
Let me answer your
arbitrary.
question.
That's what I asked
Let me
earlier
finish
too.
now. Arbitrary allegation. Somebody stole this, somebody stole this, and that's what you now use and say the country is rich.
Okay. Let me say this. In a country that is being ridden by bribery and corruption and embezzlement, you can never know how much they make. Period. That is one. The only thing you can hear.
How do you now arrive?
Calm down. Hold on. When somebody like Amechi Rotimi that never worked in his life except kangarooing in politics, for people like me to know how much he has, I think I can phonetically speak that my country has money. But let me say this for those who care to listen to me. Nigeria is one country on earth that have never seen so embezzled, so battered, and is still standing as a country. I end my case. So you can argue for all I care. But what I have to tell you is
that's not a true statement anyway.
If you are looking for somebody to fund you for anything, it's the person's prerogative to fund you. Whether you say you have money, you don't have money, that's your bloody fucking business. So if they decide to withdraw their funding, well and good. Go fund yourself. If you say you don't have money, that's fine. Then sit. As far.
Yeah, I like to
But
say.
can I say something?
One sec. I like to say Russia is more corrupt than Nigeria when it comes to stealing state money, funds. That's why we had the oligarchs with billions and billions of dollars stolen from the. I've actually heard that maybe Putin might be one of the richest person in the world, if not the richest person. So they are super corrupt in Russia also. I met you stealing some pocket change and here and there. It doesn't translate to Nigeria as well. In order to construct Nigeria's wealth, we should be talking about how Nigeria as a country generates its revenue. Forget about stealing. Now, if we hear that, okay, we generate like I don't know $100 billion from agriculture and mining and all these things, then we know, okay, we're generating all this money, but guess what? It's been stolen. But we don't really have a record of real revenue generation in that country. We don't. So again, Nigeria, to me, given the size of the country, is a poor country. Do we have a lot of resources? Perhaps one of the resource laden country in the world is Nigeria. Perhaps, okay. I know we got a lot of stuff that's even untapped, but nonetheless, we have nothing to show for it. Again, that's why I always give a lot of credit to Nigerians' industriousness and the private sector. They're always industrious, always smart, creative, and they are the one really driving that country, not the governments, not at all.
So what I was gonna say in reference to what everybody was saying, whether we have the resources, the money, or whatever, we are rich or not rich. I think, in my own opinion, I think we have the means, but we have not been able to cultivate it. Neither the investment or not. Look at our budget. I think I would go by our budget, and our GDP. If you want to go by that narrative, that's what we have on the surface. So with that, you can say we don't have any money. I mean, comparable to the country size and everything, we are poor in that regard. That's the way I would look at it. So I don't know how we'll be able to support ourselves with Trump cutting all this. But even at all, the money that is being getting from the diaspora, that money is going to diminish. It's going to diminish because they are sending about 5,000, more than 5,000 of you back home that remit money to Nigeria. So that money is going to be less from now, because they are going back to Nigeria. I mean, 5,000 plus is a lot. I don't know how many we are in, less than 1 million here, But if you're gonna decrease by about 5,000 plus, they're gonna send back to Nigeria. So that money, being remitted to Nigeria is gonna diminish, the money being sent to Nigeria. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying, I don't think we have the money. I'm just going by the budget.
Even a man of prestige, we are very good in actually we overrated most of the things that we do. Even when you are talking about remittance, we are not even in the global 110 to our country. Even a country as poor as Bangladesh remitted more money to their country than Nigerians. You understand? So
even in
so
Africa, I think Egypt is number one.
Egypt is more.
Yeah.
So there are so many assumptions. There are so many assumptions that we make in that
South
country.
Africa, I don't know, some other country before Nigeria. So I saw that.
So what are you talking about? We overrated a lot of things. Corruption, everything about us, we overrated it.
It's only Egypt that's probably ahead of us. There's no other person that is ahead of us.
Oh, only Egypt?
I mean, in Africa.
Oh, okay.
Probably only Egypt. But Egypt has a lot of links with the US. They give them a lot of, and their people are also there too. So, and they are very close to them. They receive a lot of hate from them, even more than what Nigeria. Nigeria actually does not receive.
What is the population of Egypt? Egypt is like half of our population.
Half of the population. You see, we are still lazy.
Egypt budget for 2025 is about $130 billion.
But do you know how much America is giving them? Because this administration is keeping some of those aid to Egypt. Very few countries, making
They cannot remove the one that they are giving to Egypt, because they benefited a lot of. They support their military, and they know what they are doing for them. Is in fact if they do that, it's going to affect America.
No,
Because
he said he's not going to do it.
he's not going
He
to
make
do
an
that now.
exception on
You
Israel.
know the benefit there. Yes, you can't do that. So I don't know. Nigerians, we base most of our argument on assumption over. It's just too wrong. Saudi Arabia is just about 27 million people. They are pushing out 12 million barrels of crude every day. We are struggling with 1.4 million. And we are talking about money. Where is the money coming from? Let us
Well,
assume that they are still.
somebody, it might get worse because Trump about to, start digging American oil and gas, and it's going to flood the market with cheap oil. So the price of gas might go down.
Man of prestige. This Saudi Arabia with 27 million people, their budget for health alone is about $70 billion. 70. It's not about building. Say, okay, the cost of building one hospital is 1 billion. How do you run the hospital? What resources do you have to run the hospital to maintain those equipment? You have to be replacing them immediately. The way anyone gets broke down, or there's a new version of it coming out. You have to match it with technology. We don't have that resources.
Simba, but the fact is just that we are not putting our resources where it's supposed to be. Honestly speaking, I was watching a program last week, and a doctor from Nigeria that was trained in Nigeria but probably moved to UK, then later Canada, was talking about how we are very, very, we have good and sound doctors, that we have one of the best clinical services training in the world, and that the only thing that gives the West a edge ahead of us is just the deployment of technology. Do they focus more on technology? That if we are able to bring in a little bit of technology to join with our what do you call it, our clinical services training and all the things that we have, how diligent we are with our work, and that's why most people desire Nigerian doctors, and our doctors do well when they get out of the system here. And
Can I debunk you?
he said, let me land. Let me land. I said, what we actually need to do, all this nonsense foreign exchange that we are carrying up and down, that we're using to block naira, let's just there's some certain things that we need just need to put money out, set money apart, fix these things. If Nigerians are able to get their health right, they're able to get production, and they'll be able to also deploy some into production, real-time production. We should be able to maximize that, because that's the only thing we can use to maximize our resources. The resources that we have is there and it's enormous, but we are not doing anything to turn this thing into into product that the world desires. So all this we are poor. I don't want to tell people that we are just living the fake life.
Quickly,
We have the money, but not like the street that he said, not in real time cash. I mean, not in liquid form. So that's the issue
well,
that we have.
quickly, Japan has proven that having like natural resources, like what you call your gold, diamond, crude oil, and all those things, is not a barometer for a wealthy nation or
Exactly.
or a country that's prosperous. Is not. Japan for so many years, nobody can even mention apart from their sushi what Japan is known for when it comes to natural resources. But Japan has been a top nation for a very long time. China just surpassed that in the past 5 years or a decade ago. But Japan has always dominated, and they dominated with ingenuity in terms of their creativity, their
From that,
innovation.
there is no country that developed by virtue of their natural resources. It's the people that develop a nation.
Exactly, it's the people. It is the people.
Can I say something? I heard somebody say that Nigerian doctors, when they go abroad, they do very well. And he said the reason was technology, right? Is that what you said?
They have more access to it.
Okay.
They have it in Nigeria, but
Let me tell you the reason. Those same people, if you keep them in Nigeria with that technology, they might not be as excellent as they are overseas.
I totally agree with you. They will not even do half of what they are doing abroad.
Okay, let me tell you
They
the
will
reason
fail. They will
why.
fail woefully.
Let me tell you why they perform very well abroad. The major reason is the judiciary. That is the major reason.
You mean because of litigation?
The major reason is their judiciary. You do anyhow, you see anyhow.
No,
So
it's more like their
whatever.
culture.
No.
It's their culture.
It's
Let
not
me
judiciary.
finish,
Don't bring
please.
No, no,
judiciary
no.
here.
Miss AI is making point. That's a good point she's making. It's
It's not
part of
judiciary.
it.
Let me finish
It's
because
part of it, yeah, but it's not the major one.
I said it is the major reason. Number one reason. Every other thing can follow. Because when you talk about technology, I've been around. I have seen a hospital in Nigeria well equipped with state of the art. Those things started disappearing, breaking down. People who are in charge to repair them won't repair them. Money meant for the maintenance are not given. People started mismanaging it and things started
it's
happening.
more of
Hold
their
on, let me
culture.
finish. You people have been talking for 2 hours. Can I speak, please? So, if you say it is technology, I keep telling everybody who cares to hear why people go to another country and you see them shine, more especially in professionalism and in their career, is because of the judiciary. You cut like this when you are supposed to cut like this. Like here, nobody will die here without an autopsy. It is not done. There must be cause of death. Must of a necessity. You don't put that person on the ground, you go to jail. So you cut like this, you are not supposed to cut like this, you cut like this, you find yourself in jail. In fact, they would even remove that your white garment. So that is the reason. When you go to those places, your antennas, you become more careful, become more professional, become more articulate and detailed because of the consequences. Huge penalties that will follow the little minor mistake you might make. So that's it. But if people don't want to believe me, they think it's because of the technology.
You are not
There are
saying something
technologies in
extraordinary. You
Nigeria.
are not
Rest
saying
my
anything
case. You can
extraordinary.
continue.
If you landed, let me chime in. So, well, I didn't even see the connection with the judiciary there. The reason why these countries do well in the medical field is because of the culture. If you ask me, it's the culture and the training, what they demand. So, to the point that AI made earlier, yeah, people stealing the equipment from the hospital shows how people view. Essentially talks about their culture, the way they believe things and how they do things. Over the years, of course, when we look at the West, sometimes we get confused. I think we think they just got up and started doing things so perfectly. Of course not. They started from somewhere, and through iteration, through constantly improving their system, they became much better at doing it. So over time, you can say they've honed the system or they improved the system to that point whereby we can respect, their medical industry. And now we can say the same thing somewhat for India. A lot of people do respect the Indian, maybe doctors or Indian healthcare. Not because India is a super rich nation, but they've come to cultivate that discipline, that system in the West, in the healthcare system, and now they're doing very well. So, and if I'm not mistaken, in America, I think they've actually capped some medical malpractices to about no more than a quarter $1,000,000. No, yeah, $250,000, $250,000 for the max. I think that occurred during Bush W's tenure as a president to cap that amount. So to conclude, I would say it's more of the system that's been fine-tuned in the West and what people, medical doctors, are required to go through in order to be doctors or be professionals.
Trump Daddy, to support your assertion, they have an established system that even if you are the dumbest of the doctor, you can key in. It's like sometimes you even work like a robot. You know the protocols for doing this. This is the way you go about this and this and this and this. So it's not only about litigation. You understand? So that's why everybody that comes to that system, you'll be able to function because there are laid down rules and regulations that you follow. So every diseases have that management protocol. Every operation have how you go about it, and you follow. That's all. That is what we don't have in Nigeria.
Because we don't want it to work. I was also saying something that the person said that, hello, is anybody there?
Go ahead.
The person also said something, just like we spoke about regulatory framework. Not that Nigeria also does not have regulatory framework, but I think our culture also negates that regulatory framework working for us. But the person was telling me that he was saying that it was in a global platform. Somebody's talking on YouTube, so you know that he knows what he was talking about. He said in the US, the UK, Canada, said the as a black person, I mean as a black doctor or something, that there's a way they subject you to even some very serious regulatory protocol. I mean, if you make a mistake, they are likely going to come on your head. Better than somebody that makes a mistake that is probably a Caucasian or something. You are saying that's much. I look at it probably much more racial. I mean, in design, because there's some certain things that they can easily cover for some other people. They can still find a way to rescue them. But once you are from Africa or something, you go and make mistake. So you yourself, you're also looking left and right. You are opening your eyes. Oh boy, I must not make mistake. I must put in the best. And of course, that makes doctors to perform excellently. But all things beautiful, we just need to change our culture. Our culture is bad. I mean, our culture of not taking things serious, discipline, is affecting every facet of our life. And I don't know. One thing about us is that when we talk about this thing, nobody wants to do anything about it. And we visit away, we are okay. Either we are okay where we are. Those that are even at home also, they are like, oh, we are like that. So everybody just kind of put you by side. The politicians too, because of this tribalism stuff, everybody just, I don't know. We just need to build a system that will be that will be proven to be stable and can treat everybody equally, at least to some extent. But that's what we don't have. That's why I look at it. When that guy was saying it, he was saying it with all. He said, even as a medical doctor, if you are trained in any part of the world, and you come to Nigeria, that MDCN is one of the most difficult guys to work with. When you are coming around, the kind of training that they will push you to before you write that exams and every other thing that you have to put in. If you like study in Canada, study in the best university in the US, you coming back to Nigeria, they will seriously drill you. So he was not saying he was saying that he's not talking as if because he traveled. No, that even when you are coming to Nigeria, but the issue is this discipline of the thing, regulatory framework. So I was saying that if we can get money out, put this thing in place, and make this. How much are these equipment? There was a particular time I went online and I begin to look at the cutting edge technologies that they use in many of these Western countries that every one of us normally eulogize. They are chicken change. As a matter of fact, they are not that expensive that like what we normally push it. If we are serious as a country, we will start it from geopolitical zones, we take it to each of the states, You can, if you are looking at it, oh, we don't want to bring in the PPP guys into it and let everybody be disciplined. Our people are so frustrating. They are the one that is pushing that country down. I have a in-law that works with a medical equipment supplier, a very big one in Nigeria. They talk about how common messengers, people that are supposed to be the guardian of these things, how they will just go and remove one chip from that machine, and it's not going to work. And I have also had my younger brother work as one of the biggest what do you call it, diagnostics center in Nigeria there, where they have there is an ISO certified laboratory with very those big equipment. And he told us how they normally spend a lot of money to make sure that that equipment works per unit time. But the same thing cannot be said of the government hospitals. They buy them, they don't work after some time. They sabotage it so they can take the job to the private guy. So then we now look at ourselves. What is it that we cannot work? Look at if it's possible, if they are saying that they cannot work, why is Doctor Save Life in Port Harcourt? Dr. Okoye, go to his hospital and you see equipment. You see equipment. Most of those equipment were he bought those money borrowing from Nigerian banks. I heard him live and direct. I used to like his page on Facebook and I watch his program. You know, so all this money that we are talking about is not actually big money like that to get our hospitals equipped. I'm telling you, if Dr. Okoye, people come from US, UK, and Canada to come to Nigeria to come and work, fix their health problems. So what is stopping our government from doing this? So it's just about management of resources. You don't manage the little that we have. You don't manage them. We should manage them. I think it's not about God. I think we just need to actually put our action together. So if only one person can do it, why can't the government be able to do it? And we have a lot of those medical hospital groups that are doing well in Nigeria right now. That people are I learned people fly, Nigerian doctors fly from the UK, US to Nigeria during the weekends, Friday, Saturday. They go back home, go back to their bases on Monday. They fly back on Sunday stroke Monday. So which means these guys have the right training, but because of our indiscipline and lack of regulatory frameworks, we are not able to work in the country. So I think we ourselves we are going to see what we make of ourselves. So that's my own. Okay. Hello.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I guess Nigerians or Africans, we have what I call a raw material mentality. We never look to approaching matters in matters in a way that we can actually go from raw material to actual production and actually making a product. And if you look at it, you can find that pattern across all facets of our society, even from our talents when it comes to football. We have all these great players. Obviously, most of them were born in Nigeria. 5, 10 years ago, 100% of them were born in Nigeria, let's say. But we never get to win World Cup. As big as a country as we are, you would think that we should be dominating 99% of the time when it comes to soccer, football in Africa, but we don't. But when we ship our talents to the Premiership, these players, they do very well. Why do they do very well? It's quite simple. They have a system, they have the resources, and they have the right training. And when the people go there, they have to buy into the system and operate, just like professionals when they go to work in IT or work in the medical field and overseas. They have to they have to comply with the system in order for them to succeed. And if they don't, the system will reject them. They don't have to be rejected. The system itself will reject those people.
From Daddy, I think another major thing that I would like is discipline.
Oh, that's on top of the list. That's on top of the list. Yeah, I agree.
That is the major problem that we have. That discipline, we lack it, and that is what we now, when we go out, that indiscipline disappear in us because we know the consequence of.
It's cured. We are cured, technically cured of it.
Yeah, but why is that though? Why does he disappear all of a sudden when we go to places that would not tolerate, indiscipline?
Because they will not allow it. They would. You have mentioned it now. They will not tolerate it. We will tolerate it in our own domain.
But the question: where do we get that inner strength, that willpower, to get rid of it in the twinkle of an eye? That's the question.
It's just let me give you a practical example. My immediate elder brother is presently in India receiving treatment. He has an accident, home accident. So he had a trauma, a broken leg, which was badly managed by 2 doctors in Nigeria. And I think he had that accident around July last year. And they were digging about what they are going to do until when I said, no, enough is enough. I have to move you out. Now, he only spent maybe 3 weeks in India. Everything has been corrected. And by next week, when they'll be going back to Nigeria. You understand? And in India, I don't think they have all this litigation, but a healthcare system in India is totally being run by private sector.
Yes,
Most of the hospitals,
of course,
most
exactly
of the
what I said earlier, is because they came to the West, they studied the system just like the Japanese and the Chinese did many times in different fields, and went back home and established their own medical industry, and they're doing very well. And
exactly.
India relatively poor country. India is a poor country relatively. Of course, get a lot of billionaires, perhaps the most
If
billionaires.
you look at per capita income, by GDP, everything, India is just like Nigeria.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
So why can we eliminate this? Dr. Simba, that's what I normally tell. When I normally say all these things, all these countries that we normally talk about that are coming up, that they are doing well, we are doing far well than India in those days in our world when we just got independent. But it's just as if we are so complacent. Even I normally tell even people, even we that were in the diaspora, so are we not so complacent? I've worked with an Indian multinational company before, and I know what this guy was telling me. The guy was telling me that, come, you guys have what it takes. He was telling us that how on earth did we get to become a nuclear armed state, even though we do not look it like, and then when Nigerians were shining that time, where were the Indians? The Indians were all around Uganda, and stuff like that. But yeah, look at where they are today. They immerse themselves in the technology. They take it back home. They look for one person to at least take home and bring it back into the system.
See, yeah.
Even the little that our government is doing right now is because some of us some people in the diaspora are putting by doing something really nice. Like somebody was acknowledging what I was saying about Dr. Okoye in the comment section. So some people like that were putting fire on their bomb because they now see that, oh, if a private sector can do this, look at what Dangote did. If Dangote can do this, I must fix my refinery. So all of us must find a way to put these guys on their toes. Because these guys are not ready to do anything.
I think problem with us is that we focus more on negativity than the positivity. Nigerians see more of negative things. They always see reason why they cannot do. They can't see reason why they should do. And that is why. So we discourage ourselves. There is no unity among ourselves. It's not even in terms of politics. In terms of everything. You see Nigerians working in the same place, they will not work in unison. They will even be fighting. Nigerians can even support another foreigner to fight another fellow Nigerian. You won't see that among the Indians.
I tell you, the Indians, they will sacrifice you. They sacrifice. When I was working with them, they sacrificed a brother. This is a guy that we went to the same university, and I told him, I warned him that time. I told him, do not fight against your people one way or the other. You're a good guy.
The hospital that my brother is now, when he got there and he called me, he said, "Are you sure this is a private hospital?" I said, "The hospital I've been to several times." He looks at the edifice and said, "No, this is not possible for one man to own." I said, "It's not even only that one. He has it all over the regions in India. One person."
Dr. Sima, I took a particular program. Sometimes I think it is in Massachusetts.
In Nigeria, we will have used ethnicity, religion, and everything to bring that person down.
Exactly.
Look at what we did to Dangote now. The same people that were castigating me, they use government resources. You can see, even somebody has said it this morning, that it's the government resources that they use in building Dangote, is our collective, everybody, whatever. That is the way we do our thing, and that's why we cannot develop.
But it's not true. Dangote borrow money. He borrow money to build a damn refinery. It's not.
Of course. It's not his own money. He borrowed money. But Dr. Simba, do you know somebody? I read a particular article this week that was talking about that we need to build big. We need to build big. That Africans will like all these small, petty things. Just building something petty. I mean, small
It's
things.
not the same thing that even from individual I translate to government. Nigerian government will go and borrow $500 million, $1 billion here, $2 billion. What do you want to do with that? What do you want to do with that?
Who could borrow something that is reasonable and double down on making sure that you will achieve your aim? But we like doing. The person was saying, look at how Dangote was able to do big things. That big thing right now has disrupted the European market. Yeah, right now everybody was shouting now that Dangote has disrupted. Look at, is it not even good for us that this guy is now working? So everybody just like to open his own shop.
If you observe what is happening now, the noise in the petroleum sector about petrol today or diesel tomorrow is dying down. People are now getting used to it. You understand? It's because the fuel is available and you can buy whatever you want. It's so, to me. Yes, he can say, "Oh, what is the cost? Oh, Nigeria is up." Yes, I agree. But to me, I prefer to know, okay, this thing is this price and I can get it at any time, rather than things that are cheap that are not available.
We like
those
cheap
days
things.
when they are selling a petrol for 200 naira, you go and spend 2 days, 3 days on queue.
3 days.
If you put cost to that, how much is that? If you put cost on that one, you're a taxi driver and you cannot work for 3 days because you're on queue to get fuel. And now you can get it at 900 naira and you just walk in and walk out. Which one can we say? If you put a cost to 3 days of not working and you can work every day and make your money, though it might cost you more, which one is better?
Exactly now. And that's why it's even better for us to even look at that CNG.
Look at that critical thinking that if I don't work for 3 days, I work for 1 day, maybe 2 days in a week, and I buy fuel for let's say 200 naira, and then I can work for a whole week. I buy fuel for less than 950 naira. Which one will a reasonable person goes for? But we cannot see beyond that. Okay, no, I'm only buying for 200 naira. So how much can you make in 2 days out of a week?
We are so petty. So we just need to kind of strategize, honestly speaking. Because look at it. Look at what is happening to us now. America is saying it's cutting off.
Let them cut whatever they want to cut. Heaven will not fall. People in the Africans will survive. The same money they use it. The so-called money that they say they used to fund is actually they are using it to support their companies.
It's just that's it, because it's their company that is producing it.
It's their company. So what are you saying? What are we talking about? They use it to supply their company to support their companies.
Even the MICs, even the military
everything they said they will bring medication. They are the one, is their company that manufacture it, the kits, everything for testing and all those things is from them.
Well, you think they're stupid? Of course, they have to support their industry. They have to support the company.
Let us
and that's why during the, according to the American record, during the Iraqi war, American companies, whoever was supplying them, was selling a bottle of water, like a small bottle of water in Iraq for like, I think $5 or $10, and they were charging the government. They were charging the government. Of course they can. So you're right.
What is money for America? What is money for them? Serious money.
And no, I just want to even hear. No, I want Prince Dai to complete what he's saying.
Let me complete.
No, I was back during the Iraqi war with Saddam. Just like you said, most of the funding that they give to these countries, it passes through their corporations, their businesses, which makes sense. I don't find anything wrong with that. But what I'm saying, though, those companies, they're not stupid. They have to make max profit. They overcharge the government. That's why, I mean, so for example, according to the congressional record, when they look at the budget or the expenses, they were charging $10 for one bottle of water in Iraq.
What?
Yes, of course they can charge that, because it's a contract, just like they do contract in Nigeria. See, when it comes to this contract business, it's not unique to Nigeria.
It's all over the world. It's a global thing. Please, I agree with you. It's a global thing.
They are building. Listen. When Trump's first term, they were gonna build the airplane, the Air Force One, for the president. How much was it? It was almost they were going to charge the U.S. government, I think, about $2 or $3 billion to build it. But anyway, Trump was able to renegotiate the deal, and he cut $500 million from the price. Imagine that. And they were still going to.
And the same standard is not as if they are going to. So if they can cut $500 million,
just like $500 million, just like that. And not, of course, the standard is going to be the plane for the president. They're not going to compromise on the standard and the quality. But it just shows that when you're charging the government, you can charge the government whatever the heck you want to charge them, because it's taxpayers' money, so to speak. So if you look at this aid that most of these countries get, a small percentage goes. It's actual real funding of cash.
Exactly. I actually get to the beneficiary. A small percentage, maybe less than maybe 10% itself.
And they still use it to twist your foreign policy. I hope you know that. It's a tool. That aid is a tool. We all know that. The tool.
No, they use it. Usually, most of the time, even during his own first tenure, he said most of these things that he's also saying now. He said he uses like a threat. Say, okay, if you don't do this, this is what I'm going to do to you, and all those things. That's what the guy is very good at that. If they withdraw funding for malaria, Nigeria, it will not. The mortality rate of malaria in Nigeria will not increase. Nigerians are still paying money. They are still paying money to treat malaria. So what is it?
That's Simba. That's the most embarrassing thing in the world. That after, do you know malaria drug was discovered over 100 years ago? Well, I don't know, but it was discovered over 100 years ago. Imagine that. And malaria is still one of the major sickness, I guess, in our country, in Nigeria. It's malaria. If it's not malaria, this is typhoid. That two common, though could be deadly diseases, that they've discovered now medicine for, we still suffer from it. So is the question, are we really dealing with medication problem? Is that a real problem?
Let me tell you one thing, Prince Daddy. If you look at, it's just like those diseases like let me take HIV out because that was a new disease. Let's take malaria, tuberculosis, and all those things. It's just like one of the things that God, I don't let me put God in this thing, that is actually hindering our development. Let me give you, for example, a study was done in an area, Mushin in Lagos. Because most of these anti-malaria drugs that we use, they're actually not manufactured in Africa. They're also, it is a multi-billion-dollar industry for the Western world.
Exactly.
You understand? If you know how much malaria medication that are imported in dollars every year, treating malaria that are not there. Believe me, they did a study. You know what they did? They were looking at this patient as they are entering the consulting room, seeing doctors. And because in Nigeria, once you have fever like this, it's equivalent to malaria, which is very, 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 very wrong. They will look at the prescription. Once they see that the doctor has prescribed anti-malaria for you, they will not take your blood for test. Trump Daddy, do you know what they found? Less than 10% of those people actually have malaria.
So, okay, allow me. So, are we talking about the quality of our doctors or the diagnosis of the condition?
The problem. Let me tell you the problem. The problem is actually people want to circumvent the right thing. You understand?
Exactly.
Okay, if I see you now, if you have fever now, as a doctor, if I just say, oh, you have fever, and I say, okay, no, before I will give you any medication, you have to go and do test. They will go to pharmacy and get the medication on their own.
Thank you, doctor.
Because they don't want to spend extra. You understand? They say, okay, doctor, if I do the test and then they say, you still give me medication now. Why can't you just give me the medication now?
Well,
you understand?
To reduce, Dr. Simba, the reality is that even in the Western world, where they don't have free healthcare, the quality of the people without good healthcare really diminishes. That's why if you go to poor areas in the US,
because it's expensive. It's expensive. Right. From that, it's very expensive.
Exactly. So that's the reason why people want to circumvent and go to the pharmacy.
Let me give you a practical example. 2010, I was in India, and I think like third day or fourth day when I got there, I started having these body pains. You understand? Trust me, if I were in Nigeria, I would have just go and get an anti-malaria. Okay, because that's the kind of feeling I used to have if I have malaria. So I was looking for a pharmacy store to get an anti-malaria, and they were all of them are telling me that I should bring prescription. So I couldn't get an anti-malaria. So I was forced to go to a hospital where at that time I had to do a malaria test that cost me 2,500 naira. 2010, 2,500 naira. And the result came out the second day and it was negative. So I couldn't get an anti-malaria. And I was just like that for like 3 or 4 days after. I was well.
You are well.
You understand? So I didn't been taking that anti-malaria. I would be thinking that, okay, is that anti-malaria that worked for me that I actually had malaria? So we are spending billions of dollars on medication that we don't even need. I bet you the way we make diagnosis, malaria is not as rampant as what we are portraying to the whole world. That
it does, but that's the number one go-to condition in Nigeria. If anything, just like you say, if you have a headache or if your body's hot, you have malaria. The first thing is malaria you have.
Let me even bust your bubble. I was consulting in a private clinic, and this family is just walked in. Do you know what they are complaining? That doctor, we came for antibiotics. That the one doctor had already told them that they have typhoid in their family, and they have to be receiving antibiotics every month.
They will cause antibacterial
Antimicrobial
resistance.
They were used to be taking antibiotics every month. Is just that their family is like is a congenital.
No, even I'm not a doctor, but I know that if you take antibiotics for a long time, it builds resistance, and it won't work for you. So, what doctor will give prescribe to a family to be on antibiotics for a long time? What kind of doctor is that?
Oh, okay. You are surprised, eh?
I'm surprised. Yeah.
And it might not even actually, it might not even be the qualified doctor. It might even be just be something that they heard and they are saying that it's doctor that told them. So in Nigeria, you will be in a consulting room and patient will come to you with a diagnosis. They will just come to you and say, "Doctor, I have malaria. Doctor, I have typhoid. Doctor, I have this." That's the complaint. No, not say giving you symptoms. So they will come to you with diagnosis. It's as bad as that. So they're only coming for you for you to give them medication for whatever diagnosis they claim they have. So if you look at what we're actually spending on our health care with proper diagnosis and everything, I think it's going to we're supposed to be spending less. But because we don't have the resources, because even if you want to do anti-malaria test, you must have the kit to do the test, and that also costs money, and it's not available. So healthcare is very, very expensive. Buying those gadgets might look cheap. If you want to buy an MRI, it might not cost you maybe more than $1 million or so. But running it efficiently is more than the cost of the equipment.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, relative to people's income, yeah, it's healthcare. It's the opportunity cost. Do I spend money to go do tests that may turn out to be negative, or do I want to go buy food stuff for the family or for myself? So people have to weigh that opportunity cost in order to make decisions for their health.
Do you even know that even with our little insurance that we are doing, people are still abusing it? You understand? For the fact that they have health insurance, whether they are sick or not, they must go to the hospital and put out a fake symptoms and sign to collect medication, because they believe that a certain part of their money that they are deducting, they must take it back.
With fake prescription.
And yes, they will go and okay. If a patient comes to me and tells me, okay, doctor, I have headache. How can I prove it that you don't have headache?
Oh, I see. Okay.
Or if it comes to you, I say, okay, I have diarrhea. Will you not say, okay, stay with me for 24 hours and let me be observing how you go to toilet?
So they're trying to take what they put in, what they contribute towards the health insurance.
Exactly. And they also do it in collaboration, especially private clinic also, because the more enrollees, the more people that chooses their hospital as their primary care provider, the more money they get from the NHIS. So doctors are also complicit. So the problem that we're in discipline, corruption is just up there. That whatever policy the government actually put out there for the benefit of the people, is the people that will sabotage that policy. So sometimes even the people themselves, you just look at them and say, can you actually pity them? No, it's just the whole thing is just a mess. If there is no malaria, there is no typhoid, there is no tuberculosis, most of the pharmaceutical companies that we have in Western world, they will just close shop. They are actually benefiting from all those problems that we have in Africa.
Well, every year, the Bill Gates Foundation, I know they spend, I don't know, millions of dollars fighting malaria or fighting something. They're always fighting something in Africa. But yeah, it is. They're fighting something in Africa, but we never know.
You ask me, okay, they are fighting malaria. If Bill Gates Foundation, Ford Foundation, and all those things, and you ask me what are they doing in fighting malaria? When the malaria was eradicated in Europe and America, is that the same measure that they adopted that time? The only thing that they are doing is that they are distributing bed nets to people. The bed net that they are not going to use. Some of them are even using as a fishing net. So, as far as I'm concerned, nobody, you cannot come out and tell me that.
Net as fishing net, you said?
Yes, now.
Okay.
You cannot tell me that, okay, the rate of malaria from when we are not even they have not come in to actually put the control, and now has drastically reduced. I bet to disagree. It has not. It has not. To me, the best way to control malaria is to control the source of mosquito. And that was what they did in Europe and America. If you have a dirty environment, we have water logged everywhere, and that is the breeding ground for mosquito. Are they doing anything about those things? Do we have good drainage?
I was going to mention that before you said it. I remember learning that in primary school, right? It must have been primary school. The main source of mosquitoes was stagnant water. Isn't stagnant water? And but they they bring all these nets, they bring this and that medication, but to actually have proper drainage system, just like you said, cover our drainages, help strategize to have a better gutter system,
sewage
system. Yeah, in order to have that, I mean, that's really all this money that we spending, all these millions and by now billions of dollars on trying to fight malaria.
You know what they are doing? The only thing that they are supplying, they will supply the medication and supply the bed net and probably the kits for diagnosis. Is that the control? Is that the way to mitigate it? I used to tell them when I was in Nigeria that if you want to actually eradicate malaria, it's not in the Ministry of Health. All the things that you have to do is not in the ministry. Okay, if you want to construct drainage, is it Ministry of Health that's going to construct drainage?
No, exactly to the point. You're right. Now I get what you're saying. Exactly. No, it is it's not the health ministry. It is not.
It's not the health ministry.
So you're right.
Even tuberculosis. If you have good housing, where people will not be living in an overcrowded environment and all those things, that is the only way you can control TB.
Well, you well said. The problem to solving malaria is not even the Ministry of Health. Not at all. It's far from it. Imagine that. It is true. It is true. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, a problem that can be solved. I mean, but of course,
they will say Trump that they will say, okay, we are helping to control malaria. We're helping. Meanwhile, things that are just not actually controlling that they are the one that you are bringing. You are bringing medication. So if you are bringing medication, are you controlling the malaria? or you are just treating people. Good road, good housing. If you have good road, good housing, good drainage system, you eliminate a lot of diseases that is affecting us, and good water supply. All those things that I mentioned now, are they under health?
No, they're not. Yeah, it just, I mean, it just rang a bell in my head. Yeah, Minister of Health can even solve the problem we pretend to want to solve. It's not the Minister of Health, but it would be nice for the Minister of Health and these other ministers to come together to brainstorm.
Yeah, they
Or
have to collaborate.
right,
Exactly.
yeah. But listen, just like most things, I always say, Nigeria runs on inefficiency. Nigeria has to be inefficient for people to make money. If you have an efficient system, a system that works, that serves the people correctly, now people are not going to make money. It's just, and let me tell you, the Western people, they know that. They know that very well. They know the Nigerian system. I'm telling you, they know the Nigerian system, and they've studied the Nigerian system. About 5 years ago or so, I was talking to this German person, and the guy, he works with
Thomas, if
Siemens.
you are hearing you, there are some people at the background that want to enter.
Yeah, I was talking to this German person. He actually worked for Siemens. What it does was um, it imports, or it helps install, or does contract for the industrial size generators for the banks and the hospitals. That's what it does. And we have the conversation, and I don't know how the conversation went actually, but at the end of the day, I was able to sense from the guy that he knows generator is not Nigeria's problem. That's not what they need. Okay, it knows the corruption in the system, that it is in the interest of some people to make sure that Nigeria never gets a constant source of electricity, or at least in terms of distribution or even transmission of it. The guy didn't say it is his mouth wide open, but essentially he was trying to let me know that some people are benefiting from him bringing generators or doing that business in Nigeria. It's a big business. So don't think all these big generators just come in just like that. No, some people make money off of it, as in bribe or whichever other way that is possible. That's our system right there. It has to be inefficient. So if you ask me, but at this point in time, Nigeria's problem, about 80 to 90%, is self-induced. That's the way we want it. Of course, the poor people will tell you they don't want it that way. I cannot complain that we need good roads, we need electricity, we need this and that. Of course, the poor people want all those good things, but the rich people or the well-to-do people don't want it. They don't want an efficient system. They want the worst, because that's how they make their money. That's how they make their money.
No, just to back what you just said, when Dorothy was talking earlier on, you see people that are even working for government, sabotaging government to a private sector. Let me give, for example, in one of the teaching hospitals I used to work, the people in the Department of Works, when they were to deal with the CMD of that hospital, you know what they used to do? They will put, this pure water sachet. They will put it inside the generator, because the man did not allow them to be inflating the cost of diesel that they are buying. So they wanted to grant, and they granted nearly all the generators in the hospital. Pure water sachet. That's what they put. They will be putting it inside the engine. So there's a lot that we do to ourselves. If somebody has a collective mentality that this thing is for the benefit of millions of people that comes to that hospital, why should you do that because of your own personal gain? Just because of the money that you are stealing, you just want to grant the whole hospital And you don't even look at how many people would die or even get complication from that disease if they are not treated on time due to lack of electricity. And these same people will come out and be shouting, and government will not do this, government will not do that. To me, as far as I'm concerned, it's the people that run the government. If you don't have people with the right mentality, how do you want the government to run? That's the way I see it. If we don't have the right mentality, it's people that form the government.
Yeah. I don't know if you see the comment section. It's Sinbad. Oscar Blackbone is saying you always try to absolve the government from the failure of the public health in Nigeria. You say you're always giving the pass to the government. That in the past,
I'm not giving a pass to the government. If what is whose government? That's the question. Trump daddy, whose government?
Well,
The
that's the
people that
question.
are there, are they not our brothers and sisters, our children? Everybody is we are the one there. So who is government is spirit? When we have our people there that are not doing the right thing, and then we say government as if government is just like a non-human being. It's human being that runs the government. And whatever we get is just a reflection of the people.
Right, but when you label people amongst us as the government, now they have that label. Therefore, the responsibility to do certain things falls on their shoulder. Yes, of course, they came from the population, the rest of us, but they have the responsibility now to do.
Trump daddy, if I'm a doctor and I'm working for government, you understand? I'm a citizen, but I'm working for government. Am I not part of the government? Because I have the responsibility that they have given me to do in that hospital where they employed me. If I failed in my responsibility, who failed? We say the government has failed because the people are not getting the service they're supposed to, because it's me that I failed in rendering the service that they have given me to do for the people. If the teachers that are supposed to be teaching, that are receiving salary, are not teaching the pupils, and the people that are supposed to be supervising them, that give them that they have shadowed that responsibility, are also failed in their own responsibility. Look at the chain that we are talking about. The custom officer that is at the border, that's supposed to do what he's supposed to do, is not doing it. The immigration officer that is supposed to be in the airport, that is supposed to be doing what they were supposed to do, they are not doing the right thing. Then who's to blame? That's the way I see it. I might be wrong, but that's the way I see it. If everybody decide today to be doing the right thing, I think it will be good for all of us.
Well, yeah, but you see, when people, like I guess, like Oscar Blackbone, when it talks about government, I think is probably talking specifically about the politicians.
Politician.
Yeah, the politicians. So I think that's probably how he defines government. But to your point, if you're a government doctor, or you work for a doctor that works for the government, if you don't do your job, yeah, it is a reflection of the output of the government overall. But people.
I blame Simba for the problem. It's Simba's fault. Go ahead.
Okay. But I say it all the time that we Africans, we know how to suffer, but we don't know how to sacrifice. But you see, nobody's going to try to put in their best to do a good job when somebody else is there collecting the money or stealing the money. So who's the Mugu here? I mean, that's the way we think. Why should I be doing all the damn job? Why somebody else is stealing it? You want me to, to sacrifice my time and my family's time to do a good job, but you are stealing the money. The other person is not showing up to work.
Prince Daddy. The last time
give me no, give me no, give me no.
Oh, BT Boni.
Okay, go ahead.
I heard your voice. That was why I came in.
I'm just doing something in the background. But go ahead. I'll just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay, because that man came here and started shouting your name that he wanted to ask you. She wanted to ask you a question.
I'm in the background doing something. So okay. Go ahead, boss.
Okay, so Prince Daddy, what I'm saying is this. If you look at it, I don't think there's any government official that signs check in Nigeria. I'm talking about politician. If you are also, if you are a senator, you are chairman of a local government, you are a councillor, you don't sign check. It's the civil servant that sign check. You understand? So I don't know why we focus more on the politician. The civil servants steal more money than the politicians. There's no way a politician can steal any money in that country without the collaboration of the civil servants. In any ministry, the chief accountant of that ministry is the permanent secretary. If the governor of the state doesn't sign check, the accountant general of the state sign check. So it's like sometimes we focus on the wrong thing. And government goes, government comes. The civil servants, they are there for years. So I don't know, when we are talking about stealing, that we always it's to me, the civil servants, they are more like they are more corrupt than even the politician. If the civil servants are not corrupt, there's no way the politician can be corrupt. That's the way I see it. So that, I think that answers your question, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Well, the civil servants, yeah, you know, they're more permanent. They've been there for many years, right? So they know the
They are
system.
even the one that will teach. They are the one that will teach the politician that just come and say, okay, the Ogadi is the way we do it, oh. And if you do it this way, this is good. You are going to take this percentage, and this one will be for us.
Yeah. Responding to Oscar Blackbone, said that specifically the policies of the policymakers are the problem. Well, the policymakers, they have to get the experts, you know, to craft these policies. Isn't that the way it works? Most of this
Even from that, if you talk about the policies, the policy. Okay, how do you have to implement the policy? So who implement the policy?
Civil servants.
So what are we talking about?
The civil servants. They are the maggots, the worms in the system. Wow. See, that problem is not unique to Nigeria. Actually, if you listen to American politics, that's what Trump is trying to do right now. You know, because in Washington here, they call them the prominent government workers. That's what they call them. I think they have another name for them. They just like our civil servants. They've been in Washington for a long time in these different agencies, and they know how things work, and they've been there for many years. In fact, they've been there for such a long time that their political ideology comes into making policies that actually cater to their own beliefs. Like, for example, you know, they have this agency called the EPA that regulates you know, the environment, right? The waterways and lands and whatnot. And that agency internally, for that agency to operate, they should operate strictly by the laws made by Congress. That's how they should operate. And there are laws that governs everything that it should do. If they need to do something else that's maybe not covered by the law, then they have to defer to the Congress to amend the law or introduce new law. But this agency, they become so powerful with their ideology that they actually internally craft laws. So if the leader or the leadership in that agency is like an environmentalist, environmentalist, that person can craft laws to limit people, which they actually did because it went to the Supreme Court. They craft laws to tell people not to do certain things on their own land. Like if you have a stream that happens to flow through your land or it's on your land, you are not allowed to maybe go near the stream or construct or do anything around there. That it belongs to the EPA to come in and tell you what to do. But originally, according to the American law, that's not the case. If it's your land, you are free to do as you want, as you desire. Yeah, you can consult with the local governments and about what you're trying to do. You make sure you're within code. But the EPA, they pass law. They actually sue people, stop people from doing things on their own land because of that, because of some people ideology about the environment and what they think is right. So to your point, Simba, the civil servants, just like here, they almost operate in the same way. They do. They can be corrupt also, but I guess here it's more like they're trying to promote their own ideology rather than corruption mainly. So it's kind of the same thing.
Earlier on pizza when we were talking, and somebody was saying Nigeria is rich because somebody stole 20 billion. If you look at it, how much is even all this money? Yes, corruption, fine, but even the money that we are seeing that people are stealing is like chicken change. That people are okay. This one stole one. How much is 1 billion? 2 billion. When you convert it to dollar. In a rich country, the kind of corruption that takes place in those countries are far more than even all those chicken change money that we claim our politicians are stealing. I cannot even be talking about where I am now, because I'm in the public space. But because if somebody can be buying a portrait for $500 million,
that is money laundering now. Clearly, 500 million for a picture. What are you hiding? It doesn't make any sense. Open keep asset there now. So you might sell it for 600 million in the next 10 or 20 years.
So if we are rich, we won't be talking about all this petty money that we are talking about, because it will still, the one that will be left will still be enough to get to the people. But if it is only that we are suffering because the little that is available is still not getting.
We're not rich. I mean, I would say if Nigerians depend on the government, like a lot of countries do in Africa, oh man, the poverty level would be on the Angelica that comes and talks about multi-dimensional poverty all the time. it should be to a degree of 1,000.
Yeah, but Tom, don't you notice that anytime any industry or in Nigeria breaks away from the shackles of the government, they tend to there's this rapid growth.
Of course,
like telecommunications, even oil and gas to some extent, power sector, even our music industry and all that. You can see once remember there was a time in the 90s we only had about three private TV stations, and that was liberalized. Look at the radio. Look at the opportunities created. So if you see that these things are working in those areas, then let's continue to do so.
BT, if you go to Nigeria now, in fact, I can say we have millions of TV, I mean private radio station.
Even
Millions.
even my own family member has a radio station. Everybody has a radio station.
Millions, not in the thousands. I can say it's in millions.
They said I can't confirm, but they say the Lagos FM bandwidth is full. There's no more space. It's all everybody. There's everything on that thing now. So why can't we then apply that to educate something else? Just because it's evidence-based practice. We've seen this work. It's
I think I think we have to look at is private sector's involvement in next sector. It's still not, to me. There's still a lot of
that space to invest.
But there's no rule. There's no law that is against it.
No,
you can do anything.
If I come in, you will not be my competitor. You will not compete against me as a government. I think that's what one hindrance here. Like in primary care, like if I provide a more, I won't say affordable necessarily, but more relatively cheap, and something that in that line, and you don't say, oh, we have government primary care centers that will do the same thing, and I'm gonna give an example as an example. So don't be my biggest competitor in that. Like they were trying to do with the telecoms at one point, where you see had Nitel, even though they sold it to MTN and Econet, but they were still there or whatever. I don't know. You can't have that. If you're
so you mean that the government is still competing with the private sector and health sector?
I mean, in some areas, I will say that, but even the private sector is not doing enough to. The pricing is not. That's a very how you will figure that out is what I don't know. Would you introduce insurance, because you have a pool? There has to be a pool to pull money from to fund, even as private sector. Paying out of pocket is not going to be a very viable. I would not want to invest.
But I think maybe we need to go and study Indian model. How did those private sector did their own? Because I'm very sure Indians too, they don't have a very robust.
But they have a pool, not a pool away from as private. There has to be an.
Okay, you are talking about source of funding.
Yeah, because
funding.
If I have a big hospital or some short surgery stuff, and people are paying out of pocket and paying some idea, it's not. You need insurance to cover some of these things, some grants to make up for those for that. So until that comes into play, even look at the mortgage system. Look at the car notes, whatever that is called in Nigeria. It can work if you have banks willing to borrow, for instance, and you can pay. So if I'm the one supplying the cars, I don't care about you. I don't care. We can have a private business that will be doing the financing, and I will just get my money back from them, and they can finance it through the banks or finance it through.
You know why our financial institutions are actually not supporting all those things, because we don't have good insurance system.
That's the problem. That's the issue. So you can't. If somebody's going to invest, just think like an investor now. You want your money back, and how can you get it? So if you don't have a guaranteed return on in the short term or medium term, you want to put your money.
Because let me give you, because any loan that you are giving out, you must also be sure that you are going to get it back. And if there is a bad loan, it becomes a bad loan, the insurance should be able to pay.
I mean, yes, they should be able to guarantee the loan. Yeah. So have that kind of system. Like for now, like even the housing market, can I have a loan system that can spread the payment for like 10 to 15 years? If you have that, then people say, Omo, I can put 100 million in something, no, and I know, you see my point. We don't have that, so you can the money.
I think all those things. When you look at it, it can only work when you have a stable economy, when inflation rate is not good, is not actually skyrocketing. Because okay, let me give for example, you give a loan of let's say 10 million to somebody in 2019.
Gbèsè nìyẹn.
Oh, okay.
Unless you peg it to the dollar and say, me around you, dollar the book. So yeah, that's the issue.
But that X sector actually to me is the Nigerians are craving for good quality healthcare.
They are.
A lot of people can afford it, but it's not available. Let me give, for example, a colleague of mine had MI. We have to wait. It's only God that saves his life. We have to wait. There was a cat hospital in Abuja. There's another one in Lagos, and they were telling us that they have their best space are filled. That we have to wait for like 5 days before they could attend, before they can be admitted. You could see that if you have more hospitals that can do such a procedure, people will pay. A lot of people can pay for this service. Not even looking at the insurance. A lot of people can pay out of pocket.
Yeah, I'm worried, Simba, that people say Nigeria should be a medical tourism place where you start having middle class from other countries flying for surgery. Yeah, it's good, but that might affect the price for the locals. Where
you know what they do in India? What the price they charge international patients is even from the price what they charge their locals.
That makes more sense. But what if I'm a Nigerian that lives in the UK and I want to come home? Do I count as abroad as international?
It depends on where you claim now.
I'll get my Nigerian passport. Then in Nigeria now. You know what I'm saying?
But actually, that's cheating.
Now, but people will do it now. Like if that's what's going to work.
It's going to be hard to do if you're Nigerian in London or wherever you may be. I think you're probably going to pay the local price. Now, if you're a foreigner coming from Ghana or Togo or some other places, that they can easily distinguish by your passport in some other ways, and you pay the international price or fee.
Yeah, that's what they do in India. You pay international fee.
Yeah, so that has to be part of customer protection in Nigeria.
By the time you are even making your inquiry, they will know where you are coming from.
No, Simba, do you know why I said that? Because even Babcock, they have their whatever. There's a hospital that was charging somebody pacemaker for $12,000. They were even charging in dollars to do the procedure and everything like that.
No. Even in India, they take their money in dollars.
And so, but once again, how much are they charging the locals compared to the international, like you said?
They charge their locals with their own currency.
So currency, so the price is the same. It's just
no. I think there's a difference in price, and then the currency is also different.
By how much is it half off?
No, I cannot put a percentage or what the difference. But I know there's a lot of difference between what they charge their indigenes and the foreigner.
So are you saying, Simba, is the Indian government involved in the pricing scheme?
I don't think so.
So okay. So
I don't believe you. I think they will be involved because private don't know they send anybody.
I know. That's why I was asking.
Government, trust me, Simba, government will have a hand. Like, come on.
And maybe it can be much easier to do in India. Just like Babati, where you work or the country where you live is notorious when it comes to medical billing. You can't get a straight answer in America. It's almost impossible because the insurance companies are involved, and it's so hard to pin down the cost of most medical expenses or for example surgeries or whatever. Some you have like a ballpark idea, and it's relative to the insurance company how much they're willing to pay for a procedure, for example. So it is really difficult in America to try to get a fixed price for a procedure. Now, I don't know about Nigeria or India, because in America, it's they break everything down to the smallest, to the granular state. Now, for example, if you, let's say you want to work your pinky finger, your little finger, it's broken or whatever, something's wrong with it. See, maybe in India, for example, in Nigeria, they can say, okay, to work on one finger, it's going to cost, I don't know, 10,000 naira or dollars, for example. But in America, it's not that easy. See, it depends on what part of that little finger it's affected. Okay, and that's how they're going to try to calculate the cost of it. You guys follow what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, BT, right?
BT I disappeared again.
No, I see your point. You know, but that's our system here, right? But in coming up with their own system in Nigeria is what I'm trying to figure out. Do we have, like, what are differences that might affect what you just with your proposal? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like the Nigerian market, what would be the difference?
Well, the Nigerian market has to be a streamlined, one price fits all kind of a deal. It has to be. I mean, because even right now, I'm not even sure how they determine the cost of any area. But no matter how it is anyway, it's going to be much simpler than just too complicated in America.
Yeah, like if I have two medical practice, maybe one in Kano, one in Lagos, and one in somewhere in VI or one in Sokoto, I cannot charge. It is going to vary in some ways, right? By how much that is based on what people can afford.
Because I think you might not be able to charge the same amount, and then your cost of running the hospital also will not be the same. The cost will not be the same. You can't incur the same cost that you incur in Lagos in Sokoto.
Right.
Not so quick. Not so quick in that regard, because sometimes it depends on the pool of services or available professionals that you can get in Sokoto, for example, which might actually run you more if you have to, quote unquote, import.
Import people, maybe now move people from either Lagos to Sokoto because they are not available.
Exactly, they don't have the expertise or the labor
so
force.
that means you have to pay more.
Exactly, and we know for sure the cost of labor.
But you are talking about what about other adults? Is the cost, even the rentage and everything? There's no way to be less. Anyhow you look at it.
So let's say you have your main office in Eco Atlantic. Then you now have one in Abuja, the primary of Abuja, and one is in Kwara State somewhere, and Kogi. Even if you move people around, the cost of running Abuja and it will still be higher, significantly.
Yeah, exactly.
Than because forget the medical personnel that you're bringing in. What about all the add-ons, the housekeepers, all this,
and the cleaners, all the
they will be cheaper and
how much are you exactly?
Yeah, so
that's what I'm saying. Even if you have to rent a building, even if you have to get a land to be, you understand? If you want to build the same edifice, the same, it won't cost you the same amount of money in Abuja and Lagos with the same thing in Lokoja. A land that you can get for maybe 1 million naira in Lokoja, maybe that's what you are going to get for like maybe 50 million in Lagos or 200 million naira in Abuja.
Okay, maybe in terms of real estate, maybe so, but sometimes the more remote or less commercially viable a place, the more expensive things are. Okay, if you can easily get produce or products to a certain area, it's going to be much cheaper, and there's demand and supply is readily available. But if you go to a remote place, that's why sometimes in the remote place things are more expensive, even though they don't have the income or the wherewithal.
Okay, can I give you an example, and you can chime in? So see what you think. So there used to be this place called the Doctor's Hospital, right? It's in the middle of nowhere, close to Bridgeport, Texas. close to Oklahoma, right? It's you're driving on the highway, like an hour from the airport. You're driving into the countryside. One real, you know what they call it's so country. You only see one real track, right? That kind of country, if you know what I mean. And you can even see vultures. And then you drive into that small town, and voila, you see all these big surgical buildings and hospitals that is just for surgery, and people will fly from everywhere. You know, they have all this like the one that they're building for Kenaland now, all these airstrips, and it's close to that area, and people will fly in from all over the world for surgery there. All over the world, they will come in. And so if you're like a doctor in like Dallas or Houston or San Antonio, and you need a paycheck, you just come there, work for a week or two. They will pay you a lot of money because your clientele is that they are foreign sheikhs or one guy from China, you know. But it's world class, but it's in the middle of nowhere. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's in the middle of nowhere, but it's a world class facility for surgery. So, you know, it's I'm kind of torn. I get about, yeah. Go ahead.
That's what you call, like, one thing I realized also, not to digress, places, rehab places, what do you call them, facilities, they tend to be located in like almost rural areas of the country because, I don't know, because of the serenity or whatever it is. So what you just described there is like a destination facility place. Yeah, people that come there, they come there for a short period, do a procedure and go. So yeah, you can have such facilities, and people can patronize those places because it's well advertised. It is known as a destination place for this and that. So, but what you're talking about anyway? Is it a private facility or government?
Private. It's run by. It used to be called Physicians Hospital. Like,
yeah,
so they now have like many surgical centers around that where you can get surgeries for almost practically anything. So,
right.
So you know how some sheikh or some billionaire from Europe
Right.
or can come into Boston and do any surgery. You just say, "Oh, go down there." We'll do it there, but it's kind of like off book kind of thing.
Yeah, that's a special.
Yeah,
and it's they have their clientele. It's not like a walk-in kind of place. Just like
no. They refer you down there, like you must have something.
So they make their money, and the people that go there, they can afford it, and they're willing to pay. So
it's like they're like big men that don't want to be seen or known, and nothing is going on. Like, nobody knows you. Like, you know, nobody's leaking your info to the press that you had some surgery. So you see, like, governors. I mean, they're like big men. People just come from everywhere in the world. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, really, they had this sheikh one time. The guy came. Do you know what he did? The whole floor in that hospital, the top back floor where he was, they closed it down just for him, and he was paying for the whole room, all the rooms.
Really?
They have to be designed the floor just for him to look like where they designed the whole floor. They closed the room for him, just one person. I'm like, these people are just wasting money.
So, Babati, where you are describing cannot be a government facility.
No, it's not government. It's not government. It's not government.
And that one, it also gives room for all these politicians.
And now, low key, they don't
to
want
come and hide and hide their whatever they want to do.
Yeah, they do surgery that nobody knows. Yeah, you just see big men, you see them. Yeah. They close down the whole just for one man. I'm like, I say it's from one sheikh guy from the Middle. We don't even know what part of. I don't even know. They closed it, and if you are the person taking care of him, you come in and there's a security there, and like, kind of so they charge a lot of money and they make back. So for the Kogi example, maybe if you make the one in Kogi or Lokoja like one like privacy is guaranteed to all these big men. They can come in, have a good time, have their surgeries, recover, and nobody knows.
I don't think there's any. Once there is security, there's no way you locate anything in the world now that people will not come. Yeah. Once they have yes. Once there is access.
Well, see, that is good. If you establish such a thing, it would begin. First of all, you have to cater to or
You want to tell me that if you say, okay, there's a radiotherapy center somewhere, maybe in Jalingo, and people know that it's working very well, people will not go to Jalingo to receive treatment there?
well, even the name Jalingo sounds like a place you don't want to go to. So
But you rather take it than to say, okay, you want to go to India or to go to US to go and say that same, because it will cost you less.
no,
And if you are
no, it will work. I mean, for people, the middle class, or the class of people that it would attract. You're gonna have market for it. But I was gonna say though that the mentality of wealthy Nigerian people, including Tinubu himself, would rather go to France or go to London to go get it done.
So you can create.
no, those
You
ones
can
are
create.
they are hiding something now. It's
So
not most of these people, they go out, it's not because of the quality of what they want to get, it's
It's a
because of they want to hide.
privacy. It's a
It's privacy.
privacy. So
It's
I'm
not
saying
because
that
of quality.
if you can create the same environment, the same system, but not in the main city, in a remote area of the country, where they can fly in, fly out, nobody knows. I think it's a huge marketing, but I believe that you can make money from that.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes
yeah.
I can see that. I mean, as long as you have the quality and the standard and the professional, the doctors to do the
I mean,
job.
they do it now for cardiology in Lagos, where they even fly these doctors out from Boston here. They fly some of them to Nigeria. They do surgeries. They fly back. Nobody, and it's big men paying top dollar in Nigeria for it, so they don't have to come here for it. Yeah, they do in Nigeria.
Okay, that's excellent. That's great.
So you people should bring your dollars, so
for who, Simba? No, you are doing pediatrics now, so
there's no money in pediatrics now. It's a charity.
Why did you choose pediatrics? Why was it that you love children? I mean,
If you ask me that, I've even, it's just that I just have to survive. I've lost passion for medicine generally. If I have to come back to this world again, I won't be a medical doctor. It's just.
So you'll be doing what? You'll be doing what else?
BT, doctors cannot be rich now.
Well, it depends on who you ask.
No, tell me one rich doctors in the world that you know.
It depends on the specialty.
Hey, wait, all those small money that you are talking about. Okay,
okay, define rich so I know what you mean.
Hey, when you are talking rich, you will know what I mean by rich. It's not okay. You are going home with $500,000 per annum. I say you are rich.
Okay, like like kind of thing. Yeah,
it's just doctors live.
Let me give you two.
If you're a doctor like Seraki, right?
let me give you two. Let me give you two that will make that kind of money. Dermatology, like plastic surgery. Those ones, if you're in the right environment, you will make your millions.
But BT, doctors, you work for everything. You can't just. You understand? You cannot. People make money while they are sleeping. As a doctor, you can't make money. You have to be active to make money.
But we're doing your 60 to 70 hours
it
a
has
week.
to be location specific, huh?
Yeah.
You understand? You work for everything that you get.
No, but medical field is becoming remote now, that the doctors or professionals are diagnosing people remotely.
Remote? No. Remote is to mostly primary care now. You do you want to see your
I did an eye exam remotely.
They need to fire that guy.
No.
You've lost Simba. Do you see the problem now? Simba, this is what they are doing. Eye exam on the phone. I mean, but that's primary care now.
No, you go to a facility, right? But the doctor or the eye doctor is doing everything remotely. Actually, yeah.
I would not want any ophthalmologist to see me remotely for the first time, because the only time I would say you should do that is if you've seen them before and they're doing a follow-up on your case.
Well,
I get that, but for the first time on the
How can you examine somebody remotely? How is it possible?
Dude, I'm talking that's been around for probably over a decade.
Hold on now. Let's ask you some questions.
This piece forever is making me to laugh. That okay, that I want to become a farmer. Next word.
How did they see your optic nerve? How did he assess it? How did he see the back of your eye?
No, it's only somebody, maybe uninitiated person like Trump Daddy that can believe such a thing.
How can you do eye exam without?
No. It's
impossible now.
What I actually did. So what happened is that they had actually they had somebody, an assistant, right? And he actually, I think he vacated the room. Just like I would when I went to a doctor for in an ophthalmologist office to do an actual exam physically. The person that did it remotely did exactly the same thing actually.
So you were not at home on your phone?
No. I went to a facility, but even
okay.
Oh no! I used their whatever their instrument.
So you use their own? No, but even that, am I off on this one? Can you?
BT,
I don't even know why he's arguing with you, BT.
What do you mean?
You can't examine somebody remotely now. It's not possible.
I'm not, guys. I'm not asking.
No, they are doing.
Hold on. I'm not asking.
They are doing. Don't get me wrong. They are doing skin assessment, but I'm saying ideally for a first time admission or whatever, there's no way I'm doing that. I'm sorry.
Well, see, I understand. See, by the way, Sinbad, I'm not asking the question. I'm telling you what actually happened. Okay, so it's probably it's an old thing actually. It's probably more common than you think, way common than you think. But I see your point. See, it depends on what the doctor is able to determine. If maybe can give a referral, but doing like maybe an eye exam to determine if you need glasses or to check your eyes out is done remotely, bro. It's done remotely. Shoot, and I can guarantee since 5 years ago, it's probably more advanced. And in today's medical field, they are incorporating what you call telepresence in medical field, meaning that pretty soon, if we have like a skin problem or something that a doctor needs to look closely at, they can do it. So they can do that remotely also through telepresence. You think the doctor is actually right there? No.
But the issue is that people used to, any skin manifestation that you see, it actually has a systemic component to it. If I see a rash on a child now, it's not limited to that rash that you are seeing on the surface. There are so many things that are going on in the system of that child, which you might not be able to see.
You are thinking AAA, maybe asthma with the other one, the AAA. What do you guys call it? Asthma. I forgot your pediatric guy. So how can that now be assessed?
Let's say even a child that has a Kawasaki disease that has a rash on the skin, that maybe there's a carditis that's going on in the heart. How will you know that?
Well, I'm just saying the advancement in the medical.
It is an advancement,
Jare.
No. See, what you're saying, of course, what you're saying is valid, but
to me, you can use it in remote places where people don't have access to doctors, and so it'd be better than not seeing them at all. But for it to say that it can serve as a replacement, no.
Well, but Simba, trust me, I think you're old school. Let me tell you, right now, if you want to see a doctor, if you go on the app and I check, I have the option of seeing the doctor remotely or coming in or by phone. It's quite obvious that a lot of people are choosing the remotes.
Because you don't know. I will advise you as a friend, Trump Daddy, don't choose the remote.
Unless that person has seen you before. Don't you follow up? I get that. So how do you diagnose COPD on the phone, on your camera, or whatever?
BT.
I'm better. I'm ask the question. How did that?
Okay. See, okay. Let me. I can explain. I think the first consultation is perhaps to gather information and assess what is going on, and if they can truly give you a full medical advice at that point in time. If not the case, if that's not the case, then
From that, I got your point. It's just like a screening.
Okay, yeah, there you go. You can say that. But
so that the doctor will now advise you, okay, you need to do this, you need to go and see your doctor. We call that one virtual clinic now.
No, but I'm telling you, sometimes that's what you call screening is the final.
It cannot be final. It cannot be final.
It depends on your complaint. It depends on your complaint. It can be final. It depends on your complaint.
I would advise you to be final. What I'm saying, Lori, doctor, no.
No, yeah, it depends on the condition. What
you will not replace us. You will not replace us with all this AI like that.
Talking about AI, the AI is coming big time into the medical establishment. You know that.
Tell me about it.
AI is
I'm okay for now. I'm fine. I mean, it will not be a big thing until I retire, so I'll be fine. So,
but with the rate of medical malpractices, really, don't you think AI is going to be an improvement? I mean, how much error can an AI make?
So let me ask you: if the AI,
so if there's an error, are you going to sue AI?
How are you going to sue the AI?
No.
Since he knows more now, so go and sue AI.
The AI is whatever establishment that deploys the AI will be responsible for the outcome of the diagnosis.
Oh, so the person that put it there is Moshe, but the AI is the one that now knows more than the. Okay, I get your point. Okay. Yeah.
It is what it is. I mean,
it is not. It is not what it is. You cannot just make a point and just no. It is not what it is.
I hope you get. I thought you just acknowledged it. You can't deny the prevalence of AI in medicine. All fields for that matter.
I didn't deny it for a second.
Okay.
I'm just like you guys are making it look like. As a matter of fact, you walk. I mean, you're gonna walk into the hospital and it's all robots up and down, and there's no human. That's what they make it look like.
And from Daddy, how will you feel? How will you feel talking to a fellow human being or talking to something that you don't even know where the voice is coming from?
Okay, see, I'm old school. I probably gonna.
Don't you know that even talking to a doctor, talking to somebody you can have conversation, is actually part of healing?
I understand, Simba, but in today's world, these young kids today, they feel very comfortable dealing with a robot or a computer. Trust me. Yeah, they don't even want to talk to a human being. So they're fine with that. Me, I'm old school, right? I'd rather be talking to a doctor and interacting with a doctor like yourself to determine what is going on. But somebody told me that they did a surgery. What was the surgery? Is it an eye surgery? Whatever surgery they did, the surgery. I don't know. They put a what do you call it? A stent in what I'm talking about, BT. A stent in their blood vessel, one of the veins or whatever. And I think the guy said was completely done by a robot. I think an AI assisted robot did that surgery. So yeah.
So they do robotic vein surgeries.
Okay, there you go.
But the human or the human that will map it out of what he wants it to cut and what he wants it to do.
Of course, that's
there's a human. That's what I'm saying. This is like okay. Do you feel comfortable going and say okay? Well, you go into a hospital, you don't see any human, and the robot says, "Oh yeah, lie down." And will you be comfortable with that? Like, why not? Where is it? You will be the one asking the question, like, wait, what is going on? Like, so no human interaction, and you'll be off for surgery. Is that what you're saying?
It's just around the corner, BT. It's just.
I saw this movie. I saw years ago. I've forgotten his name, the name of the movie, where it was like they were in space, right? And the guys were so advanced on that planet that the one of these aliens kind of Obage or whatever, but the girl now went into this machine, like she's in it, and that thing did like a C-section for her. Did the C-section, remove that baby, and just sew her back and put the anesthesia, and she was good to go within 3 minutes. Like it was like I've forgotten that it's like one of these space kind of shows, and she was in it. That thing cut half, like transversal cut, and just took the baby out, sew her back, and that was it. And they said, actually, we can actually do that now, but not 3 minutes, but it's actually you can do laser.
Yeah, I got you. Most of this science fiction shows of movies that we watched in the past, whatever they portray in those movies, actually a reality in today's world. Actually, it is a reality. Yeah, you guys don't mess around with AI, man. AI is
It's like you are rejoicing, like we are going to lose our jobs or something. Like you didn't do the way you are talking, we didn't saw like you are happy about it. I don't know.
Why should I be happy? I'm just telling you what's
Yeah,
going.
because it's like yes, now it's excited by it.
Yeah,
I don't
like the
know.
way, like yes, finally we got you. The way you are being funny.
Yeah, I think this from that is a sadist.
I'm the last person to be a sadist. Not at all. I'm just fascinated, not just in the medical field, even with right.
How can you get vaccinated when we are losing humanity?
Even in Hollywood, they talk about writing script, writing for a movie.
And so far, how has the movie been? Shitty.
Well,
so far, when did you go to the movies?
Well,
exactly. And
it takes time.
So
it's not going to happen overnight. I'm just telling
you, cannot compare a human writer to that of a robot. The emotions cannot be. It's just different. You can see it in the movies now. Look at it, just lifeless and soulless now.
I don't disagree with it. Just like most things from the initial stage, you're not going to get the most robust or the best product from the initially, but eventually, do not discount how AI can work in emotions. I mean, this is advanced stuff we're talking about. So
what do you think about the Chinese one that just came out?
Yeah, what do you call it? DeepSeek
something, because that made some of the stocks tango. Because they said and by the way, they said the Chinese, they're going to put it out there for free. They're not charging like the American one.
Well, yeah, that's why Perplexity.
That's crazy. Why would they do that though? Why?
Well, come on, BT. Perplexity AI, the one that's owned by the Indian guy, actually just integrated DeepSeek in its own AI platform.
Really?
Yeah. I just read an article. So why won't the Chinese do it? The Chinese, I mean, you're gonna query that AI, that DeepSeek is gonna collect a bunch of information, especially by the Western world, and create better models in order to interact. I think the Chinese are stupid. They're using the Western model also for this. I mean, for this AI technology, they're gonna collect a whole bunch of information, and people are going to volunteer to input this information onto the platform, and the AI is going to collect it. It will be able to analyze, parse the data from different parts of the world, and give you a really good output. The Chinese are not stupid. They in deep. They know what's up. Absolutely. So that's the war out there in the AI world. I think Elon Musk may not be happy about it because it's open AI. Maybe displaced somewhat.
I gave up on after that salute and the way it's been moving in the political space across Europe. You have to at least say that I won't call him a Nazi, but it's because it has a soft spot for that kind of brand of politics.
Really, BT, stop now.
I say soft spot. It has Nazi. Okay, it has Nazi tendencies.
No, I don't think so. He's a friend of the Jews. He's a friend.
Yeah. The devil is also a friend of God's people. Doesn't he love you when it tricks you to do whatever you want to do? So it has tendencies
No.
hang out with white supremacists.
It's eccentric. I think it has certain problems. I'm not the one to talk about people's medical conditions, but it has something. I'm not going to say psychological, but it guy's a genius. He's a smart dude. It's not really. It operates at a different wavelength than many people do. That's what I would say. I think it does.
So so we're gonna excuse his bad behavior because he's a genius. That's what
Well,
we're
it's not a bad behavior. I'm
You're
understanding.
not supposed to do a salute. No. Look at it. He pumped his chest twice and did a salute. That is the classic Nazi wave now.
No, Bitty, I think you listen to this liberal people.
Oh God! So you're telling me that was a wave?
But what would compel him to do a Nazi salute?
The man did it twice.
I know he did it twice. That's why it could not be. It could not have. It could not have been a Nazi salute. It could not have been that.
Oh, God. I'm out. Sorry, even Vivek is running for governor now of Ohio.
Yeah, I heard. Is it governor? Yeah.
Yeah, because I watched his report. He said that the reason he left Dodge was because Elon wanted to solve the problem of waste with technology, and he believed in the more the political approach, like passing bills to change things, and they differ on that. And Elon won that debate.
Vivek talks more like a politician.
You know that was bullshit, right? That was just bullshit. I think that tweet was dumb tweet about Americans being lazy and all that nonsense, which is true to some extent, by the way. Don't get me wrong, but not for the older generation. But I think the younger ones might not. I think that was what did him in with Trump.
Yeah, well, okay, but that tagline, quote unquote, it's been his mantra for a long time. I think he put it in his book. I didn't read his book, but excerpt from the book, and that's how he's always described this today's American, that they are lazy. I guess you can use that word, lazy. So that's the way he sees it. I mean, he's a young guy. How old is Vivek? 32, about?
No, it's 30. It's close to 40. He's not young.
Okay, maybe 38. I think it's 38.
Is that young?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I'm more than Vivek. The fuck? What am I doing with my life? Wow, 39 years old.
Okay, yeah, this year maybe 39. Yeah, so Vivek's a young guy.
But I'm saying that if they kick you out because you said that, and the whites are offended, what chance do you really have in Ohio of all places?
No. I don't. A first story is not because of his comments. I think it's more of there's a friction between him and Elon Musk. So what you said, the former comment you made may be ideal. There's a friction between them. Maybe how to run Doge. Maybe is philosophy of approach to it is different. There's something there. So something got to give. Is it a guy that gave maybe, I don't know, over $100 million to the campaign and one that didn't? I mean, so you do the math.
So yeah, I think that's. But I don't think he has any chance in Ohio. I'm sorry, because that skin, like and Coulter said.
Oh, now you quoted and Coulter, right? Is okay? So she meant, so she was right, huh?
About what? No. I mean we can't vote. We like you, we love you, but you're Indian.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I
Right.
said, I think she's right now. So because she was laying down the facts.
So they're not gonna. If that was a problem at the national level, you know how local politics is.
I don't know too much about Ohio. I don't know. I thought it had a better chance being a senator. I thought, but
that would have been because that was what I was scratching my head, because when he said he believed in running Doge with legislation, right, that he can pass change, then you want to run for governor, then you should have been running for senator if you believe in policies or and bills, right? So how we say you believe in bills and changing policy, then you want to run for governor, which is an executive position. I mean, you can influence it more. I
Well,
get that, but
obviously he has a political ambition. So regardless of that's Vivek, he wants to be, yes, political ambition. So he's gonna do being a senator, a governor, whatever it takes to have that political power or affiliation is gonna do that. I like Vivek. I don't think anything said has ever bothered me. I mean, he's a product of this country. I mean, he's a smart dude. No doubt. Yeah, it's
so whites pretty much understand the difference between a country and a nation. They see them more like a nation. So is in a country but not a nation. So 80% of Ohio is white. So good luck with, because if I'm going against Vivek, I know exactly how to destroy him. He's not one of us. That's the whole point. That's it.
Oh, we don't play that politics anymore like that.
Oh, they come on, they do. You know they you know they do. You know they're gonna remind him with his cartoon like looks, and that's gonna come to play. He's not one of them. They're
Well,
gonna remind him of that.
I don't know. I mean, the guy was a valedictorian in his high school. I mean, full of.
I get that, but the love for Indians from that community is at an all-time low right now. They're not really Indians are not really beloved at this point with those Americans at this particular time.
Really? Well,
yeah. The whole immigration
was about to be the FBI director.
No, I mean, fairly or unfairly, I'm saying. You think the white crazy nuts were happy about that pick? Go online and see their response.
Oh, really?
They like, it's gonna let all the Indians in, and it was
nuts.
Yeah. But that is a federal job that they have less influence. Now look at the state. Now they can influence. They're not gonna allow that. Not in Ohio.
Hey, Nikki Haley, she's pretty much she like Vivek. I think she was actually born in India, if I'm not mistaken.
She's married to a white man. Vivek is married to a fellow Indian.
Okay.
You get it now?
So,
it's like the Obama thing. Like you need to marry that community to get validated. Like Obama married Michelle to get in. Kamala married a white guy to get that kind of in that space. You cannot have an Indian husband and wife running for. I'm sorry, but that's.
Well, you said Obama married Michelle.
Yeah, that was a political move. Now,
as opposed to marrying who?
He's always dated white women. That was his first and only black woman he's ever dated. Did you know that? All his past girlfriends that have done interviews, they even interviewed one of his ex-girlfriends from college. He's always into white women, but if for political reasons, that wasn't going to work for him. Remember, it was even think about it. You were raised, you're half white. You're raised by your mom and your step grandfather. Your name is actually Barry Sotomayor. You only changed your name in junior in college. You grew up with your white grandmother. You grew up in Ohio, in Hawaii. There was no way you were going to run anything in a black space in Chicago. So let's find him a place in Chicago. Go find him an educated girl, and he can build up his profile. No way he walks into Chicago with a white woman and he does all that. Hell no.
Okay, so his name Barry Soto. Where'd that come from?
No, because it was named Barry. It was never Barack is this father's name,
right?
Obama's last name. So it's like Barack Obama Jr. But all his life to college, it was never called Barack Obama.
What was on his birth certificate?
Barry Soto. It was using his Barry and his stepdad's last name.
What was on his birth certificate
when he was born? No. What you were born with and what you use in colleges and you can change your name. He never used that. He never grew up with that identity.
I understand. So, okay. So Barack Obama was on his birth certificate, right?
But look at it in college. It wasn't bad. So why wasn't it banned by Obama until senior?
Yeah, he needed to claim his identity, right? So
so he found and he just found out to start dating a black. Okay, I get it. Makes sense. I get it.
But I'm not the one to mention it. But have you been heard? I don't know if you call it rumor or whatever is between him and Michelle.
Oh, the whole Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer, can you call Aniston whatever? I mean, I would not be surprised. I'm like, well, the man went back to his roots. I mean, what do you want me to say? He went back to his roots now. It's always. If I would not be surprised if it's true. I would not be surprised because but I mean, will you be surprised if you? No, I would not be surprised. I mean, everybody has an arrangement, and I mean, so if that is true, then But I think it was just to give Michelle a cover for with the people's reaction about her not showing up to.
Babati.
Yes, sir.
Babati, yeah. I saw some news. Anything you saw on the internet now, you have to verify. There are so many fake news. I heard Trump was deporting some 3,400 and something Nigeria back to Nigerians.
I heard Dewale reported some Nigerians in Houston. I think it was Dewale and his boys. Because they said that was where they picked up most of them. That's what I heard too. I heard that. I had some people tell me that.
But they are saying they are illegal immigrants.
Yeah,
that's confirmed. Yeah,
they said apparently it was your fellow Nigerians that were co-buying each other.
They were co-buying them.
And co-buying each other. That is the word.
Oh my God!
Wow.
I will not lie for you. That illegal immigrants, many Nigerians have benefited from it. Even some of them holding green card now, they are once illegal immigrants. You remember that time they always grant only 2 years, and people will just stay; they will not come back. You remember?
Yeah. See, this guy did it in '96. Now, Clinton. He gave if you are illegal, you came into this country, you will pay a fine, and they will give you green card, and you can. Yeah, that's what Clinton did. He gave if you were in this country illegally, you pay, and you're married to an American citizen, you will pay a fine. That's what they were doing in the '90s. Yeah.
Is this over 400,000 Nigerians?
No, 3,000. No, not for No.
3,000.
400,000.
Yeah.
I even saw one deporting some people back to Ecuador. They are in shackles, change their hands, change their legs.
No, they are
even transporting them with the military.
No, they are criminals.
War plate.
Thomas, this one's are hardened criminals.
Oh, because I saw them with shackles and
I saw a video where they went to one man's what is this called now? Farm, and the man denied them access because they want to arrest some of these workers.
Nobody came to work. It was all nobody taking
Me myself, I just came back from detention yesterday. I mean,
really?
They have to check me out now. So
no, seriously. Trump.
Are you serious?
I just did play. I'm
But Babati, what do you think Trump is doing? Deporting illegally people back to their country. Is that a good thing for the country? Is that a bad notion? Does it portray America as a good light?
First of all, is deporting those with criminal records. They are the ones that they are deporting for now. Okay, so all these guys you saw on the plane, shackled to whatever, they are ones that have been convicted of maybe the R word, they've killed somebody.
Yeah, maybe they have been they have already condemned people. Yeah,
They're the ones that are now. The phase 2 is what we don't know yet. We don't know.
But Babati, it's even better. It's even better to deport them back to the country than using the taxpayers' money to be feeding them in the jail.
Thank you.
Isn't it?
You know it's bad. You know it's bad when the country says we don't want our people back. You know that person is a terrible person. When the country says we don't want you in our country, and from there now they say they don't want you. That means you're a bad person.
I don't think I saw a video where it was in England, but I don't know.
So those Americans, sorry, those American. Hello.
Yeah.
I said those people that are being deported now, they don't have a U.S. passport, or they still have and they still deported them.
No, they are legal. They don't have any residence, anything. They are legals, but
So if you are legal and then you have criminal record, you cannot be deported.
No. It depends. No. Even if a citizen, I think it's for 2 reasons: treason and the other one, and heinous crimes. So if you do anything treasonous and something heinous, they can remove your.
What? How do you determine that? What do you mean by heinous?
Like terrorism, or you murder, or the R word. Yeah, stuff like that. They can take away your citizenship or your green card and deport you. So it doesn't mean that you get So those people, or those that even came here illegally and still did all those things. So those ones will be under those who are deported. I'm at Prince, right? That pretty much covers that space for now. Now we don't know about phase 2 yet, though.
But Babati, even here, if you are a citizen, depends on your crime, your citizenship can be revoked and you'll be sent back to your country.
Yeah, it's for terrorism now. It's terrorism. That's the one I know that.
Yes, yeah. You can't, because you are a citizen of the country, then you are plotting against the country, terrorism, then you cannot be deported to your country. You can be deported to your country. Of course, they do here. They deport people with Australian passports back to their country.
See what they are doing with Simon Ekpa is the same thing now. They got him on terrorism charges, and what happened to his citizen his rights? It was revoked immediately.
Oh, really? Wow.
That's what they got him on now in Finland. It was terrorism. Because they knew that was the only way they could get, because once they can remove that, then they can just send it back to Nigeria.
So is this still in prison in Finland?
Yeah. They are making deals now. Nigerian government wants him out. Do you know how I know they're going to get him to Nigeria? Once the Finnish ambassador was telling Tinubu, well, we have many things we can work together on oil and gas. Okay. They're gonna get this guy back home. Okay. Let's leverage now. Let's leverage this thing to make this done with Nigeria, with this gas and oil and stuff coming to Europe. Yeah.
So I don't think I saw this video. It was in England. It must have been London actually. It was this Nigerian guy that was going to work, and I think the immigration people, the police, came to his workplace, and they arrested him actually. And I don't know where they took him to. They took him to his house or something, and eventually they were inquiring from the guy where his passport was, and the guy said that his passport is in Nigeria, and they're trying to ask him why is the passport in Nigeria. From what I learned, it was like it's kind of a thing that people send their passport back home, maybe to be is it stamped as if they've been traveling back and forth from where they are. So it appears as if they've been traveling, so they can keep their passport or their stay valid. But the guy was a Yoruba guy, because he was speaking Yoruba, and it was kind of sad because the guy was eventually burst into tears, was crying that he wasn't going to go back. They'd rather die here, that's in London, than go back to Nigeria. Yeah.
Prince Daddy, I watched that video too. That guy is a Yoruba guy, isn't it?
Yeah. It was speaking about.
Yeah, he
Yes.
said, Ekuku Pamisibi, Ekuku Pamisibi, mi opada lo Nigeria.
Send me the link, bro. Send me the link, please.
No, I watched that video. Yes. He said, just kill me here.
Video.
Can you put the link?
I know. I'm driving. Yeah. Maybe maybe Prince Daddy can get. He said, "Ekuku Pamisibi, kill me here. I'm not going back to." So they release him. They release him temporarily to do some findings about him. They took him to his house. The owner, the guy, the lady he was cutting with, that one refused to open the door. They threatened to break the door. That lady didn't open the door. He's even speaking Yoruba to the guy, to the lady. Shideko, what you want me? I watched that video.
So is that the latest
I think it's
video?
in the UK or something. Maybe in UK.
Yeah, I think it was in London. Was it an old video or
people are facing a lot of trouble. Maybe because I came into this country legal, so I don't even pass through all these. They are no. Many people are facing trouble. Even some people here, immediately they came here, they will turn their passports. If they catch them, where do you come from? They will say they don't know where they come from.
Really?
And in this country, because Australia is a humanitarian country, if you said you don't know where you come from, there's nowhere they will deport you to. So they will be forced to give you asylum or give you citizenship by force. That's what people do here. Immediately they came into the country, they will just tear their passports. Anything concerning their country, documents, they will tear everything.
It's not true now. Thomas, when you enter, they have all your document. They know where you enter from now.
No,
You say it's not from that country.
So where is it from?
People are very terrible here.
Okay, people that wait, Thomas. If you are entering the country, they will know where you are coming from, and then your state of origin. I mean, your country of origin. They know now. They have all your details.
Let me tell you something.
How can when you didn't go mad? How can you not say you don't know where you are coming from? They know. They don't even need to ask you before they deport you.
They deport you. They know. But do you know one guy came here? He's a lecturer. He came for what they call it, maybe all this seminar they are doing or something, and immediately he doesn't want to go back, and he claimed asylum. He said they are fighting war. Somebody is looking for his life in Nigeria. They wanted to kill him. He cooked all this video from Boko Haram, all this, he cooked everything together. The guy is on asylum now. So this country here.
And you know what I find disturbing is that Nigeria doesn't even have birthright citizenship. I hope you know that, we don't have that in Nigeria. Even if you are legal in Nigeria, if you have a baby in Nigeria, it doesn't make you Nigerian. If you're not an indigene, so you can only be Nigerian if one of the parents are an indigene to Nigeria. That's the law.
Say the US.
But it's not only in Nigeria. It's in most countries.
But in America, Simba, you can be pregnant in Mexico for 7 months, walk into America, have a baby, and that baby because America.
Because there's not it may be because of what you used to say that there's no indigenous American. You cannot come even in the Middle East. You can't come to any of the Middle Eastern countries. Spend 10 years.
No, imagine you come to America, you have a baby.
They used to do that in Britain before they cancel it now. People will just go there and deliver, and get citizenship for their child.
Then go
But they've
away.
cancelled that.
Then go away, come back in 18 years. So you and the child, you don't contribute to the system for 18 years.
I think in Britain now, if you do that, that child will not leave UK. We stay in UK for some maybe more than 1 year or continuously or something like that before they can be granted.
5 years.
5 years.
So America, onto Trump's latest birthright, whatever, citizenship. America is in the Western Hemisphere. I think they had the most lax immigration law or system that's more accommodating. See, this European country that claims to take people from different countries, they have much stricter immigration policies than America do. They do. And I think apart from the US being the last Western country, most of Europe, if not all European countries, you can't have a birthright citizenship anymore. It used to be in some countries, but not anymore. So, giving America the bad rap about what Trump is doing, it's not fair. And to tell you the fact, quite frankly, Thomas was talking about that video. I don't think it's not something it's as much as I want legal immigration. I think that I wish there's a different way, especially when you're trying to deport little children and women back to their countries. It is terrible. If you ask me, I'd rather see, this is the deal. The fear is the political affiliation of these immigrants or these people that come to this country, because they tend to favor the liberals, the Democrats. So if, as silly as it may sound, what about if Trump imports more illegal immigrants into the country and they can support the Republicans when it comes to voting time and to balance things out?
Don't you see him doing it already? So the Latinos they waited for him, right? They waited for him.
No, but those Latinos, you see, that's the thing. They came, quote unquote, under the Democratic lax policies. Because that's why most immigrants they gear towards the Democrats. But some of the Hispanics, I like them because they have the mind of their own, unlike the African Americans. Because they choose family values over their immigration status. That's why, Trump did very well with the Hispanics more than the African Americans. Actually, it did very well. You would think so. This lady on the View, she's not so smart. Her name is Sunny, whatever her name is, Sunny
Houston. Oh,
yeah. Okay. She when Trump when that comedian made the comment about Puerto Ricans being an island of garbage. She's Puerto Rican, she says, and she was like, oh, she was making the point that watch Puerto Ricans, come out in mass or whatever, or Hispanics vote for the Democrat because of what that guy said. So stupid. In fact, that comment did not even move any needle. And in fact, I think a lot of Puerto Ricans actually voted for Trump, especially in Pennsylvania, where they have about 500,000 of them in this part of Pennsylvania. So the Hispanic population in America is quite interesting. So if you look at it, actually, if you from South America, you may be okay, actually. Let them come and assimilate. They have their own big culture / their communities anyways, and they tend to thrive and do very well. So I'm not against this people, but in regards to those criminals, it is true when Trump says this thing, people laugh and mock him, that this country from Honduras to Venezuela especially, they actually open the doors to their prisons and let out their criminals, bad hombres, to come to this country.
But did they tell them to specifically go to America when they released them from prison?
Oh, come on, BT. Wink.
I'm asking. No. Was it like a leaked memo? Oh, go ye forth into America. You release like a mandate. Like, what was the order, marching order for who?
No, when they release you from the prison and put you in the bus and drive you to the borders, what else do they have to say to you?
Like, go fuck them up over there.
I guess if they have to say that, that's what they did. But guess what? It's a telling sign of it. South American.
You know it's bad when the black gang members in Chicago are complaining that they can't handle these guys, like that they are being bullied by.
But those guys are rough. I don't know if you see some videos about this Venezuelan prison. Oh, dude, you don't want to play around. Google it. The Venezuelan, their new president is actually pretty tough. But guess what? South American countries, Venezuela to Honduras, Guatemala, all these countries, they were reporting that their crime rate has fallen. And Trump was like giving the leaders a lot of credit. Like, wow, you wonder what it's doing to the criminals or to the people that the crime rate is falling. Not knowing that they're opening damn prison doors and these criminals are coming to this country, coming to America. Okay, not because they have any special program to rehabilitate these people or to bring them back into normal society. No, they were just letting them get out of the country. And that's why when they came here, these criminals, they had the audacity to carry guns and be arresting people, robbing people in that apartment complex in Colorado. It's a hardened criminals, actually. But again, I don't. It is. I'm not asking people to break the law, but if there's a way we can get around it, and let them stay, just get rid of the criminals and let the rest of the people stay. That'd be okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see the point. They don't want them coming to their country. I see that, but it's just there's this white supremacist element in that movement that I am uncomfortable with. That's the only thing. That's the only problem. If Trump can, I think he's just using those guys for votes. I don't think he's racist the way people think he is. I don't believe Trump is Hitler. I think we can all agree on that. Yeah. So yeah.
No, it's absolutely not racist. I mean, the real racist was, if you ask me, was Biden. He's the one that's actually made racist comments.
Do you remember? Do you remember how he addressed Obama? People forget when they called him race. He's a very smart, articulate black man, well spoken. Like he was some kind of unusual, like anomaly. Something like, wait a minute, who is this guy? Oh man, yeah, oh dear.
Yeah, it's the immigration stuff. It's quite. But I was just watching a little clip on YouTube like a couple of days ago, whatever. Do you know that there are some states in this country as big as they are, 75,000 square feet, or not square feet, but no, well, acres or whatever, large landmass. That like what do you call it? Like North Dakota, South Dakota, I think New Hampshire. What other Montana, those states in the Midwest around there, big old states with like about 500,000 people, 700,000 people in them. Such a big state with like low population. Of course, they have less of other things there. I mean, they have maybe some natural resources, whatever, but they don't have the capacity for mass migration or urban life. But nonetheless, those places can accommodate a lot of immigrants. I think they should take them there.
I don't think so. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work.
We're trying to find a compromise. I mean,
they said Guantanamo Bay.
No, come on, Guantanamo Bay. Nah. That how many people that's gonna? How many people is gonna? You can't accommodate. No, that's not gonna work. They should just they should just find them some new communities. Let them build their own communities and stay. At the end of the day, I'm all for people coming for a better life to improve their lives and make something of themselves. Of course, I don't support the criminals. I think, yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It as the Senate, this guy is going to the Senate. You think RFK going to make it? RFK Jr.
I saw the screening, but the problem is all these senators are being funded by big pharma and big food industry. So, I mean, so far it's done well with the showing, but that's my own worry that big pharma and big food, bro, they don't want that guy in there. So then there has to be a push by Trump. He has to walk the phones if he wants the guy in office. I want him in there, though. I want him in. By the way, have they released that file yet? The RFK DFK file?
Yeah, they're listed. Yeah.
Oh, I've not. Anything spectacular? Anything unusual?
No, I mean, not that I've heard. I mean, they've released, but my understanding is that a lot of those files have been released. Actually, I think Trump just gave a executive order for a full release of every single document, and I don't think they're gonna redact. They're gonna redact any of the statements or the pages, the documents. So. Yeah, it's been released. But one thing about MLK, I'm hearing some not so flattering things about MLK or what it did.
Like the whole orgy and all that stuff.
Along that line, wow.
The a woman refusing their unnatural sex act and beating the shit out of her, then ironing her on tape. They have they have the recording, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So they will call unnatural acts, like it was involved in natural and unnatural orgies. You know what that means in the 60s? That means anal, and the G word. Yeah, and they have them on tape and all that. So
really,
or infathering multiple baby mamas in secret.
Wow.
Yeah, cheating on all that stuff. Or you know the popular one, building to the communist ties, and yeah.
That's the one we don't. Trump needs to withdraw and close that. We don't want to know that.
No, we want to. I mean, I want to. No, because you know where Simba said. But you know what Trump is doing. I mean, not him, but people pushing him to release those files for MLK. They want to destroy. You know the place he holds in many people's hearts, right? What it means to the black community.
Dr. King, yeah.
So if you bring that down, who comes up? If you bring MLK down, who's the one that takes his place in that space? Malcolm X, right? The one that is seen as mostly radical.
Malcolm too. I've heard him too doing unnatural stuff.
Really?
Time. Oh yeah, that's common news.
Wow.
Oh yeah. As for him, yeah, he was a street guy. He went to, I think, was in prison. He was into that lifestyle, drugs, and yeah, he doesn't have the best of reputation. Actually, that's almost it's a known information out there.
And the annoying bubblehead on MSNBC too. It was an informant. I saw that video on YouTube. You know him, right?
Sharpton?
Yeah, it's a video of him being an informant. I saw the video.
That's the worst human being in the world. That guy, the worst human being. I despise that guy.
That was when it was big though. In the 80s, he used to wear wire for the police for the undercover. He used to be an undercover.
Yeah, I know. It's a snitch. Is is the worst of human beings. I don't like that guy.
Yeah, it's not. So it's all But the ML, I wish if they put it out there, because I know some black people, they're already trying to defend. They know what's coming, right? They're like, oh, if they release the stuff about him, doesn't take away from his legacy. I'm like, what are you afraid of? And I read one I cannot confirm. Maybe it's part. I've not read that part of that leak yet, where they claim that he actually did not die at the hotel where he was shot.
Dr. King?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Some people, I can't confirm that. They said, well, they took him and they followed up at the hospital or something. I've seen that somewhere. Conspiracy theory or something. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's embarrassing for me.
But I want that recording, that not for anything, just for research purposes.
Research purposes, really?
Yeah, I wanna see what they were engaged. I mean, because I've read books about this in college years ago, and they talked about all these women that you see in the civil rights back in the 60s. They were pretty much groupies. They were just sex. They were just people that were just there to satisfy the sexual needs of the leaders. So all these civil rights female leaders that you see back then, they can speak, but they were there to use their mouth, and you know what? So at that time, and the story of Rosa Parks, her not being the actual person that was asked to sit to stand or by the back of the bus, it was somebody else, but they couldn't use her because that one was a pregnant teen at the time, so that can be the face of the liberal civil struggle at the time. So they had to use somebody else. So that was a replacement to the actual person. It wasn't Rosa Parks. It's all out there. I mean, I don't.
So are you saying the whole black experience, the black identity, the civil rights, it's all concocted? It's all.
I mean, obviously, it's all been orchestrated. Like, yeah.
Wow.
It's not organic. Even this war on drugs in the street, guns it's all manufactured. It's not like it's never been. I mean, I will read about it. I will read some CIA files that you can read and talks about how they infiltrated the black community with drugs, with weapons.
But that was undeniable. I mean, that I believe.
Yeah, they didn't stop there, and even how they weaponized welfare against the black man, and they made the black woman choose between her husband and government, and she chose government.
I mean, do we blame black women?
That's the conundrum. On one hand, you say, well, stick with your man, whatever, whatnot. Remember,
when your man does not have a job and doesn't work, and I mean, do the math, and you have babies for that matter.
Yeah, but it was a deliberate act. Remember, Detroit, all those black places were top manufacturing areas. They moved those jobs out on purpose.
Exactly. Yeah, it was all part of this. It was all orchestrated. It was very systematically planned. So yeah, of course, that's what I'm saying. Do you blame? Even though, I said, do you blame the black woman? I mean, it's someone that has to feed her child or children, and there's no other source of income, and the man does not work. I mean, what do you want her to do?
Yeah. People they study history with you got to put yourself in their shoe at the time. They barely had a high school degree at the time.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
It's like you went to some community college, or you can go online and do God knows what. So so it's in context. So I'm torn between that, sticking with your man and sticking black power, whatever the hell that is.
That's the thing, though. Even though that happened, this is where I always blame we the black people, the African Americans. Even though that happened, it was clearly an orchestrated way to destroy your communities, and they succeeded. But don't we have leaders? Don't we have people? I believe other groups or people would have found a way to to circle back and stick to that family.
What happened to Prince Daddy?
Hey, I was thinking, is this my network or what? Yeah, I think.
Oh,
Maybe.
my phone went dark. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you
All
now.
these
Loud and clear.
American, they don't have good phone. I don't know the kind of phone they use.
No, Nokia low. See, Nokia 33 low, man.
Nokia 3310.
No. The same problem Mike was having. If the screen, when it goes dark, like it times out, then it kind of shuts off the mic, I think. It's anyways. Where was I? We were talking about
No, the MLK thing. I was just the civil rights movement, and but
yeah. Now I was talking more. We were talking about the black family, the black woman,
right?
And I was saying that the Jewish people also, they went through a lot, and any people for that matter.
But you need to learn to break free from it. It's part of the point. Like, you're going to be exploited by other groups. Like, I've always said it. Anytime the greater civilization encounters the weaker ones, they will always exploit. It's just the nature of things. But as you go stronger, you have to grow wiser. Just not in population, but in terms of building economic strength as a group of people. Understanding your past and not falling victim for the same trickery again. And I don't think, to be honest with you, that the Black African community have learned their lesson. For people coming from slavery and being exploited by Jim Crow laws and having their leaders appointed for them by white supremacists and being controlled from within the system, I think at this point, the so-called information age, one would think you will have evolved and learned your lesson and make better decisions, but it appears to me that they're still falling for the same BS. I mean, with the way they align themselves with the Democratic Party, for example, with the way they align with the community, with the way they embrace welfareism, I think it's done a disservice to the community, and so that's what I have issues with, that they've not come to. I don't know if they ever will, but that's just the situation for now. Thomas, by the way, when are you coming to America again? Simba going to America right now. I don't think Simba's ever been to America before.
I've never been to America. I don't have the time now. Even my daughters are in Canada. I've never been there. Hey, not really. Go freak me there. But at least I have maybe in the next 2 years, maybe I will have enough reason to say I want to come.
So what to move the green baby in Canada?
Yeah. There are 2 of them there now.
So yeah, okay.
Eh?
The 5th wife one or the 6th one?
The 5th. You are not serious.
It might be male along we. I mean.
Me only, I don't have that capability now. I'm just like Trump that day. You can like Danny.
Go for the choice is the choice. Look, I knew good.
You can like Danny. Actually, if you want to be a responsible man, it's not easy to say you want to not be having too many wives.
So two could have be two no okay now.
I mean, I don't have two. I don't have two wives. Sir. I'm talking about my daughter. I'm not talking about my wife.
Oh, two could have be.
No, my first two daughters are there.
Oh, okay.
If you really, I don't even know, but the so-called, what do you think is actually happening now? Because the rate at which people are the divorce rate and everything is just too alarming.
Simba,
Is it that the women are not longer, or is it that the guys are getting? I don't know what is actually the problem. It's like okay.
I'm telling you honest truth. Èmi gan ti agree pé fún àwa gan ṣe marriage counseling na àpàpàdodo mọ́. You know how people want to make you marriage counselor by default. You know what I'm talking about now. When people start asking you a question about àwọn ìjà ẹ máa parí ìjà. Nǹkan tó ń torí ẹ̀ divorce kò make sense nígbà. I'm telling you now. It doesn't. Tó bá wò in not being myopic but tó bá wò in the grand scheme of things. Pé tó bá fi ọkọ ẹlẹ́bọ̀ fi ìyàwó
Prince Daddy is on the platform now. Which one are you saying that? Do you have two devices?
Yeah, Prince Daddy is. There's another Prince Daddy, Thomas. It has to maybe that's the Nokia one. This one is the
This one there's Prince Daddy. Yeah, there's Trump Daddy. Okay, Trump Daddy is one on the platform. It's Prince Daddy that want to enter.
Can you let Thomas and Kinu Fufu? Let Prince Daddy in. So my whole point is this. Sorry, at this point, Emi go to fair. I know finances, but about win the grand scheme of things. But okay, ofeni kini plan to buy file. What is it? Most of them don't even, they just live in the moment now the man live into. One man go the bigger picture. Or go back in the people say, Tori and more, Tori. They don't even care about that anymore.
No, they don't care. They don't care about the children. Yeah, they don't care.
Well, my impact. I mean, you're a pediatrician. You will see all these 9-10-year-old kids. Go through depression because our parents were divorced. They will now weaponize those children against each other. They will now force those kids, call them to pick a side, which is not fair to them. Am I poison or more?
You know the funny thing, and they are not ready to stay without going to another relationship. If they are ready to even stay alone and say, okay, I want to focus on my children, it will have been better. As they are leaving one, they are preparing for another one.
But look at you have a girl child now, Ojo Bini, and every night, every month, you are always changing boyfriend. Why do you think that is going to affect that child girl now?
No, it's already happening now. It will not be like a cycle. You understand? Because that girl child will also go the route of the mother.
Yeah. So Koni, yeah. So you will notice that most of them, so
if God knows why a man and a woman should come together and form and become a parent of a child, whether male or female. If he doesn't know the importance, if will make us like an hermaphrodite now. So that anybody you can on your own decide whether you are going to get pregnant or have a kid. But because a girl child needs to know how a woman can take care of a man. At the same vice versa for a boy child. And same thing. So if you are missing any of your parents, there's no way it will not create a lacuna in your life. There's no way. There's no, because the role a father plays in the life of a child is different from the role a woman will play in the life of that same child. Whether in terms of finances or not, it's not even finances that matters in this case. The kind of things I can say to my children and they will listen to me, they can't listen to their mother. The kind of thing they can discuss with me or they can discuss with her. So it is good to have both for your development. But these days, I don't know.
No, because it's like they don't. Because somebody will come to you, and somebody is doing this, blah blah blah, doing that. But tomorrow, job for but they want many people against and one.
I think social media is also contributing to that. BT.
But who is the one talking? They are listening to single mother now. No, how can you be you as a married woman don't go through hard time to listen to one single struggling clinic online to tell you what to do? So make any sense?
Let me tell you this. You know, a woman now, they see themselves as having unlimited choice. Do you understand? Because of the social media, in their DM, they have so many men that are actually, going after them. So they think that they have access to the whole world. They have unlimited choices. So all those things comes to their head. Because I was having a discussion with a lady and I said, can you marry somebody that you meet on the social media? I said, what is wrong in that? You understand? And we know women, we can lie a lot. So it's actually to me it won't get better. It will rather get worse than what you are experiencing now. And I don't think there is a solution to it.
So I've even give anybody that to joke for me, I don't want to hear it. What to sue me? On va filer, blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Then talk to him about it. Figure it out. Sometimes things might be down for him. Maybe you're learning. It's like he's lazy. Things might be down for him. Doesn't mean
What thing that women don't know what you have done before, though. It's only what you have done in the present.
Right.
If you have been good husband, good father for 10 years, then there's a problem. You understand? They will go in phases. First of all, they will sympathize with you. Then when the next stage is for them to now, getting irritated if you don't get job. Because they can't shoulder that responsibility. And they don't have
but I know that. But usually those will stay between you two, even when you're quarreling. Not for you to then go online and be making Facebook posts or YouTube or Twitter posts about what's going on about your husband because he doesn't have
And the question is, where did they seek their advice from? They seek their advice on social media.
But
they have so many.
They care about you now. They just want you to be miserable. They can post
and did they know better? Did they know better? Did they know better? They don't know better now.
Will now become
Dabi Moshe Dani. You understand that this thing?
Dabi Moshe Two-Face come by and the on divorce on one line.
Are we able to come? Is there any of them to say, okay, this is the reason why we divorce? Nobody knows. Everybody just speculating. Because if it is okay, the guy is fornicating or whatever. But this is a guy that has had like 4 children before he even got married to you from 2 different women. So it's something that you know before you venture into. So why are you not crying now?
I think the divorce is not even the issue to some of these online in-laws. It's because it's the one that that initiated the divorce. If she was the one that said, oh, I want to divorce that man, they'll say, yes, good for her. Women, they will be the one behind her. But somebody there, we are the I want to, but I want the actress in here. I want to Tiwa something. She's my friend. If anything happens to her,
Tiwa Savage.
Boss online. I'm calling you out to if anything happens to her, you're the one taking care of. You can do those same things, but why you come online to say that?
But I think she was also involved when who is it when Davido was having problem with his baby mama also now? That
So
they said
just to break homes and mama, just to wreck homes and mama.
She also left her own husband also now.
That husband, that guy nearly jumped on the top Milan bridge. People forget though, that guy almost killed himself. And that's the one that was now here lecturing people about family values and sticking by your man and woman. How is that one a counselor? So I don't. So to your question though, that you asked, is that people are seeking advice, counsel from sources who are reliable to promote. It doesn't promote marriage or any relationship. That just loves people being miserable and just complain and cry and farm engagement online. But if you too don't know, you are against the world, you must fence off your marriage, your situation between you two. If you're going to seek advice, go to a counsel you both trust. Abi, this person can be a fair, honest person to both of us, not looking for sympathy from one side. Do you know why I don't give them? Because when you two finish your fight, you start complaining, kill your rest, Abi, I will not become the bad person. So mo call lesson me when you blah 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 blah. Mo ti gbọ́ náà ni. So you want me to now be on your side as ìyàwó ọ̀rẹ́ tèmi. Kí máa wá sọ pé ó ṣe bàbá kò dá. And next thing you know, you finish the argument. Hello, go and find an older person, be in their 60s, 70s, whatever. Don't come. No. I told this to madam too. Stay away from that. It's very hard for them not to. They will always want to nature one. Yeah, ma'am. But I don't want to hear. Did you hear what Yah said? No, don't. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear. But it just didn't. So that's us today. Online cousins, online nephews. Somebody will just open the YouTube channel. I am the marriage counselor. 4 divorces. Kilo cancel kilo marriage.
Yeah, is that one now even become a work?
See online.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't.
I think the everybody just have to, even it's not only even in the Western world, the people that are not even talking, because some of them are not talking now, they are not even doing that because maybe they don't have the financial capability. They still believe that if they leave their marriage because they cannot shoulder the responsibility, that is what is keeping them. If most of Nigerian women now have the financial capability, they will leave their marriage.
I can't speak to that because but
that's why it looks as if the ones in diasporas are the worst culprits. No, Is it because you see them living in Nigeria, by the time they get there and they have some financial distance? That's where I don't know.
I want to end me on build the relationship with our mom. You gotta. Me and I've made that known day one. So if you want to do what you want to do, they are with me. That's it. You know.
God forbid now. But if is it not it's not the court that will decide who take custody
No,
of the
they
children.
are the age where it matters what they want. If you know what I mean. Or initiate
Okay,
that.
they can decide on their own. Say, okay, this
I
is the
mean,
person I want to
like
stay with.
the court will respect what their position more than if they were below 9 or 10. So they're like in their teens now. So kind of
But the issue is, there's no way a man can win the heart of a woman, of children. No. With women, they have a way of manipulating those children.
we're not only go nígbà ni. On pé African men ẹ máa ń give up rí pé ìyá ló lọ mọ ìgbò kòkó nìyẹn we're not nígbà ni. Like no, we're not nígbà ni o. No.
You know, the mistake people used to make those days is that we do a lot of things for our children through their mother.
Yeah.
Even, you understand? Okay, me, I don't have time. Okay, is it school fees? Okay, take, go and pay it. Oh, is it food? Okay, take money, go and do it. You understand? Instead of letting, and those and most people, some women are so wicked that they will be telling the children that, look at your father, yeah, as usual, doesn't stay at home. I'm the one doing the everything for you, all those things.
There, before you know it.
Yeah.
There.
I have a colleague of mine that he made his favorite one day that he doesn't like his father. And he's a guy. I said, what? What do you mean? He said, the man has always not been at home when they were young. He's always traveling. I said, okay, who sponsor your education? The house where you are living, who pays for it or who built it? He said, the same person. So you think he was just playing around or he was struggling all over the place just because to bring you people up? For him to even have grown to that, and he is also the married person, and he didn't realize that, it baffled my imagination. Because you will not discover that it's actually even a boy child or a male that are actually ganging up against their father more than even the female.
Ojo òun náà àlá tó bá yà, that's the thing. I don't have I wish I had a girl, but but you just have to be close to your boys or your daughter, like no, you have to be active. Practice àwọn náà débẹ̀ bátẹ̀mọ̀ tó ń ṣe tán àwọn náà, you got to be involved. That present I'm not just be a father, just give their mother money and everything is okay. Abi, that's the mentality.
Exactly, that's what we do before now.
Go out and die orí ẹ kó start kówó lẹ̀ kó wọ bẹ̀lẹ̀ kó sanwó. No.
It's even today is even easier today. You understand? It's easier today because those days that you have to, even to pay school fees now, your children will know that you are the one paying the school fees. They don't need to pay through their mother, even if you are not around. And whatever they want to do, you can easily get the money across to them, even to their school, for whatever they want to do. I remember when I went to buy food for my daughter, I bought it and I sent somebody to go and give it to her. Even the mother was surprised. So, but to me, I think like this situation in Nigeria now, so people are cashing out on it. All these social media personalities, they are just cashing out on their own on it.
I want to cash.
Enjoy more views and getting more money.
But they are not the married one cash. It's the divorced, miserable one that is cashing out. What is your own?
They are using it to justify whatever they are doing.
They have this show on Netflix, and when that little to one low go and watch how she's bent on drug for Harry to for her. That weird neck shaking on drug like
Into drug. She's actually into drug too.
but because but the way we shouldn't be, we shouldn't shake on, we shouldn't scratch.
No, she's actually taking drugs. She's actually taking drugs. That one is not she's into drugs.
This is embarrassing now.
Hey, and if you see the lady, they said that the guy is even going after now. Is one politician, one fine girl from Edo State. I think he's in the House of Rep or something like that.
Yeah, if I lose me, make I won't bring a back to you. Mike, I won't bring a yeah.
Hey, no, that one is just for a while now. It should be, you remember this you Doche and me this thing. Usually, time has a way of actually heal a lot of things. When this lady marry, what's the name of this guy now? This lady that married this politician from Delta State. This man with this polygamist now remind me of his name now.
Shomale.
From Delta that he recently defected to APC. This billionaire, this Igbo man.
I know
Ned Nwoko. He married one young actress that time.
Yeah,
everybody was accusing her. Why you beautiful girl? Now is a prayer point in most of Nigerian this thing now.
Is that the young girl, Regina Daniels? I think they call her.
Regina Daniels. Yeah, why should you go for somebody who is a serial polygamist and all those things? But now some of them are even praying to be like her.
Yeah, so Prince Daddy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Yeah. I was also going to ask that since have you ever noticed that you married and the people would tend to want to ask you as a couple for my advice if they're having trouble? So how do you deal with that? Like, do you just shy like I do? I shy away from it, or do you try to advise people using the biblical principle?
Oh yeah. I don't give advice. Actually, I do, but I'm always careful when I'm only hearing one side of the story. And in fact, especially if the guy's talking to me, I always ask, so what have you done? What do you think you've done wrong so far in the whole thing? Yeah, I know she did this and that, but what have you done wrong? I always like people to admit their faults, or at least talk about their role in the whole situation. Some people have a way, and we human beings, we have a way of telling the outside of the story and making the other person look bad, deliberately or not. We do. So, but normally, I just try to balance it. I don't try to take sides. I never take sides. If it's the guy telling me their story, I know that. Yeah, I know she did this and that, but you two, how did you respond? What did you do? And they would know from there that, hey, this is a kind of a fair judge, and I'm here to listen. But I never give advice to people. Like I can't even. Even when I was much younger, I can't. Oh, you should do this. You do that. I don't tell people to do nothing. I don't. I might try and analyze the situation with you. In fact, I'm pretty good at it actually. Quite a few times, people have called me a counselor, like a marriage counselor, because of my approach when I talk to people. And I again, yeah, I lead them. Whatever it is, I always
So
make sure that
what were you doing it before and you just stopped doing it, or you never really?
like giving advice to people.
Yeah, like yeah.
No, I mean I wasn't deliberately doing it, but whenever I come across when if I happen to be in that situation, people telling me their story, I'll always listen. I don't try to take any side, but I'm always quick to make sure that because no matter what happens, sometimes somebody may do something wrong to you. That's something I've learned. But the way you respond to whatever they did wrong is equally as important. Actually, it is important. So you may think you're justified because somebody did this and that to you, but how did you respond? You know, and one thing I've learned also, sometimes the way you respond shows who you are really. Um, because the way you respond to what somebody did wrong to you um, can make or break the situation. So I always highlight, hey, how you respond or what you did is equally as important because you can't point finger at somebody that they did something wrong. There you are, then you turn around and did exactly the same thing or even worse, and you think you're justified because that person did it first. No, it doesn't work that way. I think I don't I don't subscribe to that approach. It's always but to make it short, a married couple you can give advice. You know, well you can actually, but you can't choose a side. You can't choose a side that yeah, your wife is bad or your husband is terrible or you should leave the relationship. No. And I always tell my younger brother, look, in a relationship, you're not there. The nuances are very, very important in a relationship that you're not there. So, and if anybody knows how to resolve the problem or what really went wrong, is the parties involved would know better. Not you. You're just an outsider. Somebody just narrating a story for you, an instance of what happened. But it's more than that, and it's of course it's always more than that. It's more detailed. So yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, so it's just because Simba was asking about those that have turned to online as a source to seek advices. I was wondering if it was like a failure of the old system, like for example, the church, where people can seek counsel from the elders in the church or in the family. Like, why would people then turn to online as to get guidance for marriage? Is what I don't understand, to be honest. I don't get it.
Um, I mean, I heard it said that pastors are not professional counselors. And you need like a real counselor, marriage counselor, to give advice. Um, you know, I guess there's some validity to that. But
Yeah,
so
I'm saying,
online,
people don't even consider the professional counselors the first space to go into to ask for advice. I'm just saying that the ones that if you cannot go to the professional, at least try one first and see how that goes, right? Still better than online.
dude, but online is everything now. I mean, a lot of people feel comfortable online. The reason why a lot of people use online also, it's easy access. Whatever you're looking for is like is at your fingertip. Um, so it's much quicker. I mean, just like some people right now, they're trying to get prescription online. Online is everything. You know, we live in a real microwave world that people want, especially when people are troubled emotionally. Um, online, gone are the days. Gone are the days that um, something happens between your partner and you go out there, maybe look for somebody else or have. Today all you have to do is just turn on the camera or just go online
and you can fornicate or do whatever you want to do. You don't need to go out there looking for a hookup. The hookup is right there. So online is become a panacea for everything. Um, but of course, there's a danger to it. A lot of people don't know how to navigate it, and with people having the title of a counselor or pastor being online, you don't know the background. It's treacherous out there. It can be actually if you don't know, even if you know how to navigate online, you still have to do your due diligence, which a lot of people don't do, and that's a lot of fraud and manipulation online. Um, yeah, it's it's difficult. I mean, um, yeah, if you're old school like me, I'd rather do things in the more traditional way, so to speak. But at the same time, I'm not opposed to online services. But again, you have to just be diligent. You can't just trust on whatever you read or see or whatever Google tells you.
Like the quickness to, I mean, I won't say people that haven't done their due diligence before divorce. It's just that even those that are dating somebody or engaged to somebody will just go online and make videos of how they abandoned somebody or their engagement because somebody online told them there was this sign that they were ignoring. And the question is, did you even confront the individual? Did you have any conversations about it? It's like a no. And so you just made that decision just like that. So it's not only just for the married one, even for just people that are dating. This is it. So I think it's more like they're lost. They're looking for answers just in the wrong areas.
BT, gone are the days when you learn all those things from your parents.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? People now, the only way they can learn is to go online, to go and be listening to all those things. Or what are the red flag? What are those things that you have to be looking for? And as Prince Adi said, you don't really know these people. You don't even know whether they believe in whatever they are saying. People are just doing it for money. They are not. It's not real. People are doing it to get more subscribers, to get more patronage. So whatever they put out there is not as if they also believe in it. That is the danger. And you can't see them even practicalizing it. So how do you, if you now use social media as your advisor or advisor, so what do you stand to gain?
Well, see, social media has become a place for what do you call it, to reinforce your beliefs. No matter what is wrong with you, you can go online and find a community, a community that um, that respects your view, so you guys can kumbaya together, right? It's there's nothing you're looking for online that you can find. Um, so that's why it's how people may be seeking real help. They look for communities online to reinforce their beliefs, to tell them that they're right. It's
I know of a lady recently that was bullied online to the extent that she committed suicide in Nigeria. But just because she married another person's wife, husband.
Money.
oh, really.
Yeah. You see the way Judith. I don't know if you people follow that one now. You Edoche and me Edoche. The lady that you eventually married. You see the way they drag her now. If not because she was responding, it's enough for her to also go into depression now.
But I'm on online nephews, online in-laws. I don't know. But man, borrow on your story. I don't understand.
No, people can they will take up your matter as if it's their own. No.
If anything happens to him, kilo life to half. Do you know what they are going through in there? Life one.
The first thing you notice is that they will take side. People will take side and then they will defend it. Some people don't even have. Some people can see 24/7 on social media.
No, I don't.
Now, you know, some people's life is on that social media. That's where they raise their money. So,
but
don't really care.
Why would you let them use your own marriage to make money? Why?
Baba, you are a doctor now. You know that when some people get to some level of meta decade, so they are looking for any route to escape. So social media becomes some people.
Do you know how much people made on Mohbad's death? They are still making it now.
That was a disgrace.
That was a total disgrace.
Somebody was even saying like discussing Mohbad. Many kilo ko agbo pẹ̀lú Mohbad to your love, to your kilo ko Mohbad agbo why to your love. You know, Thomas. You know the name. You know.
I know.
From your area, from Adubo.
I know.
Kilo ko agbo pẹ̀lú Mohbad to your love, to your love.
Do you know how much people are still making on Mohbad's case? They will just crook up one news. People will follow them. They will cash out from Facebook, cash out from TikTok, cash out from Instagram. It's so pathetic. So pathetic.
So it's all about making money. See, like on that marriage counseling we're talking about now, we have some kind of some marriage counselor online that you cannot even find the association they join, because if you even really want to patronize a social online marriage counselor, so it's a marriage counselor online, at least you should know if the person is licensed. Then you should know their association. Like, it's like if you want to do a matter of immigration in Canada now, you know, they have a group that you can go to their website and see if you can find some people's name. It's as good as, okay, if Simbanan told me that, oh, I'm a project manager. Okay, the first thing I first of all go is I will go to PMI online. I will check if you are truly if you are truly a project manager, and I will see since when you become a project manager. Everything is online. So I think the same thing, you can see some people that are accountant too. There's a way you can see they are qualified. But all this overnight and online and survivor instinct
influencer
online, you know. So they will use your marriage as specimen, you know, and it's all about survivor. So and I think there's a problem with our ego too. You know, people want to feel correct in a situation. So when they are totally break down like that, they'll be looking for someone that says, yes, you are right. It's not your fault. It's that fault. So anybody that can just validate you, you find those people online. Baba. And when you come out,
you know, back in the 1 year, an issue a elder con to fair to both sides. You know, everybody.
But Babati, why is it that if people have problem with their marriages, the first thing is I'm talking about the person in question, Gongo,
to make a Facebook
the first thing is come to the internet. What are they seeking? Are they seeking sympathize, or
they're looking for, they have online cousins, online in-laws, Okpogon in their million. They have, I'm telling you,
online in-laws.
If you want online in-laws right now, Thomas, just say your it's actually not the divorcement. Thomas is right. I have been in that case before. I know what he's feeling. Kilo don't feel back. You I'm begging. From middle of nowhere, all this in-laws are left you.
Online in-law.
I'm telling you, they go Molebi online.
Oh my God, I like that online in-law. Oh my God, no.
I know what Thomas is going through. I have been there. I was there.
But Baba T, once upon in time, when people have problem in their marriage, they go to their family members, maybe the husband's side, the wife's side, go to elder people, talk to them, settle issues. But the first thing, people will just jump online, start crying.
Almost.
It's just
Wani. If you notice this in your land, Wani, and why are you? I know my husband listens to you, or my wife listens to you. Everybody should have. We used to have that now, Abi. Someone that your husband will listen to, that if they talk to them, they will listen to, or your wife will listen to.
Of course, yes. That I cannot say no to.
But I need more now because nobody wants to kini pastor, kini jamo. Every month for my for me.
I could remember vividly. You have somebody that if your wife go and report you to, if the person summons you in 5 seconds, you are already there. And the person will say, no, that is not good. You should not treat your wife like that. And the person will reunite you, and the quarrel will be finalized. And the husband will say sorry to the wife will say sorry to the husband, and the marriage continues. It's now this is online in-laws.
but even back then, even before you get married, people will know your unfair. Your aunties will know, your uncles will know, your descendants will know them. Once you build relationship, somebody will just see somebody 6 months want to marry. So that even there's no
BT, before they can marry you, they will have even seen you performing those roles as a wife before you get married officially.
And they will be investigating.
No, even the way it's not even for your husband alone. Your so-called fiancé, you have to win the heart of your in-laws first.
In-laws, yeah.
Yes, they are the one that will approve you, not him.
You remember that adage? We are the one you marry, not your husband. You have to put the family in consideration first. Yeah, Ola, go on.
Yeah, what Simba just mentioned now, is like the thing happens everywhere, even when you want to work. Like if you want to work now, that's what they call soft skills. So you have to respect your teammates. You have to have this emotional intelligence, all those things, the way you interact. So if you apply the same principle that you apply in the places of work at home, then things will work for you, because you don't just go now and start creating problem among the team members. So once you can, if you can just replicate at least 50 to 60% of what we do in the places of work, I tell you, if you replay that one at home, a lot of marriages that are broken today, I doubt it if they will ever break down. But it's all about ego. A doesn't want to agree to B, especially some of us that are coming from Africa, Nigeria. Once they are exposed to what is happening there, it's a totally changed environment. You understand? Because that your husband, they give you money before. Once you get to this place now, and you're able to get your own money, and your husband is not able to give you money, then wahala starts.
But why is online the first place to go and to first, and why is online the place to go and to tell people that?
Because of their ego, they are looking for validation. Someone that will say what you are doing is right.
God bless you. I'm looking for validation. That is it.
So They don't want someone that will tell you that no, go and follow African culture. Those things. Some people will say which African culture that your being is rubbish, all those stuff. So it's just because of that validation. Because if it's not because of that validation, you and I know that if I have an issue now, maybe it is true that there are some medical help online, but before I can seek medical help online, I will know a certified medical arena that I can visit. I will just go to Facebook now, start looking for a surgeon on Facebook. You understand? Even if surgeons start coming to Facebook, the first thing that come to my mind is say, okay, maybe one wahala this or something is not right. Because surgeons are not those people that you just find just on the street anyhow. So anything you start finding on Facebook anyhow, you understand? It is not even when you intentionally put your website there and you are promoting yourself, but you are only promoting yourself on Facebook, on Twitter as a professional. I'm not saying, with due respect to some professional there, I'm not saying we can't see 1 or 2 out of 10, no. But then that will not be my first choice. I know how to reach an hospital. I know how to reach a valid website. I know those things. But once you start going to public spaces like X, Facebook, all those things, now validation, you guys go there, look.
The way they even used to start it is all those clips, they'll be sending it to you. You understand? That's what they will be sending to. I have a friend that used to show me, come and see what my wife said to me now. Come and see, because all those things that they are preaching online, that is what he will be sending to her husband. So that what she's actually saying is that this is the way I want you to be behaving. From online, all those online teachers or whatever they call themselves. So that's how it starts.
I'm telling you.
Simba, do you know what wonders me, Ola? Somebody is doing marriage counseling. He doesn't have husband. He just broke out. It's just divorce. How can you teach? How can you cancel a marriage when you are not even? When you are not, you don't even have a stable relationship. Your husband you have like 3 husbands just divorced. What example are you showing? What can you tell me about marriage when you don't even have a stable marriage? But some people will be listening to that kind of idiot that he has something to say.
But this thing that we are looking at Sivas is very simple. It's not simple to people though. The way they believe all these things, there's nothing you can say that will actually sway them away from whatever they believe. They believe so much in the social media that there's nothing anybody can do again. And I think even the way we are going, you see young children these days, even the mothers don't have their time. Whenever they say, hey, the mother will they have all these things on their applications on their phone. They will just hand over the phone to the child and say, okay, because the mother will be doing her own, the child will be doing their own. There's no training, nothing again. In fact, this one that we are talking about is just a tip of the iceberg. If we live long, you will see more useless things that will happen in the future. This is just a tip of the iceberg. In fact, I'm very sure I can say boldly that a time will come that they won't see any working marriage again.
Sorry. Okuonle. Your husband cheat on you. Wa pẹ̀lú 3 children lọ́wọ́. Ó wá di side chick tó ń bá sùn káàkiri bó ṣe ń gba ilé ló ń gbà tọ̀hún. So kí wá ní benefit, so what's the kí ló kọ́ wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ báyìí nísìn. Ó wá di the very thing tó pé ẹnìkan ó fi ẹlẹ̀ yẹn. Nobody's going to marry a woman with 3 kids now. Wọ́n kàn máa fẹ́ gbowó lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ kàn máa fẹ́ jẹun ni ẹnì máa ṣe tó bá fẹ́ ṣe láfẹ́ lẹ̀ not go to the next person again. Now hopping from bed to bed now.
Bọ́n pé bẹ́ẹ̀ lómi ṣe yan àyànmọ́ tẹ̀ nìyẹn, kádàrá ẹ̀ lómi nìyẹn.
Orí ò pé ní kì í ṣe kádàrá, orí ẹ̀ ti dàrú ni.
Is there anything like Kayama or Kadara girl? We just use all those things to just to persuade
I just
our
said that one in a comic
Just to
way.
make an excuse
I
for bad
just
behavior.
just
Okay, and Konja, fuck well, you can, it's America. You can't, I couldn't money. You are making or make a wo. It's not doing this, it's not doing that money. See, it will not pay. Only on coincidence, okay, we're not walk where. If it's going that way, but we're not pay. Let's go this way. Go for a little care, but I saw. Hey, he's a man, blah blah. Àwọn ọmọ ẹ tó bí kalẹ̀ yìí because of them, don't say because of him, wọ́n náà títorí ẹ̀. Today they are together. Even the whole the man holds he holds a hospice service ní tó ń ṣe wey dem pawó, even though the woman is still making more money, but at least he's doing well now because ó ní sùúrù ni, ó dẹ̀ help ẹ̀ bá ṣe. Sometimes the man might need help for you to help him. You're already in the medical field, you know how to help him out. Help him. Don't say you gotta figure it out. Divorce your husband, divorce your this, leave him alone. You don't need him. Pẹ̀lú ọmọ mẹ́rin lọ́wọ́ nílùú yìí. So it's àwọn obìnrin gbà mí gan, I don't know àwọn ẹgbẹ́ kílọ̀kùnrin ó ṣe yẹn nílùú yìí. I don't know what their goal is. Their goal is to destroy. Once they see a happy marriage,
I think Ola is very conversant with Facebook now. You know this there is this Nigerian, I think she lives in UK, Yinka TNT or what they call her.
Yeah, ti wà níbẹ̀ náà.
Those are the people that they listen to, the kind of people that they listen to.
Àwọn ẹ̀yà Esabod.
Àwọn ẹ̀yà Esabod.
Best life for AB. All these women forming strong independent women back at home, they're crying and taking their antidepressant though.
Yeah.
They are most of all these strong independent women behind the scenes that they are forming. They are in their.
Àwọn yes, about criminal.
But people they are misleading people now. They are misleading people. Pato feshule.
Let me tell you one thing. Àwọn ọmọ burúkú gan, wọn ò fẹ́ dàbí àwọn ìyá Esabod yẹn. Àwọn èèyàn
Mo wo program Esabod like 5 years ago. Don't describe a dear. In fact, it was so graphic. It was funny.
So raw.
I'm like, what kind of old woman? What kind of nonsense is this? And it was on Facebook, and it was all the younger ones saying, "Yes, right on my mom."
Irú àwọn Yínká tí mò ń sọ ọlá mọ̀, àwọn these are the people that arrange men for women in UK. He has a group that she will be arranging men for women.
Arrange.
No marriage, it's not like he said. It's not. Our own is all about marriage. Our own is about fucking.
Okay, ṣé ó lọ ṣe fídíò kan gbà kan tó gbé àwọn Kérúbù Séráfù kan àtàwọn tó ṣe bí musical video kan àbí?
Yes. You can't tell it. Yeah.
So that one is. I stumbled on it once. That one is.
Yeah.
It's almost like the one. That is happened.
Nymphomaniac, you can tell. It's a nympho. So
I think I just tried to make
no, because of the value that face online like Facebook,
exactly,
Twitter, and go give
they get them money.
See, if you stop monetizing Facebook, all those and all those social media online, let me tell you one thing: all this rubbish will disappear. All this overnight cancel will disappear. Because people tend to attach authenticity towards the air online. But this is the first thing you should think. If it is that easy, if all those consultancy on marriage, on way of life is that easy, then people will not be going to school again. Everybody will come online and come and become professionals. But just because, like I said the other time, it's our attitude. Like, if you really want to know how to keep your own today, go and apply at least 50% of what we apply in your workplace. How you manage your boss. That's your boss that is narcissistic in nature, but you are still in that job for more than 15, 20 years. If you know how to manage those people, if you know how to manage your director, and suddenly you don't know how to manage your husband at home.
What you can tolerate at work, I bet you can't tolerate it in your marriage.
Exactly.
So
that's what I'm saying. Because
which one is more important, your family or the money?
In today's world, hello. She left her children at home, no, a child at home, a baby at home, sorry, for almost 3 days to go and party. And came back, the baby was almost increasingly.
Babati, guys, I don't know, maybe you guys watch internet. Before now, the PP of a man and woman, you know what I mean by that? It's very difficult to mention. People are very reserved about it. I watch Facebook, people speaking Yoruba mention the PP of a man, mention the PP of a woman. They are just saying it like it's like I don't, in morality in these days has gone. I don't understand.
Thomas,
Even to call the PP of a man before.
Thomas, you see most of those things they are talking about, people are just liars. You see now, let me tell you one thing now. Someone will come online, they will tell you how they spend like 4 hours on woman. And you know, some silly people too, they will go ahead and believe them. Some will be looking for the different type of concussion, mystery, pulse of them just because they were going to do the same thing. Medical doctors are here. How long do you think you can carry the chemical reaction that will help you sustain all those things for long without you endangering your life? And guys should be looking at adult content. And they will think what they are looking at is real. Some people already, they don't do surgery for their thing. And some people are paid for whatever they were doing. That is what they've mastered over time. And normal people will be looking at them, hey, my husband, after like 4 or 5 minutes, it don't happen. You know, those are where the problem started for some people.
No, but how many minutes? Okay, I'm Dr. Tewambi. Can you average time to ever call machine? Because that thing, I need 1 minute, 5 minutes, 1 hour, 3 hours. Okay, you are a doctor. Normally, what do you think? How many minutes? Because I know hour is out of it. How many minutes need normal and decent, our average? Tí o bá fẹ́ ní attack or tí o bá fẹ́ máa palpitate.
Pàtó pẹ̀lú arúgbó ara báyìí. Ṣé age ni ká fi.
No, ká tiẹ̀ wo wait for a 30-year-old.
No, Baba T. Àwa kan gbọ́dọ̀ máa change our narrative yẹn fáwọn èèyàn. Yes, pàtó wọ́n ráwọn tó lè lọ fún ọgbọ̀n ṣẹ́jú, yes, but
for 30 minutes.
Wọ́n ráwọn tó lè ṣe, yeah.
For tó bá wà bí 30 years old now.
Even gan ní èjì yìí gan gbà mí gan carefully wọ́n ráwọn tó lè ṣe.
Ọmọ ọlá gan ṣe nìyẹn náà.
Tó wà wọ́n ló bá ti.
Ọmọ àgbò tó nílé ni àgbò tó nílé ni àgbò tó.
Bàbá ẹ̀ tún ti dé. No, you look apart.
Okay, jẹ́ ká gbọ́ àwọn doctor nù.
Yeah.
Simba, go ahead.
To me, no, an average, it should be, I think it should be between 3 to like 15 minutes maximum. That's all.
3 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, about 10 to 20.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
Yeah, about it. I'm going there.
Even the female genitalia. By the time it might dry up, now it will dry up.
No, that's why that one we can't low J now.
That one is not
But that
natural
one,
again now.
Now, are you into some kinky stuff? To very J work when I let you. No, baby
That one is
oil.
not natural now.
Show no baby oil in here.
Yeah, she ain't pretend about you. She ain't pretend.
But that's not natural now.
No.
Only lose saliva. Abi.
Patoski.
Yeah.
You got to ṣẹlẹ̀ ní pé, you know, ó depend lórí oníkálukú èèyàn. Ẹ mọ̀ pé kò ń ṣe gbogbo àwọn èèyàn tó lọ ọgbọ̀n ṣẹ́jú ló kàn sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn di kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ pendulum. Talk about my law on stop. Some already mastered how to pause at interval. Láti control ara wọn. And they go.
No, so about pause to continue bẹ́ẹ̀ to kàn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
No, I want to because
really my pause go study 2 hours now.
Include the foreplay, bobo, include
the active kini.
Yeah, by itself,
because most of them are include foreplay.
No, foreplay will be, of course, it can be longer with foreplay.
You do 3 hours now, 2 hours now. But
but where tí ò níṣẹ́, how can you be spending 3 hours of your time or in a day?
Simba, by the time tí bá ronú pé mo ní láti make financial statement.
Ola need some people. Who knows some? Only some people.
Gbogbo ara máa lọ lẹ̀ nígbà tí wọ́n máa fi lórí pé mo ní lásáré submit kìíní. Gbogbo ara máa lọ lẹ̀ ni.
No, it's true now. How can you spend 3 hours out of your 24 hours on a woman? Then the other thing that realistically also, it depends on, some people can say, okay, they will do 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The more rounds you do, the more prolonged it becomes. You understand?
That's true. Simba, that's why.
Then people that there are another thing that people that have sex regularly, they tend to spend more time than people that doesn't have it regularly. You understand? It's like something that maybe somebody has been craving for. The possibility that you are going to actually come very quickly is very high. Because it's a feeling. It's a feeling. You understand? So people that do that's why if you look at all those people that do adult film, they can stay long. It's not because they use any enhancing drug. It's because they do it regularly. So they have mastered the act. And there is no emotion attached. You understand? To whatever they are doing. It's a business. So it can make them to last longer.
Simba, okay.
You can go, no.
I want you beating showing to that
background lawa.
No. Forget background. Educate the men. No, educate the men. Ola, wait now. Can you please save marriages on this platform? When you tell men about all these things, only improve game one. So Ola, educate the men on this show about how to go 3 hours non-stop. Thank you. Yeah, mo penny me. Oh yeah.
25-second guy, me. So me have a 25 seconds guy. So the thing is, edit our pointy or more actually the thing is, I want commit what we be Temashi, Tanya Sheni. Sherry, place of those things. Oh, and be Simba so probably by this to be about already. Now, tí alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ yín ó lè rí yín lára but ẹ kọ́kọ́ lọ ṣe nínú tọ́lẹ́ẹ̀tì náà ẹ ní fọwọ́ kọ obìnrin yẹn ẹ ti kọ́kọ́ dà yẹn lẹ̀.
wàá kọ́kọ́ lọ ṣe nínú tọ́lẹ́ẹ̀tì.
ẹ kọ́kọ́ dà yẹn lẹ̀ náà láìsí obìnrin. ẹ bá kọ́kọ́ dà yẹn lẹ̀ náà tára yín ti sì wá ètò ti wálé the second one yẹn.
interest money yẹn.
ẹ ti gẹ́ẹ̀tì nǹkan tí mo ṣáà ń sọ. because yẹn wọ́n á ní ilé ìtẹ́ lọ ṣe tọ́lẹ́ẹ̀tì yẹn wọ́n á lẹ́ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ni but in reality tẹ́ bá ṣe ìyẹn ẹ máa pẹ́ ju bó ṣe kẹ́pẹ́ lọ tó bá jẹ́ pé ẹ lọ ṣe direct ni. gbogbo ọjà at least mi ò rò bíbo lẹni tó wà níbàyìí tí ò mọ àṣírí yẹn ẹ̀ka máa kàn máa dé ibà ká lọ máa pretend. so àwọn tó bá wo
ṣé o pé tó bá ti kọ́ ṣe yẹn o ní wà interested in doing any other thing mọ́ náà.
No, the other one yẹn our better controlled because kìíní yìí over time àti pay practice náà ni. Nǹkan tó lè máa wá ń ṣe àwọn ọkùnrin mi tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n fún wa ní problem ni pé because ìyàwó wọn máa ń lo as weapon. Tí ìyàwó wọn bá ti wá ń lo as weapon over time àwọn náà ti lose interest. Àyàfi tó bá jẹ́ ọmọ town àyàfi tó bá jẹ́ ọmọ ògbóró àkànlọ́ máa dà káàkiri sóògùn ní agbójú kúrò ńlé. Ti gbóró yẹn ó lè máa kì wọ́n mọ́lẹ̀ fún ìṣẹ́jú máa dógún ogún ìṣẹ́jú bóyá ọgbọ̀n ìṣẹ́jú ńgbà míì ó depend lórí ìwé èèyàn tó bá jẹ́ èèyàn tó wà active yẹ pé tó wà active dáadáa tó jẹrin tó ń jẹrin tó yẹ pé ó ní endurance yẹn so and as a man you don't want to carry too much of bed fat.
No, much of it jẹrin now. Exercise, not jẹrin.
Okay, I think so. Okay, sorry. I'm not even
surprised. Pé kéèyàn máa jog, kéèyàn máa.
Bàbá, no, mo ti gbọ́, tẹ́ bá ti ń sáré jù gbà mí ìgbọ́n tó yẹ pé if you are doing those kind of things, it's be affecting you. I'm not a doctor, but.
Weightlifting no pay fún.
No, weightlifting and moderate aerobic exercise. Don't get yourself involved in too much. Maybe I want to be running like 30 kilometers every day.
Sedentary job
So, Sherry, alákan tí mo notice ni pé ẹ mọ̀ pé mi ṣiṣẹ́ warehouse rẹ̀. Oh my goodness, ìgbà yẹn.
Mo notice bẹ́ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú mi náà. Nígbà tó bá ṣe wà.
Ṣẹ́rí àwọn tó bá ṣiṣẹ́ tó ní agbára tó ṣe pé kìíní yẹn, I don't know. Torí ìgbà yẹn, oh my goodness.
Simba, ìgbà yẹn ló ní wà interested because kò sówó lápò. So ìwé láti ṣiṣẹ́ gbà yẹn.
No, Baba.
No, that's not what Ola is saying, no.
Ìgbà yẹn kọ́ nìkan tí mo sọ kọ́ nìyẹn o. Ìgbà yẹn.
Ola was saying that it enhances it, oh. That's what he's saying.
It enhances it, but interest there ò ní síbẹ̀ because ìgbà yẹn kò sówó lápò.
Pọ̀ bóyá nǹkan tó rí ẹ̀ kíkí ní ẹ̀kọ́ because ìgbà yẹn, oh my goodness, ìgbà mi èyà wa ò gbé ṣé kò sí nǹkan tó ti kọ̀ rọ́ọ̀lù mi báyìí. Nígbà tẹ́ bá gbé ẹrù ti gbé ẹrù láti bí aago 6 ìdájí tẹ́ ti gbé aago 5 rọ̀lẹ́.
Is there a medical explanation for that?
Honestly, kò yé mi.
Exercise no ni.
So it
increases your endurance. Yeah, that's it.
So it's all circulation now, blood flow.
Exactly.
So if you're moving around, you're moving. So
blood circulation will be.
Yeah.
And then Patoski, this thing is also a learned behavior. Let me give you, for example, if you are the type that the ones that the younger people used to do by if you are used to that, you can carry it to adulthood. Yes. You know that one now that you just do quickie, 5 minutes, I mean, leg baby contact on read because just
I get what you're saying.
Like mo ti rí pàdé kan rí tó yẹ pé ìgbà tó wà tó complain mo sọ ń bọ̀ mo ní ayé ẹ̀ má sọ fẹ́ lómi mọ́ ṣá ọ̀rọ̀ adé bẹ́ẹ̀ mo ní àwọn bọ́ìsì burú nǹkan tó sọ yẹn tó bá lọ sọ fún àwọn wèrè mi my target ìyàwó ẹ̀ káàkiri ni o àwọn èèyàn burú o wọ́n á sọ fún bàbá yẹn pé I don't know whether it was for everybody. The first thing you want to do is to reduce your lower abdomen fat. You know that
abdominal muscle.
Yeah, exercise to them to my eliminate the lower abdominal exercise to bad exercise to get quick. When you even try it for just a minute, other go very cool.
Be sit up.
You know.
What I call that receive lecture lórí kìíní. You are becoming an expert. Jeka, okay, I open platform now. Yeah, open platform.
Oshubayere Ola, Oshubayere.
Believe me, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Let me give you the one.
A schoolmate of mine is on
let me add one to
my father and the background in physical and health education.
Let me add one to what Ola just said. So if you want to, you cannot spot reduce with anyways, but if you want to blast that enough, you can do what we call cable crunch. You know what a cable crunch is? So those cable in the gym, those two cables, press, we now put it on your head, you now crunch inside and come out. So when you're coming out, so you do a hard cable crunch with the
cable.
No. Cable, you'll be pulling cable.
Okay, wait, one fine.
So right? You now crunch that cable inside and out your guy, crunch in and out, crunch. So when you crunch in and out, feeling muscle your abdomen to buy shape and you eat right, you will blast that thing off. Cable crunch. It's called a cable crunch.
So I think one of the things my brother told me, Timo was stressed back on. Timo sọ pé mo ní small challenge, ó ní pé kí ni weight me, ó ní kí lọ lose weight. Ó ní just go and lose weight. Timo ṣe lose weight by mo dẹ̀ rí pé mo wà okay. He's also a doctor. He just told me go and lose weight.
Patoski, you know when I came to you the other time, like you said, there were many people when somebody me people with my voice, you think, oh, these guys should be like one kind of
very young and fit now. Inshallah looks like 30-something years old.
So the thing is, intentionally, what I try to do is I try as much as possible, no matter what. I keep my weights to make sure I don't go beyond 78. If I become careless, if I become careless, I can easily eat 88, 90 and above. And although it has become a mental thing for me, I become troubled. So
can that's I get why to 78? I am about 80 something now.
Just reduce your diet, your
my portion, Abi. In a day, but more coffee. I take coffee like.
But you can take that in moderation now. But it's
okay, Patoski. This is there's a conclusive, inconclusive evidence to that coffee creates problem. I'm very background to everyone who are currently Harvard medical journals and all those stuff. So inconclusive evidence. Yeah, like coffee with caffeine anyway. So let us spell it out. When I say coffee, I assume that you are taking high dose of caffeine. So back on what we managed work out, there's this pre-workout powder thing about buying creatine. Oh my goodness. Creatine can be so high in caffeine to get better by Shora. I hear that too much of caffeine can damage guys' teeth. So
I used to take coffee. I take coffee a lot too.
No, too much of caffeine is not good.
But I learned that coffee helps you to stay active now.
Yeah, but you don't. But Pato, you don't move around that much, do you? Your job, you don't move
No,
around.
I don't. I sit.
Yeah, that is not. But buy all this. Go on Amazon. There's this $50 treadmill. You can put it down close to you. You can just run on it for some. Yeah, it's like it's a very small treadmill. Though.
I can just put at my
on the floor like
that even there are some little exercise that you can, if you know, it's only that you might need some. There are some app that you can even do some little exercise on your chairs and all those things.
Yes, I can give you some picture. I have some old gym equipment. Then I do all this chin up. I do it chin up. I can use strap to move so much in the basement. You use that one too. And while walking, I have standing table. Yeah, so I switch between sitting down and the standing. So, and it's normal thing for me and my second son just to walk around.
What do you call it? City bus treadmill.
No, I put it there on the link on your private section. Have you seen it?
Okay, let me check.
So you can, if you can just get on it, run for a while.
Patoski really mini business. So, hola, happy soon now.
I used
to
madam,
save solo.
Woman joke because my job now. You can imagine I only joke for like almost 6 hours.
Every day.
You know all these drivers, especially long distance drivers, they usually have that problem also.
Because joke all those but I just noticed that for somebody that eats only once a year.
But Patoski, can it be
exercise?
Can it be BMI?
I don't know BMI.
Calculate now. You are tall now.
My height is I'm 5'10".
I see your BMI will be around 26, 27. The way I look at it.
Let me do it. Okay, so hold on. Let me even do the calculation right now. Let me do the calculation. So Kenny, what is his BMI? What is your height again?
Your height.
5'10".
Yeah.
What's your weight?
What's your weight?
My weight hovers between 90 and 89.
No, pounds. This America, don't give me a kg.
Okay, 89. Then you can convert it to pounds. 89 kg to pounds. That's like 196.
So you are 5'9", 196, right? Yeah.
5'8".
You are 28.9. So it's like overweight, but not
overweight. You know, I almost guessed right now. I was 27.
So that was what my brother told me too. He asked me, "What's your height?" He asked me, "What's your weight now?" I said, "Well, I need to cut down." She's 70 something.
No, 70 something might be too much for you. With that your height, you need something around, let's say, 70, between 78, 70, let's say 75 to 80. It will be good for you.
80, I'm okay, right?
Yeah, with your height, so with that your height, your BMI will fall to like 24 or so.
Okay.
So you need you need to get around 170 pounds.
Simba, I'm taller than Patoski, and I hover between 76 and 78.
So that means I need to do like
your BMI will be roving around maybe 23, 22 now.
No. There was a time. There was a time that my target. It's only that I don't measure it to reduce body fat. Until someone told me that if I go below a certain amount, that is dangerous for a man. But,
yeah.
So if your weight fall below a certain amount, is dangerous, right?
No, fats. But I'm looking at a body to body fat ratio of that.
Ola lifts weight, so you might want to use your.
You have more. It's not even. It can build more muscle than fat.
Yeah, so you might. So if you are lifting weight,
but more younger, more active, muscles everywhere. Swimming,
you can use your
Patoski, you don't even need the gym. You just say I beat in by me. Like if I ask you now, how many press up can you do in a day?
I can be doing
you start
to 20
in a day or at a time.
I can do
in a
at
day.
the time. I
In
can
a
do
day
almost.
now,
You cannot be
trying
doing
to
press
get
up in a day now. How do you do press up in a day?
No. There's a reason I say in a day. Okay.
I can
If
do
I told
20,
you,
almost 20 at a time.
if I told you that I can go on 50 press up at a time now, not everybody can do that, right? But you can spread that your 50 at a start. You can spread it in a day. And over time, you want to be achieving like 200 in a day, assuming you don't go for any gym, but you just want to keep yourself fit.
200.
You know,
so much inclined or just straight up press up.
No, in a different.
The trick is that you can to say more in your shower. To back sorry bathtub to just do inclined. Now do the same thing.
But why do we carry everything on our head as men? That the women, why are they putting
It's
us
for
in
health.
this
It's not.
problem?
No. It's not about women.
Maybe because I'm sitting down for long.
No, let us be realistic. I'm not talking about we that we are talking now. The majority of men are doing it for that purpose.
See, Simba. Even if you are doing it for that purpose and it keeps you healthy, there's nothing wrong.
It's the aim. The initial aim is not. It's just like that. Being healthy, just come
as a secondary benefit.
As a secondary thing, the primary aim of most men that you meet in gym, apart from those ones that want to build their muscle, maybe and even those ones are even doing it because of women also, to have six pack and all those things. It's women that is the motivation of most of these things.
Simba, it doesn't matter. Let's even be
matter.
That one
matter, Joe. So, but if not because of women, you will not see most of the majority of the people that you meet, you used to see jogging and do all those things. They are not doing it for their health sake.
Even if it's because of woman, it's okay. Let me tell you one thing. When I used to go to farm, although I was young that time, so I can't use that one to way. If you go to farm very well, that way you go to farm, you make 200 ridges, 400, 300 ridges. You understand? A day sometimes. There's no way you won't be fit. There's no way you won't be fit. Even that your sister you are looking for is
Ola, those days, the kind of life that we live, it's not even going to farm to work. You know how many kilometers you are going to even trek before you get to that farm and come back.
Yes. My grandpa farm that time, I know we used to walk up to 1 hour. And I like my own grandpa farm more than that of my papa.
Even if you look at it, even those days, apart from even going to farm, your secondary school will not be 1 kilometer from your house.
It's close to 1 hour walk.
So, and that's what you do every day. You understand? So, unknowingly, we are doing those exercise. You understand? But they are productive exercise. Most of the exercise I will do these days, they are not productive exercise. You go to gym, what are you producing? A farmer is doing exercise as well as is also being productive with it. So
as for me, where anything that makes you do exercises is okay. But from what I find out in this environment, there are some papa at 70 that when we meet in the park, that I've been wondering if those baba are really 70, because I find out that I'm even struggling against all those old people too. Because I used to have one neighbor like that. He's older than me, but where I be walking, when I see the man will have run around, I will still meet me where I'm still running. You know? And there is a lady too. The lady will just be on phone. As she will be running and I will still be catching up with me, because I normally walk with my son, with my younger son. The other one too, he likes, even if I'm going to walk 20 kilometers a day, sometimes I will be wondering that what's in this boy? The guy know the tire. So, a person like that might be start working tomorrow now. Just like it has been part of his lifestyle. It has been part of his lifestyle. So, like, there was a time when I started doing abdominal things. So some of my friends that copy me, all of them they pull out because I have these app covers. I do both a sit-up, app cover, all those ones that you put that you roll on the floor. All those things are very tough. Like to work your core, to work your core too, that you need. You can use press up, you can use plank, a lot of things. What I'm saying basically is this: all those things are not easy, but you have to be disciplined. You can do all those things at home. Then your diet is very critical because I don't know, it might not work for people because some of those food that you love most, they are the ones that can harm you very well, especially rice. Rice is one of those things that can harm you well because you will be eating rice, it is sweet. But if you switch your food to legumes,
so what?
Like beans, because like me now,
No, beans is in fact beans is very good, even for this thing that we are discussing about.
Okay, so you just take you cut down carbohydrates, right?
It's not really
that's the most
important carbohydrates
all those
like
beans
that.
have carbohydrates too now.
The beans is revived. It's almost 70% carbohydrates now.
Yeah.
Somebody said I should be taking beets. That beet has nitrogen, or I don't know.
Well,
beets now.
Beets I don't know what I don't know what you call beets. I don't know beets. What's beets?
Babati, beets, right?
Yeah, BEET. Yeah, beets.
Yeah,
it's very rich. Once again, it's for your blood flow. It opens up your pore, and also do your Kegel exercise, pelvic muscle. Mostly, even if you use all these things, I don't mind weak EDs because pelvic floor is weak. So thinking about duro at the base of it is supposed to hold it, but that muscle is weak. Getting a duro strong enough. So that's what you need to do, like Kegel or pelvic exercise to strengthen your but legs spread out. Yeah, it's my any strength to hold on when it's erect. Yeah.
So I like in most family, I want ìyàwó ló máa ń kó bọ́ ọkọ wọn gbà mí, especially tó bá jẹ́ bọ́ ọkọ tí ò ń ṣe oníṣekúṣe. You understand? Tó bá ti ń fi kíní ẹ̀ ṣe weapon báyìí, with time, ọkùnrin yẹn máa resize psychological. So that exercise matters anyway. Like what I take kidney bean, apart from our normal beans. I mean, what you do with beans, you can enjoy your beans, especially once you are 40 and above. I don't encourage too much of rice, to be honest. I encourage too much of veggies. I encourage all those legumes.
I don't even, most of the time, I don't even remember the rice exists. Safe.
Exactly. Because ìyà tí mo máa jẹ láti reduce weight mi, tí máa eat too much rice. Oh my goodness. Sometimes it depends on how you were able to build your mental strength. Sometimes all those exercises too, if you are not disciplined, it's like you are punishing yourself intentionally because they are not always easy. They are not always easy because if you start doing press up.
But if you do exercise regularly, you enjoy yourself. You apart from all these things that we are talking about, you feel it. You can feel that feeling of being held in you. You have that feeling. You will be happy with yourself.
I think
and
so.
Exercise is enjoyable.
I really control what I eat too. I eat only once a day. For at least for the past 5 years, I eat average of just once a day. But because I don't exercise like I used to do, kò jẹ́ kí n rí ìfẹ́ ti just only once food tí mò ń jẹ yẹn. Because if I exercise, ó yẹ kí n ti cut down gan with just one food.
This thing is about input and output. It's about input and output.
If you even if you are eating half a day and what you are putting in is more than what you spend, you still you have a net this thing now.
Nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nìyẹn. Because I don't exercise, I don't do any other
Sherry,
thing.
body that be computer. Body that be computer. Now, because you are eating one day now, and when you want to eat now, you now pack like 6,000 calories of food.
No, I don't pack. I eat normal. In short, now I've even tried to cut down on my portion. But I think the reason is because me will exercise.
Patoski, about to add to get pay, about to add to get pay, I have wait one day. I have wait. One day you will see my wife. I will say, I have wait one day.
Just because of it to be.
You know, I will be copying me back about those. Relax. Relax. So, Atalagbado.
I want to
Agbado? Actually. Agbado want to join us. Who is Agbado? Anybody that knows Agbado should signify so that we bring him in. So that's the thing. Like, I have lentils. I eat a lot of lentils. I eat a lot of kidney beans. I want this. I'm having to watch
it. Video.
No, but no, Babati going to honestly, that's
no, good. No, so it's good for circulation. Actually, all those things that you mentioned is good for circulation. More greens, by the way, more greens, well boiled. Though.
Yeah,
more greens. Don't do mathematical greens. Is just to open up your more greens. Yeah.
So Patoski, like as I was saying, you can even eat on rice there. When you carry a plate of rice, do you think you are at an average, you are not eating less than 2,000 plus calories?
Like now, I've not eaten rice in the last almost 1.5 weeks now.
So I don't have a glycemic index. Okay, not to matter. So now the thing is,
the main thing for me. I think what I'm eating, since I'm eating only once and I'm not eating large portion, can more exercise you can lose weight. Because the body exercise. You understand? How my exercise? You help me lose weight.
Patoski, there's a bad way to lose weight. Too. There's a bad way to lose weight. The best way to lose weight is to add muscle.
Is to add
shrink and fatting out. If you are denying yourself of necessary nutrient because you are cutting weight, you're not on that. Although it means like but people didn't even know that I tried that. If I'm losing concentration to concentrate, I can go on fasting. I can tell you, maybe I'm trying to achieve something, I cannot achieve it. This is not religious fasting. I go on fasting intentionally so that my energy will be focused. So that I don't have enough energy to start thinking of negativity. I'll be able to focus on the task. Be around 11 o'clock. Maybe I will take some like beverage, some like coffee, and I continue again. So, and what I've mastered over time, whenever I need something like that, is this. My first day used to be tough because but I know what I want to achieve. Once I cross over, if care is not taken, I will go beyond the third day. Because that time, I'm okay. And one thing when I'm fasting is this. I don't stay in a place. Because once you start staying in a place, you'll be feeling the hunger.
Okay, you are feeling the hunger. Spiritual one or just doing
you see that I used to make one joke that if you are a pastor, you want to punish me with fasting. What did I say that time? I say you are wasting your time.
Because fast for spiritual reasons.
I fast for benefit.
I want to stay in one place so I can.
It's not good.
I want to spend time to meditate. No, for spiritual reason, I want to spend time to meditate and reflect and pray. I don't want to go around all over the place. But for weight loss, it's a different thing.
No, even Patoski, even when you are still doing that thing, when you are fasting, and you still sit in a place, you become weak. You become weak.
People might joke but I will not be taking a walk around the place everywhere. You know, I want a quiet place. I spend most of the day in a quiet place. Pray, I come downstairs, I play with everybody, I move around. But it's not a day. I don't want to do it in a day that I will go to work.
Even me, if I'm doing free spiritual fasting, me who are negotiable. If you ask me to fast, I don't use water, I won't even listen to you.
No, it depends on if it's just one day, I can do without water. But if it's getting to like 2 or 3 days, I'll definitely take water.
If you ask me to even fast in a day for 12 hours, you can't tell me not to drink water. That is where it comes to where I use my head. I don't use my heart. See, even without fasting, if I pray to God, I believe God will answer me. So when I even want to fast, I know that fasting makes me concentrate. Fasting makes me concentrate because already I'm less in I'm less in energy. So I want to focus. I want all those energy to think of bad thing to go, so that I be focused on good thing only.
So from
that's
our
one of those
now, the best thing is lose your weight, go and lose weight, and then exercise.
Yeah. So the bad way to lose weight is to keep depriving yourself of food. No, you change your diet to whole grain, to whole grain, to something whole, instead of go and be picking some snack off the shelf from Walmart or from Superstore. You got all those small snacks and cookies that you see. Oh my goodness. They are very terrible because they are processed calorie already that the body will pick. And for doctor in the house, because I can only talk about what I learned from the fitness coaches and all those stuff. One thing that when that body starts absorbing the excess carbohydrate, excess calorie, now they be converting it into fats. Part of those fats is what they call adipose tissue, right? Adipose. Then I think visceral fat too will be the one that will go to your underbelly and your hips. So the doctor is in the house. You can validate whatever I'm saying. So it's not about you denying yourself food, because when you start denying yourself food, sometimes you can break your muscle easily. You can break your muscle easily. Even though muscle is very difficult to break like that, but when you do it over time, especially when you do exercise alone too, if you do not replenish enough, it becomes dangerous. Ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sí background. So whoever want to come in, I will put the invite. Anybody that want to come in can come in. So guys,
weight loss, we don't lose weight loss. And it shouldn't be something difficult. And it's your office me won't really comment.
Again, kí àwọn èèyàn wá kí tó shut down.
Pastor, ó ti rí link yẹn àbí?
Yeah, mo ti rí.
Yeah, so we are going to the background now. So I put the link here. Anybody that want to join, you can join. Thank you everyone for sharing the moment of learning with us, and I believe we've learned from one another, and tomorrow is another day. See you guys next time. Try to click like and subscribe. That's the only way you can encourage the channels to go. So I know some, for one reason or the other, they don't want to subscribe. But if you look at what you benefit from this channel, it outweighs your grievances towards anybody you want to direct your grievances to on the channel. Thank you, everyone. See you later.